Even though the characters stayed the same, it had a different meaning nowadays, so they still needed to learn from the very beginning. Therefore, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin began to acquire modern knowledge. Luckily, they had a good memory and were quick learners, or they would have a lot of difficulties. You've already done a great job. After all, it's completely new to you, said Guning. Will it arouse jealousy if they learn so quickly? Jing Yunyao asked worriedly. Although Zhang Liluo and Si Jin could protect themselves well, it would still be troublesome if anyone wanted to hurt them. In fact, Guning would be dragged into trouble because of that. Jing Yunyao trusted Guning, but business was like a battlefield. Where there was competition, there was jealousy and schemes. Even Guning didn't think all of her staff were reliable. They were only selected strictly and trained, so there were more reliable people among them. They were reliable now, but that didn't mean that they wouldn't change in the future. What someone went through could change his or her thoughts. As a result, Guning totally understood Jing Yunyao's worries. Since they joined the workplace and they're very outstanding, they must be prepared to deal with jealousy and trouble. I've been through the same thing. Guning half joked, but what she said was the truth. I don't know whether my staff are all reliable, but I'm a reliable boss. I will punish troublemakers and I will uphold justice. Right? Jing Yunyao nodded. She felt her worries were unnecessary. Afterwards, Guning turned to look at Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. You don't need to pay much attention to them. Just mind your own business. If any colleagues dare to cause you trouble, don't hesitate to protect yourself. If anyone really made things difficult for Zhang Liluo and Si Jin, it would be his or her fault. Therefore, Guning needed to teach the troublemaker a lesson. If the person could change, she could give him or her a chance. If not, she would directly fire him or her. Guning said that not only to protect Zhang Liluo and Si Jin, but also for the good of her company. Even if Zhang Liluo and Si Jin didn't join her company, she still wouldn't allow her staffers to focus on schemes. Sure, said Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. Guning might have said that not only to protect them, but they were touched and felt grateful to her. Oh, if you think this job isn't suitable for you, feel free to let me know, said Guning. Not everyone could find what he or she loved in their career. Many people had to tolerate a job they disliked just to earn a living. However, if they had choices, it was better if they chose to do what they liked. After all, it was frustrating to do a job that you hated. Of course, but Junior Gu were very interested in this job. You don't need to worry about us, said Si Jin. Yes, we really like it. If we don't want to do it in the future, we'll let you know. Zhang Liluo agreed. In fact, even though they were interested, they might not do this job for a long time. Nobody knew what would happen in the future. Great, said Guning. She wouldn't force them to do the same job forever, and it was only a temporary job. Perhaps there was a better job for them in the future. Anything was possible. They chatted for a while in the living room. Then Shang Guanyang asked Jing Yunyao and Guning to go to study with him. Because Shang Guanyang and Guning just left the cultivation world, Jing Yunyao knew it must have something to do with the Jing family, so she became serious in an instant. In the study, Jing Yunyao asked anxiously, Senior Shangguan, is anything wrong? Yeah. Shang Guanyang nodded. Ningning, why don't you tell the story? He felt it was more suitable for Guning to do it. Sure. Guning said, Mother Yunyao, the Jing family found out that you're not dead. Uncle Jing told me it was exposed because you ran into Jing Yunfei's wife and daughter last time. They felt that you might be the same woman who injured Jing Yunfei and the woman Jing Yunfei met on the flight. However, because they hadn't seen your face, Jing Yaorong asked Jing Yunfei's daughter to draw you. Then they recognized you. In front of Jing Yunyao, Guning directly called Jing Yaorong's full name. Jing Yaorong was Jing Yunyao's biological father, so Guning's behavior was slightly impolite, but she didn't know how to call him in another way. After all, she had no respect for him. Jing Yunyao didn't take him as her father now. They were enemies, so she didn't care how Guning called him. When she mentioned Jing Yaorong, she also called his full name. Hearing that, Jing Yunyao was surprised. She thought that Lu and Jing Bingjie didn't know her, but unexpectedly she was still exposed. Anyway, even though they recognized her, she didn't think it was a big deal. There was no need for her to hide any longer. As long as Leng Xiaoting had time, they would go to take revenge. It didn't matter whether they knew about it earlier. Even if Jing Yaorong found her before she found out that he already knew she was still alive, it wouldn't be a problem for her. He was no match for her. Gu Ning continued. After Uncle Jing went back to the cultivation world, he was questioned by Jing Yaorong. Because Uncle Jing was surprised that Jing Yaorong found out, he lost control of his emotions and was exposed. So Jing Yaorong verified that you're still alive. Because Uncle Jing kept it a secret from him, he forbade Uncle Jing to leave the cultivation world. Even when Uncle Jing leaves his home, he would still be spied on. No wonder he's been absent for so long after returning to the cultivation world. He's been forbidden to leave. Jing Yunyao understood why she hadn't seen Jing Jining. Actually, Jing Jining had told her that he would come out soon, and he also said that he would come to see her afterwards. She thought that Jing Jining was busy with something else, which made him not come to see her, but unexpectedly, he was kept in the cultivation world. Master and I visited the cultivation world today. We met a few disciples from Tiandazong. They helped us bring Uncle Jing over. However, Jing Yunyan also came, which we felt wasn't right. Given Uncle Jing's bad relationship with Jing Yunyan, they wouldn't come together. We made up an excuse and chased Jing Yunyan out. Then we asked Uncle Jing about it, and learned the reason, said Guning. If so, the Jing family will surely hurt Jining because they think he has told you something. Jing Yunyao immediately got worried. Since they forbade Jing Jining from leaving the cultivation world and sent someone to spy on him if he left the house, they must be suspicious of him. In fact, Jing Jining indeed told Shang Guanyang that the Jing family was already aware that Jing Yunyao was still alive. If Jing Yaorong still has his reason, he wouldn't hurt Uncle Jing's family. If he dares to do that, Tiandazong will punish him. By then, his dirty secret will be exposed too. Jing Yaorong is aware of your relationship with Master, and he stands in awe of Master, so he should be careful. Guning said, well, if Jing Yaorong loses his reason, anything can happen. So both Master and I think you should advance your plan if it's possible. Uncle Jing can get free earlier too. Although it wasn't very likely that Jing Yaorong would hurt Jing Jining, it still filled them with worry. I know. As soon as Shouting is back, we'll go to the cultivation world, said Jing Yunyao. She didn't want to delay it any longer. After what happened to Jing Jining, she felt it was necessary for her to do it earlier. If Jing Jining was hurt because of her, she would be full of guilt. At this moment, Gu Ning took out Jing Jining's phone from her pocket. She handed it to Jing Yunyao and said, Mother Yunyao, this is from Uncle Jing. He said he recorded his conversation with Jing Yaorong. In the recording, Jing Yaorong admitted that he has tried to kill you. You can use this as evidence. Because it has been over a dozen years since they tried to kill you, I'm afraid there is no available evidence now. So this might help you. Hearing that, Jing Yunyao was touched. Jing Jining had done so much for her that she could never return. Jing Yunyao took the phone, then played the recording. She didn't mind that Shang Guanyang and Gu Ning were present. After all, they were aware of what she had been through, so there was no need for her to avoid them. When they listened to the conversation between Jing Yaorong and Jing Jining, they were angry. Even though they knew the mastermind was Jing Yaorong, they were still angry when they heard that he took it for granted. Jing Yaorong was extremely selfish. He had killed people but claimed it was reasonable and didn't accept revenge. Because Jing Jining didn't tell him that Jing Yunyao was still alive, he became suspicious of Jing Jining and blamed Jing Jining for everything. It was extremely funny. He's really selfish, Gu Ning said angrily. Right? Shang Guanyang agreed. He was unwilling to be involved in their grudge. But he hated Jing Yaorong. Although Shang Guanyang wasn't involved, he openly said that he was willing to support Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting if they needed his help. If they were at a disadvantage, he wouldn't hesitate to join the battle. After all, Leng Xiaoting was his disciple, so he wouldn't stand on the sidelines. That night, Jing Yunyao couldn't sleep at all. She hated Jing Yaorong deeper after hearing the recording. She hated him, not because he was cruel to her, but because he hurt Lang Yuanhan. He killed them but believed that it was reasonable and claimed that they deserved it. Who did he think he was? He had no right to decide who should be killed. He killed her husband and left Leng Xiaoting as an orphan. She had been separated from her son for 16 years. However, Jing Yaorong still believed that they deserved it. What had Leng Yuanhan done wrong? He barely knew anything. At the same time, Jing Yunyao also blamed herself. If it hadn't been for her, Leng Yuanhan wouldn't have been dragged into the tragedy. If it weren't for Leng Xiaoting, Jing Yunyao would have killed herself after Leng Yuanhan died. However, she found Leng Xiaoting now, and couldn't leave Leng Xiaoting with the pain of losing both of his parents again. Therefore, she would pay Jing Yaorong back for Leng Yuanhan. She didn't have the heart to kill Jing Yaorong, which meant Leng Yuanhan couldn't be totally avenged. After all, Jing Yaorong was her father, even though what he had done was totally unacceptable. However, she could make him live in pain, so it was also a good way to take revenge for Leng Yuanhan. Jing Yaorong said that he would trust Jing Jining once, but he wasn't fully convinced. He sent out his people to investigate Leng Xiaoting in case Shang Guanyang told Jing Yunyao that he was already aware that she was still alive. Since Leng Xiaoting was Jing Yunyao's son, he could use Leng Xiaoting to control Jing Yunyao. Leng Xiaoting wasn't in the capital now, so Jing Yaorong's people failed to find him, but he found out that Gu Ning was Leng Xiaoting's fiancée. Once they learned that Leng Xiaoting was a member of the Leng family, they directly got information from people who knew the Leng family. Gu Ning wasn't a strange name in the Jing family, because they had gone to see her for the magical power in medicines produced by Colane and Cozy makeup products. Gu Ning told them that a master gave the ingredient to her. They didn't know who the master was, but they realized it was Shang Guanyang after knowing about her relationship with Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao. It surprised them. They didn't expect Gu Ning to have a relationship with them. Either way, since Gu Ning was Leng Xiaoting's fiancée, she got the Jing family's attention. It wasn't easy for them to find Leng Xiaoting, but it couldn't be easier for them to find Gu Ning. They knew where Gu Ning worked, where she studied, and where she lived. Therefore, on the third day after Gu Ning left the cultivation world, she sensed cultivators when she went to school for classes. She turned to look around, then saw a strange face. The person was also staring at her, so she was sure that she had been targeted. Gu Ning didn't know who sent the person, but she guessed that Jing Yaorong must be involved. Although she didn't think that Jing Yaorong would find out that she was Shang Guanyang's disciple and scheme to hurt her, Jing Yaorong might have found out about her relationship with Jing Yunyao. Since Jing Yaorong learned that Jing Yunyao wasn't dead, he would surely go to collect information about her. Gu Ning's relationship with Jing Yunyao wasn't a secret, and he could easily find out through an investigation. Gu Ning didn't realize that until now. If Jing Yaorong found out about her relationship with Jing Yunyao, he could soon find out about the Leng family and Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning didn't worry that Jing Yaorong would do anything to harm the Leng family, because the Leng family were all mortals. If he did anything to hurt them, Tiandazong would punish him. However, Jing Yaorong would certainly investigate Leng Xiaoting and might hurt him too. Luckily, it wouldn't be a problem because Leng Xiaoting was already in the early stage of the Yuaning period. Even if Jing Yaorong found Leng Xiaoting, he was no match for him. Both Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yaorong were in the early stage of the Yuaning period, with Jing Yaorong being more skilled than Leng Xiaoting. However, Leng Xiaoting was extremely explosive and he also had a flood dragon. In fact, even if a cultivator was at the peak of the Yuaning period, he might not be able to injure Leng Xiaoting. However, upon thinking that Jing Yaorong had already found out about Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning was still slightly worried. Gu Ning didn't bother to pay more attention to the person who was spying on her. After all, it was very easy for her to get rid of him. Jing Yaorong sent out 3 people this time. One went to collect information about Leng Xiaoting, one was spying on Gu Ning, while the other went to find Jing Yunyao. They did all the above without Shang Guanyang knowing. Shang Guanyang was too strong for Jing Yaorong to deal with. Jing Yunyao was also difficult to deal with, but Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting weren't any trouble in their eyes. However, they were all mortals, so if Jing Yaorong wanted to hurt them, he couldn't leave any evidence. Actually, Jing Yaorong didn't send people to spy on Gu Ning and find Jing Yunyao to injure them right now. He simply wanted to know their whereabouts. Today was also the 3rd day of Jiang Liluo and Si Jin working in the company. A client came to hire bodyguards and he needed the best ones. In addition, this client came with one of his bodyguards. He said that he needed top bodyguards that could defeat his bodyguard. His bodyguard was a retired Special Forces soldier and was very strong. His demands seemed troublesome, so Ba Tianyong was slightly displeased, but he didn't show it. Mr. Du, can you tell us why you need bodyguards who are stronger than yours? How about at the same level? Ba Tianyong asked. Mr. Du, who was about 50 years old, understood that he didn't explain it clearly, so he immediately added, Mr. Ba, please don't get me wrong. I didn't come to cause you trouble. Although my bodyguard is good, he can't complete the task this time, so I need stronger bodyguards. As for the reason, I'm afraid I can't tell you. I heard your security company provides excellent bodyguards, so I came to see whether my needs can be satisfied. Because he hadn't gotten what he wanted yet, he couldn't tell other people the reason. Only after they signed a deal and confidentiality agreement could he tell them what he wanted them to do for him. Therefore, Ba Tianyong didn't ask further. Since the man didn't come to cause them trouble, he naturally agreed to satisfy his needs. Well, if so, we'll do our best to satisfy your needs. Since Mr. Du's bodyguard was a retired soldier, he had to be skilled. Since Mr. Du wanted a bodyguard who was stronger than him, Ba Tianyong called over a first-class bodyguard. The bodyguard was called Zhang Ziang. He was 30 years old and was also a veteran. The bodyguard Mr. Du came with was indeed very skilled. However, his bodyguard was only at the middle level in Guning's security company. Therefore, Zhang Ziang defeated his bodyguard within 5 minutes, which satisfied Mr. Du. Very well, I want him, said Mr. Du with satisfaction, feeling relieved. It was really hard to find a strong bodyguard. He had turned to several security companies, but nobody could defeat his bodyguard. Mr. Du wasn't familiar with the security industry, so he just did his homework on the internet and learned some information about major security companies. It was confidential, and outsiders normally didn't know much about it. Therefore, Mr. Du didn't bother to ask anyone about the best security company. Anyway, he had heard a lot about Guning, so he had a very good impression of Guning. He also admired her. He read on the internet that Guning's security company was full of excellent bodyguards, so he came over. Without surprise, he was satisfied. Mr. Ba, I need 2 of them, said Mr. Du, although 1 was enough. He needed 2 to make sure that his son would be fine. No problem, said Ba Tianyong. Therefore, this time, Ba Tianyong decided to arrange for Zhang Lilua and Zhang Ziang to do the task together. Although Zhang Lilua had never been a bodyguard before, he only needed to listen to Zhang Ziang. There wouldn't be a problem. Ba Tianyong didn't tell Mr. Du that it was Zhang Lilua's first time being a bodyguard in case Mr. Du was worried. Without delay, Ba Tianyong called Zhang Lilua over to have a competition with Mr. Du's bodyguard. Before Zhang Lilua came, Ba Tianyong told him about the situation and that this time he would do a task together with Zhang Ziang. He also mentioned that when he competed with Mr. Du's bodyguard, he didn't need to defeat him too fast. He could finish the match after 5 minutes. Ba Tianyong said that to Zhang Lilua because he knew that Zhang Lilua was much better than them. Zhang Lilua could easily defeat Mr. Du's bodyguard within a moment. Although Zhang Lilua and Si Jin were still undergoing training, they would become the top bodyguards in their company once the training was finished. The bodyguards were divided into different levels according to their abilities. How they finished their tasks would decide how much money they could earn. Therefore, even if someone thought it was unfair, he had to first defeat his colleagues. Zhang Lilua listened to Ba Tianyong and defeated Mr. Du's bodyguard within 5 minutes. Mr. Du was very satisfied and decided to hire Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua. There were weak and strong people in this world. Some people might get jealous because other people were stronger than them while others wouldn't. One's morals were very important. If one wants to be better than other people, he or she should work harder. If someone got jealous just because other people could do better than them, it would be their own problem. No one got strong without any effort. Since Mr. Du decided to hire bodyguards from Guning's company, he needed to talk about the details of the task he needed them to do. Not every task would be accepted, so they needed to know why Mr. Du needed bodyguards. If it was illegal, they wouldn't agree to do it. Even though Mr. Du needed to tell them the details. They would sign a confidentiality agreement. It turned out that Mr. Du's son got involved in a drug trafficking gang, but his son wasn't a member of the gang. On the contrary, his son was an undercover agent. Now Mr. Du's son had already contacted the police. The police made arrangements and they were going to take action tomorrow night. They wanted to catch all the drug traffickers. Although the police would send 2 people to protect Mr. Du's son, Mr. Du didn't think they would be enough. They were only policemen, not special forces. When a drug trafficking gang went crazy, they would kill ruthlessly. As a result, Mr. Du had the thought of hiring stronger bodyguards to protect his son. Even though Mr. Du disagreed with his son's adventure, he couldn't stop him, Du Wei, from doing that. Besides, if they couldn't handle it well this time, his son would be in a lot of danger in the future. In order to not worry his father, Du Wei agreed to let his father hire bodyguards to protect him secretly, although accidents might not happen. After hearing the reason, Ba Tianyang immediately had a good impression of Mr. Du and respect for his son. Anyway, if the situation wasn't what Mr. Du described and if it was actually illegal, the bodyguards had the right to quit. They wouldn't pay back the deposit. This was also written in the agreement. However, if the situation was different from what the hirer told them, but was legal, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, the hirer could have his secrets. After verifying their job and signing the agreement, Mr. Du paid the deposit and left. Because they needed to carry out the task tomorrow morning, Mr. Du would come to pick up Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua tomorrow morning. Before that, Ba Tianyang had a private talk with Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua. He mainly told Zhang Lilua what he shouldn't do. However, an hour after Mr. Du left, Ba Tianyang received a call from him. Mr. Du told him that the action was advanced, so he needed Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua right now. Since they were bodyguards, they were ready to fight any time. So since Mr. Du needed them right now, they set off at once. Mr. Du's son, Du Wei, was a college student who just graduated. Because he behaved like a hoodlum normally and had a bunch of friends who were real hoodlums, he accidentally got involved in a drug trafficking gang. Du Wei always wandered around, but he still had a sense of justice. He was also very smart, so he wouldn't really join them in drug trafficking. Instead, he won their trust and secretly contacted the police. The drug trafficking gang was going to make a deal this time. It wasn't a big deal, just a small deal between 2 small gangs. However, drug trafficking was unacceptable, so Du Wei decided to ruin it since he was aware of it. The deal time and place weren't settled yet. They were only sure that they would do it tonight. The gang Du Wei was in was the buyer, while the seller gang would settle the deal time and place. The seller was afraid that the buyer would play tricks in advance, which might cause them to suffer a double loss. The gang Du Wei was in was a small gang. Although there weren't any large gangs in the capital, there were many small gangs. However, they were very careful and never dared to go against the government. As long as they didn't cause serious trouble, the government wouldn't bother to arrest them. Most importantly, the government didn't have much time, and not every official had a strong sense of justice. Only when someone reported them would the government get involved. After all, if the government did nothing, the officials would be in trouble in the end. In addition to Du Wei, 6 gangsters would go to complete the deal. Du Wei's bodyguards wouldn't go to the appointed place with them, because that would expose Du Wei. Therefore, they could only follow Du Wei secretly. If Du Wei was in danger, they would stand out then. At the moment, Du Wei and other gangsters were still waiting to set out. After Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua arrived, they waited nearby. At 7 p.m., they received a message telling them to meet at an abandoned factory in a suburb of the Southern District at 8:30 p.m. Without delay, Du Wei and the other gangsters set out in an MPV. When no one was watching him, Du Wei sent Zhang Ziang a message telling them the appointed time and place. Before they went to do this task, Mr. Du contacted Du Wei and gave Du Wei Zhang Ziang's number. So Du Wei was able to contact Zhang Ziang. When Zhang Ziang received Du Wei's message, he replied that he was informed. After watching Du Wei's car driving away, Zhang Ziang followed him. Because Zhang Lilua just learned how to drive, he wasn't very skilled. Most importantly, he didn't have a driving license yet, so Zhang Ziang was the driver. Bodyguards didn't drive most of the time, since they were always by their hirer's side. They rarely did their job secretly, but it was very important for them to know how to drive. For the time being, Zhang Lilua didn't have much time to learn how to drive, so it would take him longer to get a driving license. If he went to do a task with his colleagues could drive. However, if he was going to carry out a task alone or with Si Jin, he needed to drive by himself. Zhang Xiang and Zhang Lilua kept an appropriate distance from Du Wei and the other gangsters. They were aware of the appointed place, so there was no need for them to be too close. Although they were confident about their abilities, it was better to be careful. If the time was changed, Du Wei would inform Zhang Xiang right away and they would turn the car into another direction. But the time and place didn't change along the way. It wasn't a great deal, so there was no need for them to do anything. When Du Wei and the others arrived, the buyer was already waiting. Zhang Xiang and Zhang Lilua didn't go close, but stopped 30 meters away, then walked forward. It was at night and in the wilderness, so it was perfect to hide. They were extremely good at carrying out a task without attracting any attention, so no one noticed them even though they were only 5 meters away. Those gangsters were good at fighting, but they weren't strong enough, so it was impossible for them to notice Zhang Xiang and Zhang Lilua. However, although they weren't very strong, they carried guns. Therefore, Zhang Xiang and Zhang Lilua had to be careful. No matter how strong a man was, his body was vulnerable. He couldn't fight against knives and guns. If they were shot, they would still be injured. If it was serious, they might die. Actually, it would only hurt mortals and would barely injure cultivators. As long as cultivators used their magical energy, bullets could hardly touch them. However, if there was a choice, Zhang Lilua wouldn't do that. He would do his best and avoid the bullets. Zhang Xiang was agile too, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to do the same thing. When they reached the warehouse, the police were also 100 meters away from them. The police also didn't drive closer, but quietly walked closer. Although it was hard for over a dozen policemen to hide their movements, it was windy during this season and the trees were constantly moving, so their footsteps were hidden among the sounds. Zhang Lilua noticed them, but he understood that the police came to help them, so he told Zhang Xiang at once. At this moment, Zhang Xiang noticed nothing, so he was surprised when Zhang Lilua told him how many policemen were coming and how far away they were. However, because he knew how unbelievable Zhang Lilua was, he didn't doubt him. Although he admired Zhang Lilua, he couldn't help being a little jealous of him too. But there was no malice in his attitude. Not all jealousy was mixed with malice. They knew that the police were nearby, but they still did what they had to. They only needed to protect Du Wei, so they would leave the other things to the police. After Du Wei and the other gangsters arrived, they carried a box and walked into the warehouse. There were 2 people guarding outside. Because several of them had made deals with the seller a few times before, there was trust between them and they weren't so alert. They had guns, but both sides had guns. As a result, the seller couldn't stop the buyer from carrying guns. After all of them cared about their safety. Without guns, they wouldn't feel safe. After Du Wei and the others went into the warehouse, the gate was closed, but the 2 security guards outside didn't follow them inside. Zhang Xiang and Zhang Lilua exchanged a glance and reached a tacit agreement. The next moment, they separated and walked in different directions. From the edge of the warehouse, they slowly approached the 2 security guards. The 2 security guards didn't notice that they had been targeted, but they still looked around, staying alert. However, Zhang Xiang and Zhang Lilua knocked them down in an instant. They made light sounds, so nobody in the warehouse heard them. As a result, none of them knew that the 2 security guards outside had already been replaced. The police also reached the warehouse at this moment. They saw 2 people outside and 2 on the ground. Because Mr. Du had a talk with the police before, the police were aware that the 2 people were bodyguards hired by Mr. Du to protect Du Wei. Without doubt, the 2 men on the ground were members of the drug trafficking gang. Top bodyguards were much stronger than drug traffickers. The drug traffickers couldn't easily knock them unconscious, but they could beat drug traffickers without much effort. However, in order to make sure that no accidents happened, they still hid silently. The police didn't go over until Zhang Xiang signaled to them. Zhang Xiang gave them a hand gesture, which had been agreed upon. After making sure, the police moved towards the warehouse step by step. In the warehouse, the two sides were smoothly making the deal. The seller was counting the money, while the buyer was counting the goods. Although they had made a deal twice before and no accidents had ever happened, they had to make it clear face to face. Just as they were busy counting the money and the goods, the police divided into two groups. They separately went to the front and back gate of the warehouse so that the drug trafficking gang couldn't run away. There were only two gates and the windows were very tall with anti-theft bars, so it was impossible for them to run from the windows, so the police only needed to block the two gates. Outside the gate, Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua joined the police. Because they didn't make loud noises, the people in the warehouse noticed nothing. The leading policeman exchanged a glance with them. Then they knocked the gate open together. Boom! The gate was knocked open, scaring the people in the warehouse. They subconsciously raised their guns and pointed it at them. Damn! Did you call the police? The seller was suspicious of the buyer because it was impossible for the sellers to call the police. Normally, if the police burst in when they were making a deal, they must have been exposed or the buyer set a trap for them. Precisely because of that, the seller decided where and when to make the deal every time. We didn't. The buyer denied it at once, because they were indeed innocent. At the same time, the buyer was also suspicious of the seller, so he got mad too. Were you exposed? No way, said the seller. They believed that they were careful enough not to be caught. Put your guns down, the leading policeman shouted at them. Do you think we are dumb? If we put down our guns, we'll be caught. The seller sneered. Because there were the same number of people on both sides and they all had guns, they weren't that afraid of the police. Once they fired, it was hard to say which side would lose. Those drug traffickers didn't believe that the police weren't scared of death. It was true that the police were also afraid of death. So the police didn't dare to move a step forward either. Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua frowned. Mr. Du was right. These policemen weren't reliable at all. It was a very dangerous task, but they weren't at an advantage. What was worse, they were being threatened. Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua didn't have guns. They were just bodyguards, not soldiers nor policemen. However, facing the guns pointed at them, Zhang Ziang stayed alert, but not scared, while Zhang Lilua couldn't care less about it. You're all surrounded now. It's useless no matter how you resist. Even though the police were scared of those drug traffickers, they had to show their strength. At least you'll die with us. If we don't fight back, we'll be killed instead, a drug trafficker said. No matter what, they risked their lives in this business, so they refused to yield. The police were mad, but they couldn't do anything about it, because the drug trafficker was right. If they fought back, they might die together. If not, they would be caught. Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua were in a dilemma and suddenly didn't know what to do. Although they only needed to protect Du Wei, they couldn't watch the police get into trouble. After all, the police were stopping the evil for the citizens. Du Wei seized the chance and stepped back. Once they fired, he could save himself. However, he wasn't sure that he would be fine. Although the police wouldn't shoot him, those drug traffickers might notice something was wrong and he could be targeted. They were so close. If those drug traffickers started to attack him, his life would be in danger. Therefore, Du Wei was extremely anxious. Even though there were two bodyguards who were paid to protect him, he wasn't certain that they could complete their job in such a situation. He had a sense of justice, but he was unwilling to die. The confrontation wouldn't do either side any good. Zhang Lilua hadn't worked as a bodyguard before, but he was experienced in battles. Most importantly, he could easily defeat all of the drug traffickers, so he thought it was unnecessary to waste time. We can't waste time here. We must make it quick. You go to protect Du Wei then, and I'll deal with them, Zhang Lilua lightly said to Zhang Ziang. His voice was very low, so only the two of them could hear it. Hearing that, Zhang Ziang slightly frowned. He didn't think it was a smart idea. It sounded too dangerous. Even though he knew that Zhang Lilua was very strong, he was alone after all. He didn't even have a gun, while there were over a dozen armed drug traffickers. However, looking at Zhang Lilua's confident expression, he somehow believed that Zhang Lilua could do it. Besides, it was the only solution now. Therefore, after hesitating for a few seconds, Zhang Ziang agreed with a nod. Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua didn't inform the police, They just quickly moved once they reached an agreement. Zhang Lilua moved like lightning. While no one could clearly see what he was doing, he swiftly ran towards those drug traffickers, then directly beat them. Zhang Lilua clearly knew that he shouldn't injure them. Instead, he aimed to take their guns away. Because Zhang Lilua moved very fast, by the time they reacted, it was too late. Several of the men's guns had been kicked away by Zhang Lilua. Zhang Ziang moved slower than Zhang Lilua and was amazed by Zhang Lilua's speed, but it wasn't the right time for him to ask about it now, so he forced himself to focus on the task. After Zhang Ziang rushed over, he immediately joined Zhang Lilua. Du Wei was shocked by their sudden movement, but he quickly realized what was happening. The next moment, he shot at the shoulder of one of the drug traffickers. It wasn't the first time that Du Wei had carried and fired a gun, because he had the hobby of practicing marksmanship. However, this was his first time that he had ever shot a man, so he was very nervous. Those drug traffickers immediately turned to fire on him when Du Wei started shooting at them. Du Wei had learned some skills, but he could barely avoid the bullets being shot towards him. At this key moment, Zhang Ziang went to Du Wei's side and pushed him away. Without hesitation, he grabbed Du Wei's gun and fired at the shoulder of a drug trafficker. Zhang Ziang was a special forces soldier, so he was extremely good at shooting. He could easily kill a man, but he was unwilling to get in trouble if anyone died. Therefore, he only shot at the shoulders of the drug traffickers. The police were surprised by Zhang Lilua and Zhang Ziang, but they soon joined the battle. At this moment, they had no time to criticize Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua for taking action without permission. Although they made a decision without talking about it with them, they were left with no choice. In addition, although Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua took action without permission, they got rid of many enemies. Therefore, there was no reason for the police to judge them. Within a short time, Zhang Lilua grabbed about 5 of the drug traffickers' guns, which greatly reduced the danger the police were in. Accordingly, it became much easier for the police to deal with the rest of the drug traffickers. After saving Du Wei, Zhang Ziang didn't bother to fight against those drug traffickers. Only when those drug traffickers attacked them would he fight back again. After all, his job was to protect Du Wei. Zhang Lilua beat up most of the drug traffickers. With his help, the police soon caught all of them. "Fuck you, Zhao Ming, you betrayed us," a drug trafficker shouted at Du Wei angrily, as if he couldn't wait to kill him. Given the current situation, they immediately realized that Du Wei was a traitor, and that the policeman came because of him. To their surprise, Zhao Ming betrayed them. Zhao Ming was Du Wei's fake name. Being shouted at by the drug trafficker, Du Wei finally got rid of the fear of the battle. He didn't bother to explain, but directly thanked Zhang Ziang. "Thank you." Although Zhang Ziang was paid by his father to protect him and it was his job, Du Wei didn't take it for granted. He still thanked Zhang Ziang. "You're welcome. It's my job," said Zhang Ziang. Although Du Wei didn't need to thank him, he still felt touched when Du Wei did. The police didn't ignore Zhang Lilua's effort and were very grateful to him. After catching those drug traffickers, the leading policeman walked over and thanked him. "Thank you so much for your help. If it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't have caught them so easily. You're really impressive." "My pleasure," said Zhang Lilua. Although it wasn't his duty to catch those drug traffickers, he didn't think it was a big deal. After all, it was very easy for him. Now, the task was finished, but Du Wei needed to go to the police station. Mr. Du was waiting for him there, so Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua directly took Du Wei to Mr. Du. Although Mr. Du had already hired 2 top bodyguards to protect Du Wei, he couldn't feel relieved until it was done. Therefore, he couldn't relax until he received Du Wei's call. Du Wei said that he was fine, but Mr. Du asked to see him right away. After a while, Du Wei met with Mr. Du, allowing Mr. Du to finally relax. Although Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua were paid by him to do the task, Mr. Du still thanked them politely because of his manners. "Thank you so much for everything you've done." Mr. Du thanked Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua sincerely. "Mr. Du, it's our job," said Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua. However, Mr. Du was still deeply grateful to Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua. Since Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua successfully finished the task, they would leave now. As for the final payment, Mr. Du would pay them when he went to the company tomorrow. After Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua left, Du Wei told his father what had happened during the task. Although he knew that his father would be worried about him, he felt he had to mention what Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua had done in order to save him. After all, Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua had saved his life and greatly helped the police. Mr. Du was scared after hearing the whole story and felt very lucky that he had hired 2 top bodyguards to protect his son. Otherwise, Du Wei would have been in great danger. After all, even the police relied on Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua to help them. Turned out that the police weren't reliable. By the time Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua finished the task, it was late, so they didn't need to return to the company. They only needed to give Ba Tianyang a call. Then they went home separately. Normally, they would have 1 to 3 days off after doing a task taking several days. Whereas if they finished a task in a day, they could have half a day off. Therefore, when they called Ba Tianyang, Zhang Ziang briefly told him how the task went. He didn't keep it a secret how skilled Zhang Lilua was. After hearing the whole story, Ba Tianyang was shocked. At the same time, he felt disappointed in the police. No wonder Mr. Du didn't trust them. If it hadn't been for Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua, they couldn't have finished the task. Zhang Ziang proposed to drive Zhang Lilua home before he went back to his own place, but Zhang Lilua didn't want Zhang Ziang to know where he lived right now. After all, he stayed in the Sihiyuan now instead of his own house. Leng Xiaoting gave them a house, but they didn't move in yet. They decided to stay with Shangguanyang for a while longer. Therefore, Zhang Lilua declined and said that someone would pick him up. He told Zhang Ziang that he could leave earlier. Accordingly, Zhang Ziang didn't insist and left. Afterwards, Zhang Lilua took a taxi back to the Sihiyuan. No one was worried about Zhang Lilua's safety when he went out to do a task, because he wasn't an ordinary man. But after Zhang Lilua got back, everyone asked him about the situation. Although it was a task, it wasn't confidential, so there was no need for him to keep it a secret. Zhang Lilua told them what had happened, and also shared his experience with Si Jin. It didn't alert the police this time, or they wouldn't have sent only a few policemen. It was a very difficult situation. If it hadn't been for you two, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to finish the task, said Jing Yunyao. Although the police paid little importance to it this time and almost failed, they did their job and stopped crime. Perhaps they attached enough importance to it, but were too confident about their abilities. They thought that since they had an equal number of people, they could catch those criminals. Either way, with Zhang Ziang and Zhang Lilua's help, the task was completed perfectly. However, if the police weren't careful next time, they might end up in danger again. Anyway, it had nothing to do with them. People had to learn to change after experiencing it. After the new semester began, Gu Ning went to school for several days. However, on the 4th day she asked for leave. Because Gu Ning would always be the top scorer during exams no matter how many days she was absent, their head teacher let her go whenever she wanted to leave. She was the pride of the capital university. She was an excellent student and had become a billionaire at a very young age. It was not only the teachers who let Gu Ning do whatever she wanted to. Her schoolmates also admired her. However, some classmates didn't think that Gu Ning should be allowed to be absent so many times, because they had to think of a good reason and even beg for their teacher's permission before they could be absent. They understood that Gu Ning was busy with work as the chairman of a large company, but they were still jealous of her. However, due to Gu Ning's status and abilities, they didn't dare to criticize her openly. They only prayed behind Gu Ning's back that she would fail the exams once, so that they could laugh at her. Unfortunately, Gu Ning never failed, and there was a huge gap between them and her. In fact, they didn't even have the qualification to be jealous of her. Gu Ning left school this time because Qi Tianlin came to her for help. Qi Tianlin had been chased by mutants again, and he was at the edge of Province Yun. Qi Tianlin hadn't been caught yet, but he was in a very dangerous situation and was hiding. When Gu Ning was about to leave school, she contacted Bailey Zhongxue and asked her whether she could take an absence from classes for 2 days. She needed her to deal with something together. Gu Ning didn't call Bailey Zhongxue out because she couldn't handle it alone, but because Leng Xiaoting might get jealous. After all, she was going to save one of her admirers, and the man had a grudge against Leng Xiaoting. She understood that Ling Xiaoting trusted her, and she would reject Qi Tianlin no matter how much he admired her. But Ling Xiaoting would still be jealous. Therefore, Gu Ning had to care about his feelings. Therefore, it would be better if Bailey Zhongxue went with her. She didn't go to help Qi Tianlin, for him, but because of the mutants. No matter who encountered them, she wouldn't stand on the sidelines. As a cultivator, it was her duty to get rid of monsters and ghosts. And now she was an extra member of the Red Flame, so she ought to help the Red Flame protect their country. Whenever Gu Ning needed Bailey Zhongxue was more than willing to help her. She didn't think it was a big thing if she was absent from classes for a day, so she immediately went to deal with it. Before long, Bailey Zhongxue was prepared and showed up in front of Gu Ning. Because Qi Tianlin was at the edge of Province Yun and was hiding, he didn't have a fixed location. Anyway, he told Gu Ning that he was going to County Gong, so he told her to meet him in City Rue. Took a long time to get to the capital from City Rue. From the capital to the airport of City Rue, Gu Ning needed to fly for about 4 hours. Then she needed to take a car to get to the city center, which might take an hour and 20 minutes or an hour and a half. At the moment it was about 10 a.m., and the earliest flight would take off at 10:50 a.m. However, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue were too late for that, so they could only take the next flight. The next flight would take off at 12:30 a.m., so they would have enough time for the trip there because it took about an hour from Haiqing District to the airport. Once Bailey Zhongxue verified that she would go with Gu Ning booked plane tickets. Without delay, she went straight to the parking lot outside their school, then drove away. Normally, Gu Ning would drive to school and park at the parking lot for convenience. Gu Ning honestly told Bailey Zhongxue that one of her friends had encountered mutants and he needed her help. Bailey Zhongxue had learned about mutants, so she wasn't surprised. Gu Ning also told Bailey Zhongxue why she needed her to go together, since it wasn't her duty. Bailey Zhongxue didn't feel unhappy about it at all. Instead, she was happy to go with Gu Ning. Although she had heard about mutants before, she had never encountered them, so she would like to see them in reality. She knew her job was to not leave Gu Ning alone with another man, but she was still excited. Moreover, she had never gone on a plane or gone to a faraway place before, so she was happy to go. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm bored at school, and I've never seen mutants in reality before. I really want to see them, said Bailey Zhongxue excitedly. Gu Ning understood that Bailey Zhongxue wouldn't mind, but she was relieved after hearing her answer. When they walked out of the school gate, Gu Ning sensed that the cultivator who was spying on her was still there. She had to admit that the cultivator was really persistent. After Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue walked out, the cultivator also noticed them. He was spying on Gu Ning, so he had to be careful. Gu Ning didn't pay much attention to him, and just let him follow her. She would get rid of him later. Gu Ning had a lot of confidence in her driving skills. Even if she couldn't get rid of him, the cultivator might not be able to follow her to board the plane. They didn't have much time, and the cultivator didn't know which flight they took. It would be too late once he found out. When he arrived at City Rue, they would already be far away. It was impossible for him to know where they went. The cultivator immediately took a taxi when Gu Ning drove away. There was a lot of traffic on the road in the city center, and Gu Ning couldn't drive fast, so the cultivator could still follow her. When there was less traffic on the road, Gu Ning sped up and immediately got rid of the cultivator. The cultivator was hardly comparable to Gu Ning at driving skills, and a taxi couldn't be faster than Gu Ning's car, so it was normal that he couldn't catch up with her. He subconsciously wondered whether Gu Ning saw him and deliberately got rid of him, but he soon denied it. Gu Ning was just a mortal. Even though she was strong, she shouldn't be able to notice him. Therefore, the cultivator who followed Gu Ning thought that maybe Gu Ning drove so fast because she needed to rush to deal with something. Anyway, because he lost her, he had to go back to the capital university and continue to wait for Gu Ning. If Gu Ning returned, he would find her again. Bailey Zhongxue didn't notice that someone was following them, but she noticed that Gu Ning was purposely speeding up. Therefore, she guessed that someone was following them. After all, their flight wouldn't be taking off soon, so there was no need for them to rush. Out of curiosity, Bailey Zhongxue asked, "Why are you driving so fast? Is someone following behind?" "Yes," Gu Ning replied. "What? How come I didn't notice? Bailey Zhongxue was surprised, because she didn't notice anything was wrong. Because he's at a high level, said Guning. She honestly told Bailey Zhongxue that it was a cultivator who was following them. You've been targeted again. Bailey Zhongxue put on a resigned look. It had happened many times before that Guning was followed by cultivators, but they usually spied on her because of the magical power in the medicines produced by Colane. She wondered whether this time was different. Anyway, Bailey Zhongxue understood what she could ask about and what she shouldn't. Actually, even if Bailey Zhongxue asked about it, Guning wouldn't tell her the truth. Guning wasn't sure whether this time she was being spied on for the same reason. If not, she couldn't tell Bailey Zhongxue. Because Guning sped up, they arrived at the airport about 40 minutes later. After parking the car, they went straight to check in. Well, I've never been on a plane before. I'm a bit nervous now, said Bailey Zhongxue nervously. Although she was a cultivator, it didn't mean she would be used to everything. Cultivators were stronger than mortals, but they would also get curious and nervous when they saw something they had never seen before. Many people feel nervous when they take a flight for the first time. Some people even worry that the plane might crash. I had the same worries before, but I still believe planes are very safe. It's not likely to have accidents, but it'll be really hard to survive once an accident happens, said Guning. Comparatively, planes were safe and weren't likely to have accidents. During these 10 years, only 2 bad plane crashes had happened. Car accidents, however, would happen over 100 times within a year. If they ran into a car accident, they might be able to save themselves no matter how serious it was, but if it was a plane crash, it would be difficult for them to survive. What? Bailey Zhongxue was slightly anxious. As Guning said, it wasn't likely to have an accident, but it was still a possibility. So Bailey Zhongxue couldn't help thinking about the worst situation. Relax, we'll be fine, Guning said to comfort her. She didn't worry about plane accidents because the probability was too low. Hearing that, Bailey Zhongxue felt much relieved. During these years, she had never heard of a plane crash, so she shouldn't have run into one on the first time. However, sometimes accidents happened when you weren't prepared at all. After waiting at the airport for about 40 minutes, Guning and Bailey Zhongxue started boarding the plane. When the plane began to move, a baby's cry suddenly sounded in the cabin, just opposite Guning's seat. No matter how the baby's mother tried to keep it quiet, the baby wouldn't stop crying, which irritated other passengers. At the beginning, everyone could understand and bear it, but some passengers lost their patience a few minutes later. The mother was criticized and had to repeatedly apologize to the other passengers. Guning slightly frowned. For some reason, she had a premonition. She didn't think too much about it and simply asked the mother whether the baby was uncomfortable. The baby's mother didn't know why, because the baby looked fine earlier before it suddenly started crying. It had never happened before. Guning couldn't stand the baby's cry any longer either, and she was worried that the baby might be sick. She had the idea of helping them. If you don't mind, let me carry it for a while. I'll try to make it quiet down, Guning said to the baby's mother. Please. The baby's mother didn't know what she could do, so she could only listen to Guning. They were on a plane anyway, so Guning couldn't do anything bad to the baby. Therefore, the baby's mother gave the baby to Guning. Afterwards, Guning immediately released magical power and put it into the baby's body. She couldn't see whether the baby was sick, so she only put some magical power into the baby's body, then observed it for a while. Within a few moments, the baby stopped crying. Seeing that, everyone was amazed. Guning looked very young, but she was very good at keeping the baby quiet. The baby's mother was also relieved when the baby stopped crying, because she thought that her baby might be sick. I think the baby just felt a little uncomfortable, said Bailey Zhongxue, and Guning agreed. The baby stopped crying and the other passengers became quiet too. Then the plane took off. About 20 minutes later, the plane flew steadily in the air. The baby slept well in Guning's arms, so Guning gave it back to its mother. The baby's mother thanked Guning again and again. About an hour after the plane took off, the stewardesses came to hand out food. Because it was a long journey, Guning planned to close her eyes and rest for a while after eating. Bailey Zhongxue didn't bother Guning and quietly appreciated the clouds out of the window. When the plane took off, Bailey Zhongxue felt very nervous, but she soon relaxed after it flew steadily. It was all white outside, and the clouds were like clumps of cotton. Bailey Zhongxue even had the impulse to jump out and have fun on it. After the plane flew about half of the route, it encountered air turbulence and shook a little. It was very normal during a flight, so it didn't cause panic. Unfortunately, after a few more minutes, the shaking didn't stop and only got worse and worse. All the passengers became concerned, and Gu Ning opened her eyes. Why is it shaking so badly? Bailey Zhongxue tightly held the chair handle and frowned. She was a little nervous. Although this was the first time that she had ever taken a plane, she knew planes shook when they encountered air turbulence. However, this time was too rough. Gu Ning had never been through such serious shaking, so she thought it was strange too. At this moment, the same baby woke up and started crying again. An idea dawned on Gu Ning. She heard that babies cried their hearts out because they felt that something bad was going to happen. Did the baby cry, not because it felt uncomfortable, but because it had a premonition? Gu Ning became worried and had a premonition too. If the plane continued to shake, they would be in serious danger. All of a sudden, the plane fell for a moment, making all the people inside lose their balance. Even though it only lasted for a few seconds, it still scared everyone. Some even screamed while others cried out. A stewardess immediately comforted the passengers through a broadcast. She said that the plane was shaking because of turbulence, but everyone was terrified by the shaking. The plane even fell for a while, so the stewardess's words weren't very useful. The cabin was full of cries and shouts. Gu Ning, did something go wrong? Bailey Zhongxue straightened her body, feeling nervous. She felt it couldn't be normal air turbulence. It seemed that something bad was going to happen. Before they boarded the plane, she felt that they couldn't be that unlucky. After all, this was the first time that she had taken a plane. However, now it seemed that she was just extremely unlucky. No matter how unlikely it was, the plane she got on now had an issue. I don't know. It's also the first time that I've encountered such a situation. Gu Ning looked anxious too. I have such bad luck. I thought that I wouldn't be so unlucky the first time. But Bailey Zhongxue complained, but she wasn't blaming Gu Ning, because she willingly went on this journey with Gu Ning. However, Bailey Zhongxue was going through this because of Gu Ning, so Gu Ning still apologized. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you out. Given the current situation, Gu Ning had a feeling that it would cause a serious accident. Don't say that. Although it looks scary, I chose to go with you on my own, said Bailey Zhongxue. In fact, even if she died today, she accepted the result. However, Gu Ning still blamed herself. At this moment, the plane shook heavily again, as if it was going to fall, which scared everyone. I feel it's falling. What should we do? It's terrifying. Will we die? I don't want to die. There are a lot of things I want to do. Dad, Mom, I want to go home. I don't want to travel. What should we do? What's going on now? What will happen? Gu Ning wouldn't sit there and do nothing. It wasn't too bad for her right now, so she believed that she could handle it. If it was air turbulence, it should be easy, but it would be a problem if the plane itself was damaged. Without hesitation, Gu Ning released her magical power around them till it covered the whole plane. The anxious and scared passengers gradually calmed down once they were touched by the magical power. They didn't know why, but Bailey Zhongxue understood. Although Bailey Zhongxue knew that Gu Ning could release pure magical power, which was different from other cultivators, she was still surprised by its amount. It turned out that Gu Ning was much stronger and more mysterious than she thought, but it was Gu Ning's secret, so she wouldn't ask about it. When they calmed down, the baby also stopped crying. Covered in magical power, the plane stabilized and stopped shaking over time. However, Gu Ning didn't immediately withdraw her magical power, because the plane flew steadily by relying on her magical power. If she took it back, the plane might shake again. The air turbulence couldn't last, and only happened for a while. So Gu Ning decided to withdraw her magical power after it ended. As the plane continued to fly steadily, the passengers quieted down. They were still scared, but wouldn't think about it further. Another while later, Gu Ning's face became a little pale because she used too much magical power. Bailey Zhongxue was slightly worried, but said nothing. After all, it was a special situation. After 5 minutes, Gu Ning stopped releasing magical power, since the plane already passed the air turbulence. On the other hand, Gu Ning's face became pale and she felt weak. Gu Ning, are you all right? Bailey Zhongxue asked with concern. Even though she knew that Gu Ning would be fine and would be filled with energy again after resting for a while, she was still worried. After all, Gu Ning looked weak now. She didn't know what would have happened to them if Gu Ning didn't use her magical power to stabilize the plane, but the situation would only have gotten worse, so undoubtedly Gu Ning paid a lot. However, other people had no idea about that, so Bailey Zhongxue felt it was unfair for Gu Ning even though Gu Ning did it not just to save them but also to save herself. Anyway, Bailey Zhongxue couldn't tell other people about Gu Ning's abilities, because it would only cause trouble. Besides, nobody would believe it. It's fine, I just need to rest for a while, said Gu Ning with a smile. Of course, said Bailey Zhongxue, then stopped talking to Gu Ning. Because Gu Ning felt weak after using too much magical power, she couldn't use it to recover now. It would only make her more tired. However, she could directly take power crystals, so she took out a bottle of 10 power crystals and took all of them at once. As a cultivator, 1 or 2 power crystals weren't of much use, so she needed to take many of them, but if it was over 10, it would be too many, so Gu Ning only took 10 power crystals. Afterwards, her face gradually became ruddy again, but she still needed more time to regain her energy. After resting for an hour, Gu Ning became energetic again. Bailey Zhongxue was relieved when she saw that Gu Ning was doing much better. A while later, a stewardess announced that the plane had started landing, and after about 30 minutes, the plane landed at the airport of City Rue. The passengers didn't feel completely safe until this moment. Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue got out of the plane and left the airport. On their way out, Gu Ning called Qi Tianlin and asked where he was. She would go to him. For the time being, Qi Tianlin wasn't staying in a fixed location, because he didn't dare to stop in case the mutant caught up to him. Instead, he was wandering around in City Rue. Although the mutant wasn't as likely to attack him in a crowded place, it still could happen. Therefore, Qi Tianlin couldn't stop moving, since it was the only way to help him feel safe. In that case, Gu Ning could only contact Qi Tianlin when she got to the city center. After all, it took more than an hour to get to the city center from the airport. Qi Tianlin didn't know where he would go within that hour. Anyway, he had no destination and was unfamiliar with City Rue. After walking out of the airport, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue took a taxi towards the city center. A while later, the taxi driver asked them, "Miss, which flight did you take?" "HX 5580, we're from the capital," said Gu Ning. She didn't care much about that. Hearing that, the taxi driver took a deep breath, then continued. "Did it suffer serious air turbulence during the route?" Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue were surprised. How did he know? No one should have told him earlier, and he was only a mortal. He shouldn't be able to foresee it. Gu Ning got alert and asked, "Yeah, but how do you know it?" "I took the flight before. It flies over City Wu along the way. About 2 hours ago, a magnitude 7 earthquake occurred in a mountainous area more than 100 kilometers away from City Wu, which affected the airspace too. At that time, HX 5580 must have suffered a lot from it. I was worried it might cause a serious accident, but luckily nothing happened," said the taxi driver. That was the reason why he took a long breath after hearing that they just took HX 5580. Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue immediately figured out why the plane shook so heavily earlier. If so, that plane was under great threat at that moment. "Did anyone get injured?" Gu Ning asked with concern. "Of course, but because it's a mountainous area and not many people were living there, the death toll isn't high. It should be about 20. No one wants anyone to die, but it's unavoidable," said the taxi driver. "Right?" Gu Ning agreed. Then she took out her phone and searched for news about the earthquake. It was true that an earthquake occurred in a mountainous area more than 100 kilometers away from City Wu. The surrounding counties and towns were affected, but the death toll wasn't high. After making sure of it, Gu Ning sent Chun Tsangi a message, telling him to donate 2 million yuan to the mountainous area. She couldn't save the world, but she was a very kind person. If it was possible, she was happy to do something to help innocent people. Gu Ning also told Chen Tsangi to arrange for trustworthy people to collect information about the households living there. She wouldn't directly donate the money to charity. Gu Ning didn't trust charities because people who really needed money might not get the help they needed. After all, there were too many staff who would take money out of the donation for themselves. It wasn't uncommon and was allowed by the government. These charities actually didn't focus on charitable activities. They were more like middlemen, so they would take fees. The Tang family's charity wouldn't do that, but Gu Ning still told Chen Tsangi to deal with it himself. Chen Tsangi had just learned that City Wu suffered an earthquake. He also felt that it was necessary to donate, but the company was owned by Gu Ning, so he planned to talk to her about it. However, before he could do that, he received Gu Ning's message, so he immediately did what she said. After an hour, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue entered the city center and Gu Ning called Qi Tianlin again. At this time, Qi Tianlin was driving towards the city center. Because he was going to meet Gu Ning soon, he became less worried, so he told her to meet at a restaurant. After that, Gu Ning told the taxi driver to go to the appointed restaurant. It was time for a meal, so they could directly have a meal after they met. Shortly after Qi Tianlin and his people arrived, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue came. At their meeting, Gu Ning saw that Qi Tianlin obviously wasn't in a good condition. He looked haggard. It seemed that he didn't sleep well while he was being chased. Yu Hao and Cheng Hua by his side also looked haggard, and were even in a worse condition than Qi Tianlin. After all, they drove in turns. As the head, Qi Tianlin only needed to sit there. Luckily, even though they looked haggard, they weren't out of strength. Qi Tianlin carried power crystals which he bought from Gu Ning. When they were extremely tired, they would take the power crystals and become energetic again. Otherwise, they would be exhausted after running for several days. After all, their enemies weren't ordinary people, they were mutants. In fact, not only a mutant was chasing Qi Tianlin, a ninja who was controlling the mutant was also chasing him. In other words, a mutant and a ninja were chasing Qi Tianlin at the same time. In such a situation, it wasn't easy for Qi Tianlin to run and stay safe for 3 days. Qi Tianlin didn't say anything when he saw Bailey Zhongxue. He had no strength to ask about that now. He only hoped that Gu Ning could help him get rid of the disgusting mutant. Although Qi Tianlin didn't know that Gu Ning had superpowers, he believed that she could handle it. Well, I can finally relax since you've come. I haven't rested in days. Please help me deal with it, said Qi Tianlin, sounding weak. Sure, but you must pay me, said Gu Ning. Gu Ning didn't come to save Qi Tianlin for free. She decided to help him for 10 million yuan. 10 million yuan was nothing in Qi Tianlin's opinion. Even if Gu Ning asked for 100 million yuan, he would still be willing to pay her. After all, his life was worth much more than just that. Gu Ning was aware of that, but she only asked for a reasonable price. Qi Tianlin shrugged and said nothing further. After that, they went into a private room and ordered some dishes. During these past few days, Qi Tianlin and his people hadn't had a good meal, so today they would enjoy a great meal. After ordering, the waiter left. Gu Ning asked, "How did you run into the mutants?" Although she shouldn't ask about that, she wanted to know more about the mutants. Due to Country R's relationship with their country, she had to be careful and take action to stop the mutants from attacking them. If she wanted to stop them, she had to learn more about them. Since Qi Tianlin got into trouble with mutants, she could collect information from him. She didn't need to know what grudges Qi Tianlin had against the person behind the mutants. She only needed to know who the person was. Qi Tianlin slightly frowned when Gu Ning asked him straightforwardly. He said nothing, but gave Bailey Zhongxue a meaningful glance. He understood that Gu Ning must trust Bailey Zhongxue since she asked him that question in front of her. But he still needed to make sure. Gu Ning understood his worries at once, so she explained. She's one of us. She's already aware of the existence of strange creatures. If so, there was nothing for Qi Tianlin to be worried about. So he said, I didn't know who sent the mutant to kill me last time, but this time I have a name in my mind. I think it's the Weno family from Country R. It's one of the 3 major families in Country R. It's involved in politics on the surface, but it actually has a deep connection with the underground world. It's also one of the 3 largest illegal gangs in Country R. I have a good relationship with the heir of the mafia of Country Y, but he has grudges against the head of the illegal gang controlled by the Bueno family. So I've also been targeted. If so, the Bueno family is really ambitious. It's dominant in politics and also has great influence in the underground world. They also have mutants and ninjas. I'm afraid they are aiming for the presidential seat. Gu Ning made the conclusion. It was true that the Bueno family wanted to get the presidential seat of Country R. Because Country R was still an autocratic monarchy, the monarch had the highest status and the greatest power. I had the same thought, so I planned to expose the Bueno family's secrets. The other major families will seize the chance to cause the Bueno family trouble. They'll be busy scheming against each other and I'll be safe. I can also enjoy watching the drama, said Qi Tianlin. Although Qi Tianlin was the head of an illegal gang and had done many illegal things, he wouldn't betray their country. Instead, he would defend it. At least when other countries wanted to attack their country, he would side with their country without hesitation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the thought of exposing the Bueno family's secrets and causing Country R to be in political chaos. It's a good idea, Gu Ning agreed. When their enemies were in political chaos, they could enjoy watching the drama. However, Gu Ning still needed to conduct a further investigation on the mutants. Because the Bueno family was really influential, other major families might not be able to defeat them. Therefore, they couldn't completely rely on the Bueno family's enemies in politics. If they wanted to totally get rid of them, they had to do something on their own. About 20 minutes later, the dishes were placed on the table. At the same time, Gu Ning sensed evil energy approaching them. She used her jade eyes to look around, then saw an MPV with 3 people sitting inside driving into the underground parking lot of the restaurant. To be specific, there were 2 mortals and a mutant. She didn't know how they managed to not lose Qi Tianlin. It was unbelievable that they followed him wherever he went. Precisely because of that, Qi Tianlin had to run away all the time. He couldn't stop or he would be caught. It was 2 ninjas and a mutant, who were much stronger than ordinary people, so Qi Tianlin was no match for them no matter how skilled he was. Otherwise, he would have already defeated them. Anyway, Gu Ning was with him now, so Qi Tianlin wasn't worried. Gu Ning sensed evil energy. So did Bailey Zhongxue because they were only a short distance of 10 meters away from them. As soon as Bailey Zhongxue sensed the evil energy, she gave Gu Ning a glance. Gu Ning was better than her. So Bailey Zhongxue was sure that Gu Ning must have felt it before her. But Gu Ning said nothing and decided to have the meal first. So Bailey Zhongxue said nothing either. Gu Ning understood that the mutant was nearby, but she didn't tell Qi Tianlin. She wanted to let him finish the meal first. Although the mutant knew that Qi Tianlin was here, it didn't take action right away. After all, they were in the crowded city center, so they decided to follow Qi Tianlin till they found a good chance. After having the meal, Gu Ning and her friends paid the bill and left. When they arrived at the parking lot, Gu Ning saw the car where the mutant and ninjas were sitting. However, she didn't pay much attention to them, so they didn't notice anything wrong. They saw 2 women by Qi Tianlin's side, but didn't think it was a big deal. It was just 2 women, so they couldn't care less. After getting in their car, Gu Ning told Yu Hao to drive to a suburb so that their enemies could take action. Yu Hao didn't ask Qi Tianlin's opinion, and directly listened to Gu Ning. He would do whatever she told him to do. He didn't know that the mutant was following them, but Qi Tianlin did. They had stayed there for a while, so the mutant should have caught up to them. Do you know where they are right now? We stayed there for an hour. I bet they already found us, Qi Tianlin said to Gu Ning. Yeah, in the parking lot, so we're taking them to a place without many people around. They need a chance to attack us, said Gu Ning. Because Qi Tianlin believed that he was already caught up to. He wasn't surprised when he heard that they were in the parking lot. However, he didn't know their specific location. After all, he was just an ordinary man. He couldn't sense evil energy. Shortly after Gu Ning and the others left, the mutant followed. They had no idea that Gu Ning already saw them and that they actually were in danger. They followed Qi Tianlin all the way here from other cities, so it was very normal in their eyes that Qi Tianlin drove to a suburb now. They had too much confidence in themselves. Compared with Qi Tianlin, they indeed had great confidence, but they had bad luck today because they met Gu Ning. They couldn't sense cultivators, so they noticed nothing special about Gu Ning. Because City Rue was just a county-level city, it wasn't large. So after half an hour, Gu Ning and her friends were already far from the city center and had reached a suburb. Yu Hao didn't stop, and Gu Ning said nothing. It wasn't until the car reached the wilderness, turned into a small road, and came to an uninhabited area, that Gu Ning told Yu how to stop the car. The ninjas who were following them still had no idea that they were already exposed. Instead, they felt it was a good opportunity. They couldn't drive over in case Qi Tianlin saw them, so they stopped at a distance. Afterwards, they stayed in the car, having no intention of appearing in front of Qi Tianlin. Instead, they ordered the mutant to attack him. If they showed up, their identities would go public. Therefore, they wouldn't do anything unless the mutant failed. However, they didn't think it was possible. Although a mutant was caught by Qi Tianlin last time, this one was much stronger. They refused to believe that they would fail again. Actually, they never understood how the mutant failed last time. They couldn't believe that Qi Tianlin had the abilities to defeat a mutant. However, no matter how unwilling they were, they had to face the fact that the mutant was killed. What they didn't know was that it was Gu Ning who killed the mutant the last time. And this time, unfortunately, they met her once more. As a result, it would be the same. After Gu Ning and the others got out of the car, they deliberately continued to walk ahead. Otherwise, their enemies might sense that something wasn't right. However, they walked slowly. Anyway, it was a good chance for the ninjas, so they let the mutant out and ordered it to attack Qi Tianlin. The mutant moved very fast, so it got close within a few seconds from about 100 meters away. Once the mutant moved, both Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue felt it, but they didn't take action right away. Instead, they stopped and turned to look at the mutant. Qi Tianlin and his people didn't see the mutant until it was very close. In horror, they immediately hid behind Gu Ning. Qi Tianlin was afraid of nobody, but mutants terrified him. After all, he was no match for the mutant. Seeing the mutant with her own eyes, Bailey Zhongxue was a little excited, but Gu Ning didn't let her deal with it. Instead, she told Bailey Zhongxue to fight with the two ninjas in the car. They couldn't let the ninjas leave. So because the ninjas might run away if they found out the mutant couldn't win, they had to catch them before that. Even though Bailey Zhongxue was at a low level, she was much stronger than ninjas, so Gu Ning wasn't too worried about her. Even if she failed, she could still keep them from escaping while Gu Ning defeated the mutant. They made that plan while they were in the car earlier, so Gu Ning went to fight against the mutant, while Bailey Zhongxue immediately ran to the ninjas who were nearby. Qi Tianlin was surprised by Gu Ning's plan, because Gu Ning arranged for a girl to deal with the two ninjas. He understood that Gu Ning did it for a reason, but he still couldn't believe it. After all, Bailey Zhongxue looked too young. Gu Ning was extremely amazing, but there turned out to be another young girl who was also unbelievably strong. When they saw how quickly Bailey Zhongxue moved, they were amazed and had to admit that they couldn't run as fast as her. In addition, they couldn't see where the ninjas were, but Bailey Zhongxue obviously knew. Bailey Zhongxue knew where the two ninjas were, not because she felt them, but because she remembered where they came from. When she was close to them, she finally sensed the evil energy around them. It was the first time that Bailey Zhongxue had seen ninjas, but she learned a lot about them. And in fact, she didn't think they were strong enemies, but she wouldn't take them lightly, because it might cause failure. When Bailey Zhongxue fought against them, she used her full strength. Because she moved extremely fast, it was too late by the time the two ninjas saw her. Although they immediately drove away, Bailey Zhongxue stopped their car with a single hand after they drove for only 4 meters. Seeing that, the two cultivators were stunned. How could she be so strong? She easily stopped the car with a single hand. At this moment, the two cultivators realized that this girl wasn't ordinary. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to stop the car alone. Was she one of the so-called people with superpowers in this country? The two cultivators tried to drive through, but it was impossible for them to move. Since the car couldn't move, they could only get out of it and fight against Bailey Zhongxue. If they couldn't get rid of Bailey Zhongxue, they wouldn't be able to escape. They understood that Bailey Zhongxue was a strong enemy, because she stopped their car with a single hand, but they didn't think that they were no match for her. After all, they could also stop a car with their hands, although with difficulty. In addition, there were two of them, while Bailey Zhongxue was alone, so they might not lose. Once the two ninjas got out of the car, they attacked Bailey Zhongxue. Because both sides were strong, there was no winner within a short time. The mutant Gu Ning was fighting against was much stronger than the last one, but it was still nothing in her eyes. The mutant could barely touch Gu Ning and was defeated by Gu Ning within a second. However, it took a long while for Gu Ning to completely destroy it. After all, mutants had great defensive ability and could heal 10 times quicker than ordinary people. Even if they were injured, they would soon heal. However, Gu Ning used her magical energy to attack it, which was far more destructive than common weapons. The mutant's defensive ability was greatly damaged, and it shortened the time that Gu Ning needed to destroy it. However, she still needed a while. Qi Tianlin and the others stood at the side and watched. They wanted to help, but didn't know what they could do. Because Gu Ning told them not to get involved, they quietly stood at a distance. Actually, when they watched Gu Ning fighting against the mutant, they knew that she didn't need their help. It's really amazing that Miss Gu is so skilled at such a young age. She's impressive, Chang Hua said. Right, I thought our head was extraordinarily strong, but Miss Gu. Yu Hao agreed, but he suddenly stopped because he realized that he shouldn't say that. Their head was right beside them. If he dared to say that Gu Ning was better than their head might be mad. Although it was the truth, he shouldn't embarrass their head. The moment Yu Hao stopped, he turned to look at Qi Tianlin in slight fear and explained, "I'm sorry, head." Qi Tianlin only frowned and said nothing. It hurt, but he had to admit that Gu Ning was really better than him. Upon thinking of that, Qi Tianlin felt upset. He wasn't jealous, but he felt a bit humiliated. He always believed that women were weak, but Gu Ning was different. She totally changed his opinions about women. And it was not only Gu Ning, the girl who went to fight against the ninjas was also impressive. Since Gu Ning told her to deal with the two ninjas, the girl had to be stronger than him too. Anyway, he couldn't defeat the two ninjas alone. Thinking of that, Qi Tianlin felt more and more upset. But he wasn't petty, and wouldn't hate them just because they were stronger than him. Moreover, they came to save him. Seeing that Qi Tianlin was remaining silent, Yu Hao felt relieved. If Qi Tianlin was mad, he would say it aloud and wouldn't harbor a grudge. Chang Hua had also gotten nervous, because they almost annoyed their head. Their head wouldn't fire them for that, but they would still receive a punishment. Mutants wouldn't stop attacking, and they wouldn't run away even if they failed because they were being controlled by other people. Bailey Zhongxue was gradually at an advantage after fighting against the two ninjas for 10 minutes. Therefore, they directly called the mutant back to help them. Although mutants were rare and precious, they weren't humans. So the ninjas felt that they were more important. As a result, they planned to call the mutant back to stop Bailey Zhongxue so that they could run away. As for Qi Tianlin, they had no more strength to deal with him. Unfortunately, the reality was quite the opposite. Because the mutant was defeated by Gu Ning had total control over it. It was impossible for it to run away. As a result, the mutant was unable to help the two ninjas. The two ninjas waited for a long while, but the mutant was still absent, so they realized that it had been caught. Knowing that, they were full of irritation and anxiety. They didn't expect the situation to be like this, and now they were in despair. The two ninjas didn't beg Bailey Zhongxue to let them go, because they knew it wouldn't happen. There was no need to humiliate themselves. Even though Bailey Zhongxue couldn't harm them right now, it was hard for them to run away and they were becoming weaker, while she was still full of energy. In that case, she would soon be able to injure them. After a half-an-hour-long battle, the mutant was losing its defensive ability and it healed much slower than it was being injured. Therefore, Gu Ning's attack became more and more serious and fatal. After about another 10 minutes, Gu Ning hit the mutant for the last time and it broke into pieces and was completely destroyed. Witnessing that scene, even though Qi Tianlin and the others had seen many bloody events before, they were still scared. After Gu Ning destroyed the mutant, the two ninjas who were controlling it were totally shocked. They didn't expect the mutant to be killed. At the same time, they were in total despair. After the mutant was killed, they were doomed to fail. Once Gu Ning killed the mutant, she quickly rushed to help Bailey Zhongxue. Although Bailey Zhongxue was fine, it was better if they finished the battle as soon as possible. When Gu Ning came, Bailey Zhongxue realized that the mutant was already killed. However, she was aware of Gu Ning's abilities, so she wasn't too surprised. After Gu Ning came over, she directly attacked the two ninjas. Before long, the two ninjas were killed. Although Gu Ning didn't want to kill, they were a big threat to their country, so she had to get rid of them. If they were just ordinary people, she would let them live, but they weren't. Ninjas from country were like professional killers. They had killed countless people and had done many bad deeds secretly. As a result, even though they were killed, country wouldn't dare to have an open investigation. Besides, they came with a mutant, which meant they didn't get in legally. Without records of their entry and exit, the Weno family couldn't prove that they were killed by a foreigner. Actually, even if they had these records, they didn't have evidence. Anyway, if ninjas dared to murder people in a foreign country, they shouldn't be afraid of anything. After that, Qi Tianlin decided to cause the Weno family some trouble, so the Weno family wouldn't have time to investigate their death. However, ninjas were rarer than cultivators, so they wouldn't tolerate the loss. It was possible that they would try to pay Qi Tianlin back later. It was very natural for them to want to take revenge, but they would also be afraid of suffering a loss again. After killing the two ninjas, Gu Ning told Cheng Hua and Yu how to carry them into their car. Then she got them to leave first and she would stay to deal with the rest. Qi Tianlin wanted to stay with her, but Gu Ning told him to leave. Qi Tianlin had to listen to her, so he told Gu Ning to contact him again after she was back in City Rue. When Qi Tianlin and the others left, only Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue were left. Without delay, Gu Ning directly put the car with the two ninjas inside into her telepathic eye space. Bailey Zhongxue understood that Gu Ning had a Chenkuan bag, so she wasn't surprised. They had to clean up the scene properly, or other people might find out sooner or later. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue rushed to the border of their country and Burma. They dumped the car in a river in the middle so that no one would know where they had an accident. After dealing with that, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue went back to the city. There were dozens of kilometers between the border and City Rue, but Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue quickly arrived using Qinggong. Although they had gotten rid of the mutant, they didn't rush to go back the next day, because City Rue was the largest inland port in the southwest area of their country and was an important jewelry distribution center. City Rue was rich in jade resources, while City Tang was only a distribution center, so its resources weren't as good. When she learned that Jing Jining's company was located in City Rue, she always wanted to come to have a look, but she didn't have time. So since she was here, she decided to come over and have a look to see whether she could expand her business to City Rue. Gu Ning talked about that with Bailey Zhongxue, and Bailey Zhongxue didn't mind. Anyway, she was happy to hang around for a few more days. As soon as Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue arrived at the city center of City Rue, she called Qi Tianlin, but told him that she wouldn't go to see him. Qi Tianlin wanted to see Gu Ning, but he wouldn't force her to come to see him. Back in the city center, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue stayed in a hotel. Then Gu Ning started collecting information about jade raw material miners in City Rue. In City Rue, there were 3 largest jade raw material miners. One of them was Jing Jining's partner, Yutian Jade Mining Company. This miner also had the best reputation in the industry. As for the other 2 miners, one was average while the other had a bad reputation. However, that was just internet users' opinions, so she had to learn more about them by herself. When it was almost 11 p.m., Bailey Zhongxue wanted to go have delicious night snacks. So she said to Gu Ning, why don't we go have some night snacks? Sure. Once Bailey Zhongxue mentioned that Gu Ning felt hungry too, so she went to get food with Bailey Zhongxue. There was a food street near the hotel where they stayed. City Rue was a tourist city, so there were many specialties, so Bailey Zhongxue and Gu Ning went to eat at a store that had famous specialties, then began to order. Both of them ate a lot, which attracted a lot of attention from people around them. Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue didn't bother to pay attention to them, and only enjoyed their food. However, after looking at them for a while, Two girls at another table began to talk about them. They eat so much. Yeah, but they aren't fat at all. I'm so jealous. Right, they're attractive, beautiful, and white. We're barely comparable to them. The two girls discussed, but they had no negative comments about Guning and Bailey Zhongxue. So Guning and Bailey Zhongxue didn't care about that. After all, the two girls were complimenting them. However, several men at the other table were talking about them in dirty words. Oh, we rarely see such beautiful and sexy girls in City Rue. They must be tourists. Hey, why don't we go talk with them? A man said to his friends. Sure. Which one of you will go first? I'll do it, said a young good-looking man. Then he raised his glass and walked to the table where Guning and Bailey Zhongxue sat. While they spoke about them, Guning and Bailey Zhongxue heard them, but they said nothing and just enjoyed their food. The man walked to Guning and Bailey Zhongxue and said like a gentleman, Hey, beautiful girls, my name is Chun Wei Ming. Don't you want to have some drinks while you're enjoying night snacks? I can buy you a few glasses. Although he acted like a gentleman, he still had an air of a hoodlum. As he spoke to Guning and Bailey Zhongxue, he looked extremely confident, as if he believed they wouldn't refuse. Anyway, he had a good attitude, so Guning didn't embarrass him. She only said in a flat tone, Sorry, we don't drink. After being rejected by Guning, Chun Weiming wasn't mad. He felt that girls like to act proud by rejecting men once, so he smiled and continued. Just have some. Why don't you join us? Sorry. I told you we don't drink. Please leave us alone. Guning's voice became cold. After being rejected by Guning again, Chun Weiming was annoyed and his voice turned cold too. Come on. Do you have to embarrass me? I just want to invite you to have some drinks. We don't know you. Why should we join you? Guning said disdainfully. She didn't bother to give him a glance. At this moment, Chun Weiming got really mad and stared coldly at Guning. He was attracted because Guning and Bailey Zhongxue were very pretty, but it didn't mean that they could embarrass him publicly. Hey, you're not local citizens, right? When you're outside, I advise you to be kind, or you'll end up in trouble. Chun Weiming threatened. Hearing that, Guning stopped eating. She put the meat down on the table and finally met Chun Weiming's eyes. Even though Guning sat and Chun Weiming stood, he didn't seem more powerful than Guning. Instead, Guning seemed more like the powerful one. Even Chun Weiming felt it was somehow not right. After being threatened by Chun Weiming, Guning was displeased. She did nothing. Why would she get in trouble? It was him who made things difficult for them. How could he blame them for that? Other people, including Bailey Zhongxue, felt resigned too. But because Guning argued with the man, she said nothing and enjoyed the food quietly. She had a premonition that there would be a fight, but these men were no match for Guning. Onlookers had sympathy for Guning and Bailey Zhongxue, but no one dared to stand out for them. Yeah, we're not local citizens, but we did nothing wrong. We're just eating food at our table. You walked over by yourself. Who's the unkind one here? I'm afraid we're just too pretty to be ignored, said Guning. She didn't feel embarrassed when she complimented herself. Why should she be embarrassed? She wasn't wrong. It was indeed the man who walked over because they were beautiful. Even the crowd agreed with them on that, so nobody thought Guning was narcissistic. However, the man criticized them just because she rejected him, which was unacceptable in Guning's eyes. We did nothing wrong. Why should we get in trouble? You bothered me first. Can I not reject you? Who do you think you are? Does everyone have to listen to you? Guning said acidly. You? Chun Weiming suddenly didn't know what to say. He knew that Guning was right, but he didn't think he was wrong. Instead, he felt that it was their honor that he was willing to invite them to drink together. They rejected him, which made him feel humiliated, so he thought that it was understandable that he was mad. Only self-centered people would have that idea. In the end, Guning added, But honestly, I'm not afraid of getting in trouble. Show me what you can do. No matter how influential this man was, Guning wasn't afraid of any important figures. She wouldn't bother other people, but she refused to tolerate it when the man came to make things difficult for her. She was polite to him, but he wouldn't leave them alone. Hearing Guning's words, Many people felt that she was too arrogant, while some thought that she might have some influence too. However, they didn't know which one of them was more influential. As a result, they watched quietly. You? Chen Weiming was angry, then suddenly laughed. Very well. Do you know who I am? How do you dare talk to me like that? People at Chen Weiming's table saw it had become serious, so they stood up and walked over to support him. Although there were only 2 girls and they believed that Chen Weiming could handle it, they sided with Chen Weiming so they should walk over to support him. They believed that Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue would be scared because there were so many of them, but the girls didn't bother to pay attention to them. Girls, it's your honor that Lord Chen is willing to invite you to have some drinks. Don't be too proud of yourself. If you get Lord Chen mad, you can't bear the result. One of Chen Weiming's friends threatened. Facing their threat, Gu Ning showed obvious disdain. I don't know who you are, and I don't have interest in it. Since you're so arrogant, you must be an heir with wealth or power, but you're merely a hoodlum in my eyes. Do you think I'd be afraid? She said that to Chen Weiming. Then she turned to the man who threatened her. You're not good enough to do me an honor. Instead, you interrupted me. It's your fault. If you dare to annoy us again, I'll teach you a lesson. You? Chen Weiming and his companions were really angry. Unexpectedly, this girl was so aggressive. She didn't seem to be afraid of Chen Weiming at all. Did she have influence too? It was also possible that Gu Ning deliberately said that to scare them so that they would let them go. However, they wouldn't be scared just because of that. In City Rue, no one dared to bully them, but this girl from another place dared to argue with him publicly. If he didn't teach them a lesson, his reputation would be damaged. Well, let me see what you can do. Chen Weiming sneered. He didn't think Gu Ning could do anything to hurt him. Once it became serious, the restaurant owner hurriedly walked over to beg Chen Weiming. Lord Chen, if it's a personal grudge, please go out and deal with it. My restaurant is too small. When the owner saw Chen Weiming bothering Gu Ning, he didn't stand out because he didn't dare to mess with Chen Weiming. But if they were going to fight, the restaurant owner had to ask them to leave, no matter how scared he was of Chen Weiming. He didn't want anything to be smashed. Although Chen Weiming would pay him, his business today would be completely ruined. Hearing his words, Chen Weiming frowned slightly, but he didn't vent his anger at him. After all, the restaurant owner just worried about his business. However, he just stood up against Gu Ning, so he couldn't give in so easily. He had to make them beg him on their knees. Great, let's go out now, said Gu Ning. Then she left the table. She didn't want to make it difficult for the restaurant owner, but she refused to yield too. She was innocent, so it was impossible for her to give in. If she didn't teach them a lesson today, she wouldn't be satisfied. Those men were surprised that Gu Ning wasn't afraid at all, but they didn't think she was strong. Instead, they thought that she was challenging them and felt that they had to teach her a lesson. Of course, let's go out. Chen Weiming agreed, then walked out first, followed by his friends. Gu Ning told Bailey Zhongxue to stay inside and enjoy the food. She could deal with it alone, but Bailey Zhongxue wanted to watch the drama, so she followed them out. The restaurant owner was afraid that the meal wouldn't be paid for if they all left, so he stopped Bailey Zhongxue and asked her to pay first. Bailey Zhongxue understood, so she paid the bill at once. As soon as Gu Ning, Chen Weiming, and the others went out, other people in the restaurant talked about it. Jesus, the girl is so bold. Will she be injured? Someone was worried about Gu Ning. She asked for it. She's too aggressive. A girl gloated over Gu Ning's bad luck. She was jealous of Gu Ning's beauty. Right? She must pay for her actions, said another girl. She agreed that Gu Ning should learn how to behave herself. A boy couldn't stand it, so he asked the 2 girls, would you drink with a strange man if that man came to invite you? Of course not. Why should we? A girl replied disdainfully. Yeah. Why should we drink with strangers? The man wasn't very handsome after all. That was the 2 girls' thoughts, but they didn't say it aloud, because there were boys in the room. Great, if you were the girl and the man threatened you because you rejected him, what would you do? Asked the boy. All of a sudden, the 2 girls didn't know how to reply. If it didn't happen to you, don't speak. It only makes you look rude. said the boy. He wasn't defending Gu Ning, but he had good values. You? The two girls were annoyed, but didn't dare to argue with him. After all, he was right. If they continued to argue with him, they would look bad. Why don't we go out and have a look? Someone at another table said. Why not? Another person agreed, so they stood up and walked out. Afterwards, more people became interested and went out to watch the drama. Not all of them were gloating over Gu Ning's misfortune. Some were worried about her. After all, she was innocent. After they were out, Gu Ning asked, "Tell me, what do you want to do?" "Young girl, you're really bold," said Chen Weiming. He was slightly surprised, but wasn't afraid. "Don't waste time. If you're scared, apologize to us. We can let you go. If not, let's fight." Gu Ning lost her patience. Although she knew Chen Weiming wouldn't give in, she still gave them the last chance. If they apologized to her and Bailey Zhongxue, she could let them go. "Impossible. You should apologize to me instead. If you do that, I can let you go," Chen Weiming retorted. Actually, even if Gu Ning apologized to them, he wouldn't let her go. "Apologize? No way. You bothered me first. There is no reason for me to apologize to you. Are you insane? If so, I'm afraid I need to teach you a lesson," said Gu Ning coldly. Before Chen Weiming was prepared, she rushed forward and kicked him. Because he wasn't prepared, Chen Weiming was heavily hit. In fact, even if he was fully prepared, he was no match for Gu Ning. Gu Ning only used a little strength, but Chen Weiming was kicked a few meters away. Then he fell heavily to the ground and screamed in pain. Everyone was stunned by that scene. To their astonishment, Gu Ning was extremely strong. No wonder she dared to challenge Chen Weiming. Chen Weiming was shocked too, but he soon came back to his senses and became furious. How could she kick him? "Why you? How could you kick me?" Chen Weiming angrily criticized Gu Ning. "I already did. Why do you bother to ask?" "You must be an idiot," said Gu Ning disdainfully. "You?" Chen Weiming was in fury. "Lord Chen, are you all right?" Chen Weiming's friends immediately went to help him get back to his feet and asked him with concern, "Do you think you would be fine after being kicked?" Chen Weiming swore at his friends. Did he seem fine? Chen Weiming's friends didn't know what to say, so they shut up at once. At the same time, they felt very aggrieved. Although Chen Weiming was kicked, they asked him because they cared about him. Nevertheless, Chen Weiming was from a rich family, and they didn't dare to mess with him, so they had to tolerate it no matter how unhappy they were. "You all, teach that girl a lesson. A severe lesson," Chen Weiming ordered. In his eyes, he didn't think that it was wrong for men to beat women. As long as he was angry, he would beat both women and men. He would just injure women more lightly than men. Chen Weiming's friends were a little afraid of Gu Ning, because she was obviously skilled given the kick she gave Chen Weiming, while they were just ordinary men. It was unavoidable that they were scared. However, since Chen Weiming gave the order, they didn't dare to refuse, because it would be hard for them to get along with Chen Weiming in the future if they refused. They wouldn't be able to gain anything from him anymore. They were Chen Weiming's lackeys normally, and did whatever he ordered them to do. But Chen Weiming offered them a lot of things, or they wouldn't be willing to obey his orders. Therefore, even though they were reluctant, they still went forward. Gu Ning amazed everyone with the kick she just gave Chen Weiming, and they were aware that she was skilled. But now 3 men intended to beat her together, so they were worried that Gu Ning might not be a match for them. However, there was no need for them to be worried, because Gu Ning easily knocked them down once they neared her. However, she was gentler this time. At this moment, everyone was shocked. She wasn't only skilled, she was actually a master. Jesus, she's unbelievable, right? I was afraid that she would be in trouble, but unexpectedly she kicked them down so quickly. They were all impressed by Gu Ning. "How about now? Do you want to continue?" Gu Ning turned to ask Chen Weiming. Chen Weiming shrank away in horror, but he was unwilling to give in. He threatened in an aggressive tone. "I am the heir of the Chen family. My uncle is the mayor's secretary. If you dare to injure me, you can't bear the consequences." Hearing that, people who didn't know him were scared. They looked at Gu Ning with sympathy. Although she defeated Chen Weiming, she now had a grudge with him, so she might really be unable to bear the consequences. Gu Ning, however, didn't seem afraid at all. Great, show me what you can do. The Chen family? Can you bully other people as you like? Don't forget that you caused me trouble first. Gu Ning hadn't heard of the Chen family, but she understood that it had to be influential. Besides, Chen Weiming had an uncle who was the mayor's secretary, so his family must be very powerful. However, she wasn't afraid because she wasn't wrong. There was nothing for her to be afraid of. The Chen family must be dumb for them to dare to bully other people with their power. Gu Ning's confidence surprised everyone again. Although some people thought it wasn't a smart move, other people believed that her family must be more powerful than Chen Weiming's. After all, not everyone was arrogant and dumb. Very well, let's wait and see, said Chen Weiming. Then he took out his phone and wanted to make a call. Wait, you can't stop me from leaving. I don't have enough time to waste on you. If you can, try to stop me. As soon as she finished, Gu Ning turned around and called Bailey Zhongxue to leave. She walked away, not because she was terrified, but simply because she was unwilling to make it a serious issue. In addition, they had to go back for a rest. Stop. Stop right now, Chen Weiming shouted at her back. He wouldn't allow her, who had injured him, to walk away like that. However, Gu Ning ignored him and continued to walk away. Chen Weiming wanted to stop her, but there was a sharp pain in his abdomen. Once he moved, it really hurt. Besides, Gu Ning could quickly knock down all of his people, which scared him. He was afraid that he would be more seriously injured if he was kicked again. Moreover, they were all injured now, so they should go to the hospital as soon as possible. Otherwise, there might be problems with their bodies. Chen Weiming was reluctant to watch Gu Ning leave, but he could do nothing about it. Back in the hotel, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue showered and went to bed. As for Chen Weiming, he recovered after resting for a few days. When Chen Weiming got back home, he told his parents what he had been through. His parents knew him very well, and Chen Weiming also admitted that he went to invite the girls for a drink first, after which he was rejected and got angry, making it serious. However, he didn't feel guilty when he told the story. Instead, he looked aggrieved. Even though Chen Weiming's parents were sad because he was injured, it was his fault after all. So his parents didn't allow him to take revenge. It would only embarrass the Chen family. Right, it was humiliating, and they didn't care much about whether it was Chen Weiming's fault or not. A major family cared a lot about its face, but not each of its members would do so. For example, Chen Weiming's parents really cared about their family's reputation and focused on maintaining a good reputation on the surface, but Chen Weiming always bullied other people with his status. No matter how his parents criticized him, he refused to change. He only restricted himself to not cause serious issues. Chen Weiming was reluctant to behave, but he was in awe of his father, so he had to stay quiet at the moment. However, he would not listen to his father and stop taking revenge, but he had to find Gu Ning first now. He planned to not let his parents know about it, so he couldn't turn to his family for help. However, if he relied on his friends might laugh at him once they learned that he was beaten by a girl. He would be greatly embarrassed. Therefore, Chen Weiming hesitated to make a decision. That night, Chen Weiming didn't sleep well. He was unhappy about what had happened, and his abdomen still hurt. The next day, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue got up late, because the raw jade material market wouldn't open until 9 a.m. In the morning, they decided to visit the market, then walk around the nearby mountains to see whether there were raw jade materials in the afternoon. If there were, they would make further plans. Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue got up at 8 a.m. and went out at 8:30 a.m. They had breakfast first, then directly asked the hotel for a car before leaving. Gu Ning didn't ask for a private car, but a truck. She was going to a raw jade material market, so she would buy a lot. Even though she owned a raw jade material mountain now, she would never have enough as a jade businesswoman. Whenever she found good raw jade materials, she wouldn't hesitate to gather them. The previous night, after having night snacks, Gu Ning checked the map of City Rue. She memorized it so that she would be familiar with the routes in City Rue. Although the real situation might be different from the map, it should still be helpful. In addition, She also had GPS. City Roué wasn't large. After all, it was just a county-level city, so they arrived at the raw jade material market within 20 minutes. City Roué wasn't large, but it had a very important position. The raw jade material market in City Roué was extremely spacious. It was more than half larger than the one in City Tang and contained a lot more raw jade materials. It was about 9:30 a.m. at the moment, and about 80% of the stores were already open. Some visitors were already walking around. Gu Ning pushed a shopping cart and started searching one store after another. Gu Ning had never been there before, so she saw many raw jade materials with jade inside. In the first store, Gu Ning found about 7 raw jade materials of a middle-high level. She didn't buy all of them, but only took away half raw jade materials with jade inside. She also picked up all the raw jade materials of high quality. It was hard to find high and top-level jade, so she wouldn't miss any of them once she found them. Gu Ning had no intention of cutting them open right away, because she would attract a lot of attention once the jade inside was cut out. It would cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, the less trouble, the better. Gu Ning, is there jade in them? Bailey Zongxue asked when she noticed that Gu Ning picked up raw jade materials without hesitation. Although she asked that question, she believed that there had to be jade in most of them. Gu Ning gained her first pot of gold by stone gambling, but the way she picked up raw jade materials seemed too casual. She seemed as if she was just there to have fun shopping. In fact, Bailey Zongxue also wanted jade, because it was helpful for her cultivation, but she had no idea which raw jade material contained jade. She didn't have much money either. If there was no jade inside, it would be a total waste of money. Stone gambling was really difficult. As a cultivator, she had many skills that mortals didn't have, but she was still unable to discover whether there was jade in the raw materials. Most of them, I think, said Gu Ning. She couldn't tell Bailey Zongxue that there was jade in all of them. Do you trust me? If you do, I can help you choose several, but you need to pay the bill by yourself, said Gu Ning. Since Bailey Zongxue came with her, she would do something for her. Really? Bailey Zongxue's face lit up at once, but the next second, she felt it might not be a good idea. Is that right? I definitely trust you, but it'll be your loss if there is jade inside and it belongs to me afterwards. Bailey Zongxue wanted jade, but was unwilling to take advantage of Gu Ning. It's not a big deal. I'm not sure whether there is jade inside. I'm afraid you might lose money if there isn't, said Gu Ning airily. She wouldn't directly give Bailey Zongxue jade, but she could help her get several raw jade materials which contained jade. She would give Bailey Zongxue gifts, but felt reluctant to directly give her jade. Bailey Zongxue wouldn't want to take it for free either. On the other hand, if Gu Ning helped Bailey Zongxue choose raw jade materials, whether there was jade inside would depend on Bailey Zongxue's luck. At least that was the case for Bailey Zongxue. In that case, Bailey Zongxue wouldn't feel ashamed and Gu Ning would have just done her a little favor. There was a big difference between a little favor and alms. One had nothing to do with one's dignity, while the other had. It wasn't that serious, but Gu Ning didn't want to burden Bailey Zongxue. After hearing Gu Ning's words, Bailey Zongxue indeed felt relaxed. She trusted Gu Ning and accepted the possible loss if there was no jade inside. Great. Then please help me pick a few. Even if there is no jade inside, I won't blame you. It was very nice of Gu Ning to help her, so there was no reason for her to blame Gu Ning. Moreover, she accepted it, so she should bear the result on her own. Because Gu Ning bought too many raw jade materials, she soon attracted other people's attention. It wasn't uncommon, and there were many people who bought more than Gu Ning, but they were normally companies. However, Gu Ning and Bailey Zongxue were individuals, and they were so young. It was very rare. Usually, young girls bought 1 or 2 raw jade materials for fun or came to shop with their seniors. Tut, tut, they must be born in rich families. They bought so many raw jade materials. Right, aren't they afraid that they'll lose a lot of money? It's not easy to cut out jade. They're either too innocent or too rich. When other people saw that Gu Ning bought a lot of raw jade materials, they believed that she was born in a rich family and that she had too much money to spend. As everyone talked about her, an elder walked over and asked, "Miss, why are you buying so many raw jade materials? There might not be jade in all of them." Aren't you afraid that you'll lose money? The elder asked Guning and Bailey Zhongxue that question, not to laugh at them, but because he was worried that the two young girls didn't know much about stone gambling and were wasting their money. Guning was very polite to this kind senior. Thank you so much for your care. My family is involved in the jewelry business, so I have done stone gambling many times before with the elders of my family. I have some experience and good luck. I don't know whether I will win or not, but I shouldn't lose too much money. And it's actually a task assigned to me by my family, so I came to buy a lot of raw jade materials. Oh! The senior was less worried after hearing Gu Ning's explanation. He said nothing further about that, but wished Gu Ning good luck in the end. Then I'll congratulate you on cutting out jade beforehand. Thank you so much. I hope so. Gu Ning thanked him. After that, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue continued to shop. The raw jade material market was a long street with big shops and small stalls, but raw jade materials with jade inside were mostly in big shops. Because there were more raw jade materials in big shops, it was more likely to cut out jade. There were only a few raw jade materials containing jade at the small stalls. In the raw jade material market, there were over 100 stores. After walking along the street for an hour, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue finished visiting 20 stores, and they had delivered raw jade materials back to their car 3 times. Once the raw jade materials were moved back to their car, Gu Ning put them away in her telepathic eye space. She couldn't do that publicly, so she had to move them back to their car first. Although many people watched Gu Ning move the raw jade materials back to their car, no one had the intention of stealing them. After all, they were just raw jade materials, not jade, and no one believed that there was jade in them. Moreover, it was a public place with surveillance cameras all around. If they dared to steal those raw jade materials, they would be punished according to the law. After moving raw jade materials 3 times, Gu Ning had collected about 40 of them in different sizes. Most of them were small, with there being only a few big ones. However, they were worth at least over 100 million yuan. Bailey Zhongxue also had about a dozen, but not all of them contained jade. Gu Ning didn't plan to let Bailey Zhongxue know too much. Therefore, among the dozen raw jade materials she chose for Bailey Zhongxue, 2/3 of them contained jade, while there was nothing in the rest. The jade was mainly at the middle or middle-high level. There wasn't jade at the top level, but they were still worth a lot of money. Gu Ning didn't really want to give high-level and top-level jade to Bailey Zhongxue, but she would give Bailey Zhongxue a piece of top-level jade later. When it was about 11 a.m., Gu Ning received Qi Tianlin's call. Qi Tianlin asked her whether she was still in City Rue. If she was, they could share a meal, since he would leave that afternoon as well. Gu Ning said she was still here, but there was something she needed to deal with, so she couldn't dine with him. If so, Qi Tianlin didn't insist, since he understood that Gu Ning would have gone to the stone gambling street. After all, she was extremely skilled at stone gambling, and City Rue was the place which produced raw jade materials. If Gu Ning didn't go to gamble stones, it would be strange. Because no one recognized Gu Ning in City Rue, she smoothly finished shopping for raw jade materials. Unfortunately, it wasn't smooth from the beginning to the end. When Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue finished visiting half of the stores and moving the raw jade materials back to their car for the 5th time, they walked into a large store, which was opened by one of the 3 major jade miners. At this time, it was nearly 12 a.m., so the market was already crowded. Especially in the large stores, there were a lot more people. As soon as Gu Ning walked in, a man recognized her and came up to say hi to her. "Hi, Miss Gu. Welcome to City Rue. Are you going to make a fortune again this time?" This man's voice was very loud. So many people heard him. Obviously, he did it on purpose. Gu Ning had met this man before, but this man was just an onlooker back then, so Gu Ning didn't know who he was. The man saw her cut out several pieces of jade in City Tung last time, so he remembered her. He said that so loudly simply because he wanted to stop Gu Ning from making money. Why did he do that? There was no grudge between them, so the man was merely jealous of her. It was true that the man was jealous. Gu Ning was so young, but she had extremely good luck and made a fortune after cutting out pieces of jade. He, however, failed to cut a single piece after buying so many raw jade materials. Upon hearing that, other people turned to look at Gu Ning with doubts. They understood the man's meaning. He just implied that Gu Ning was very skilled at stone gambling and that she made a fortune after cutting out jade. However, was it true? It was just a young girl. Could she really do that? After being picked on by him, Gu Ning wasn't mad, but she felt uncomfortable, so she replied in a flat tone. Well, I'm flattered, but I do hope that I will have good luck and make a fortune today. Miss Gu, it should be very easy for you. Last time in City Tang you cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials. We were all jealous of you. The man continued and mocked. Hearing that, the onlookers were amazed and looked at Gu Ning in surprise. What? She can cut 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials? Is that true? I believe so. It's unbelievable, right? Let alone 3, if I can get one, I'll be satisfied. Who can cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials? Right at this time, a surprised male voice sounded from the outside. The next moment he walked over. It was a young man in his early 30s. Oh, Mr. Kong, hi. I'm the general manager of Live Jewelry, Zhao Rong. It's a great honor to see you here. The man who picked on Gu Ning immediately went to greet the young man. Mr. Kong was the owner of this store and the heir of the Kong family, which was one of the 3 major raw jade miners, Kong Xiaojie. Hi, Manager Zhao. Nice to see you too. Kong Xiaojie replied, but he didn't have much interest. He only exchanged greetings because he was polite. After all, Zhao Rong greeted him first, and he would seem rude if he said nothing. The Kong family had manners. Did you just say that someone can cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials? Kong Xiaojie asked. Although he didn't see Zhao Rong earlier, he heard his voice. Yeah, I just said that. Zhao Rong answered and felt pleased in his heart. He believed that Kong Xiaojie would chase Gu Ning away once he learned that she was the person who cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials. In petty people's eyes, everyone should be as petty as them. Oh, who is it? Asked Kong Xiaojie. This Miss Gu. Zhao Rong pointed at Gu Ning. Facing Zhao Rong, who was finding fault with her, Gu Ning was extremely calm. She wasn't afraid of his scheme at all. If Kong Xiaojie really chased her out because of Zhao Rong, she would listen to him. Anyway, she could return after disguising herself as another person. She would go to the Kong family's warehouse and take away all the raw jade materials of high quality with the excuse of wholesale. Hearing that, Kong Xiaojie turned to look at Gu Ning. He was amazed by her beauty first, then by her age. If what Zhao Rong said was true, Gu Ning, who seemed to be around 20 years old, could cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials. It was extremely surprising, and he could hardly believe it. However, even though he had doubts, he didn't show disdain. Miss, did you really cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials in City Tang? Asked Kong Xiaojie. He was very polite and was only curious about it. Yes, Gu Ning admitted it with alacrity. It wasn't a secret, so she was willing to admit it. In addition, because Kong Xiaojie had a very good attitude, Gu Ning was nice to him. Wow! I can't believe you have such amazing abilities at such a young age. You have my respect, said Kong Xiaojie. It wasn't a perfunctory answer since he really did admire Gu Ning. Whether it was good luck or outstanding ability, Gu Ning achieved what most other people couldn't do. I'm flattered, Mr. Kong. Gu Ning replied politely. Miss Gu, if you don't mind, can I compete with you? Please don't get me wrong, I'm not provoking you, but it's really rare to meet someone who can cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials. I just want to witness it, said Kong Xiaojie, explaining in case Gu Ning misunderstood him. Kong Xiaojie really wasn't provoking Gu Ning, even though he did it for a reason. He wasn't trying to be malicious, and he was actually forced to make that choice. However, other people might have different opinions, especially Zhao Rong, who knew him. They only knew Kong Xiaojie, but didn't know much about him. It wasn't a secret that Kong Xiaojie was also good at stone gambling. Although he didn't have amazing records like Gu Ning. Gu Ning might not be able to be that lucky every time. Anyway, most people believed that Gu Ning relied on good luck to cut out the 3 pieces of jade from the 5 raw jade materials. The onlookers didn't side with either of them. They simply wanted to know who would be the winner, but Zhao Rong undoubtedly wanted Kong Xiaojie to win. No matter who won, it had nothing to do with him, but he just didn't want Gu Ning to win. Sure. Gu Ning could feel that he wasn't provoking her, so she agreed. Although she couldn't use her identity to continue to buy raw jade materials after that, because she would attract too much attention, she could disguise herself as Tang Aining or someone else. She wasn't wearing any makeup and was wearing a casual suit. If she put on some makeup, people who weren't familiar with her wouldn't be able to recognize her. Mr. Kong, how would you like to compete? Gu Ning asked. Each of us chooses 5 raw jade materials. Then we cut them open. Whoever has more valuable jade wins. In order to not make us enemies, we don't need to place a big bet. Whoever loses will just pay the bill for the winner. If both of us lose, we can settle our bills separately. How about that? Kang Xiaojie asked. Great, I accept that. Gu Ning nodded. She could see that Kang Xiaojie had no intention of taking advantage of her in this competition. He really just wanted to have fun with her. After that, Gu Ning and Kang Xiaojie went to choose raw jade materials separately. With a glance, Gu Ning could see whether there was jade inside, but in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, she shopped slowly. Gu Ning didn't want to let Kang Xiaojie win, but wouldn't make him lose by a wide margin either. Therefore, she glanced at him once in a while to see whether there was jade in the raw jade materials he chose. If there was no jade inside, Gu Ning would only choose 2 raw jade materials with middle-level jade inside. Kang Xiaojie shopped very slowly. At least compared with Gu Ning, he was extremely slow. However, in other people's eyes, he was fast. After all, he chose one within only 10 minutes. Ordinary people might need over half an hour to choose one. The first jade raw material Kang Xiaojie picked didn't have jade inside, so Gu Ning chose one without jade too. Because only Bailey Zhongxue knew that Gu Ning chose raw jade materials unbelievably fast. She only seemed very slow now to Bailey Zhongxue. In other people's eyes, she was still fast. After almost an hour, Kang Xiaojie and Gu Ning finished choosing. Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see the raw jade materials Kang Xiaojie chose. Among 5 of them, only 2 had jade inside. One was at middle level while the other was at low level. That was already very skilled in ordinary people's eyes, but it was still barely comparable to Gu Ning. Gu Ning was unwilling to have a big difference, so she deliberately chose 2 raw jade materials with jade at middle level. Her jade was only worth about 10 million yuan more than Kang Xiaojie's. Even though Gu Ning was reluctant to make Kang Xiaojie lose by a significant margin, it couldn't be too narrow. She couldn't leave an impression on other people that she won through good luck. After that, both Kang Xiaojie and Gu Ning went to cut the stones open. Every time they cut the stones open, they were very nervous, although they knew the probability of cutting out jade was very low. Both of them picked a jade raw material without any jade inside first. It wasn't surprising, but the crowd was still a little disappointed. As for the second one, there was jade of low level in Kang Xiaojie's jade raw material, while in Gu Ning's stone there was jade at the middle level. If she took out a raw jade material without any jade inside, it would seem as if she was making fun of Kang Xiaojie. Although Kang Xiaojie might not know it, Gu Ning didn't think he was a bad man, so she had no intention of teasing him. Kang Xiaojie's raw jade material was cut out first, and everyone was surprised when they heard that it contained jade. To their surprise, there was really jade inside. Afterwards, everyone turned to look at Gu Ning to see her reaction, especially Zhao Rong. He wanted to see Gu Ning's anxiety and worry. However, he was disappointed because Gu Ning looked extremely calm. Kang Xiaojie wasn't too excited, because it wasn't the final result yet. In addition, Gu Ning stayed calm, so he believed that she might be better than him, or she didn't care about the result at all. Kang Xiaojie was confident about his opinion of Gu Ning, and felt she was confident rather than arrogant. If Gu Ning could really cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials, she must have more ability than just good luck. Gu Ning's raw jade material had a thick outer layer, so the jade didn't show up until the 3rd cut, right as everyone thought that it was just a stone. The stone cutter shouted that he saw jade, astonishing the crowd. Zhao Rong was also amazed and couldn't accept it because he wanted Gu Ning to lose. Now Gu Ning had jade too, so she wasn't very likely to lose. Kang Xiaojie was surprised, but wasn't nervous or jealous. Instead, He hoped that Gu Ning could defeat him and cut out 3 pieces of jade from these 5 raw jade materials. Why did he think Gu Ning could cut out 3 instead of 4 pieces of jade? Because in his opinion it was impossible to cut out so many pieces of jade from just 5 raw jade materials. Gu Ning had set a record of 3 before, so he thought she could do it again. However, he didn't think that he could do the same thing. If he could cut out 2 pieces of jade, he would be very fortunate today. Why did Kang Xiaojie want Gu Ning to win? He had his own purpose. Upon thinking of what he suffered, Kang Xiaojie was in a bad mood, but he couldn't show his feelings on his face right now. When jade was cut from Gu Ning's raw jade material, Zhao Rong still expected it to only be a thin layer. However, he was disappointed again. Gu Ning's jade wasn't just a thin layer. It was of better quality than Kang Xiaojie's. Kang Xiaojie felt relieved when he saw that. Gu Ning cut out a piece of middle-level jade weighing about 5 kilograms, which aroused everyone's envy and jealousy. Jewelers immediately bid for it, but Gu Ning refused temporarily. Gu Ning said, "I'm sorry, the competition between me and Mr. Kang isn't over yet. You can bid for it after the result is out." Because it was a piece of jade of the middle level, Gu Ning didn't plan to keep it for herself. She didn't lack jade at the middle level, so she would only keep jade at high or top level. Hearing that, the other people said nothing further and waited patiently. Zhao Rong also wanted to take part in the auction, but he didn't know whether Gu Ning would be willing to sell the jade to him after he picked on her. Now he slightly regretted doing that. Was it the right move to find fault with her due to jealousy? At this moment, Zhao Rong was a little irritated. After that, both Kang Xiaojie and Gu Ning's raw jade materials were just stones. As for the fourth one, there was no jade in Kang Xiaojie's, but there was in Gu Ning's. When Gu Ning cut out jade once more, everyone was surprised again. It turned out that she really had some skills because she had gotten 2 pieces of jade from 4 raw jade materials now. Everyone turned to look at Kang Xiaojie to see his reaction. Kang Xiaojie seemed very calm, as if he didn't care about the result at all. Even Gu Ning was a little surprised. However, seeing this, she was sure that Kang Xiaojie did not compete with her to win. "Miss Gu, you're really impressive." Kang Xiaojie complimented Gu Ning with a smile. He said that sincerely. "Thanks, Mr. Kang. I'm flattered." Gu Ning thanked him, saying nothing further. Although Gu Ning successfully cut out 2 pieces of jade, she still stayed calm, which impressed Kang Xiaojie. He didn't feel as if she was just a young girl who was about 20 years old. She seemed very mature and filled with social experience. It was true that Gu Ning was sophisticated, but no one knew about it. She had lived for 2 incarnations, so it was impossible for her to be naive. Because there was jade, the stone cutter slowed down to prevent damaging the jade. Kang Xiaojie's raw jade material was just a stone, so they quickly cut the last one. When Gu Ning's 4th raw jade material was half open, Kang Xiaojie's last one had been cut twice, showing jade. It was at the same level and size as Gu Ning's jade, but Kang Xiaojie still lost the game. Before the jade was completely cut out, some people still had the thought that Gu Ning's jade might not be as large as Kang Xiaojie's, or that Kang Xiaojie's jade could be at a higher level. After all, it was possible that jade at higher levels was hidden inside. However, no matter what they thought, they couldn't change the result because it was up to Gu Ning. Kang Xiaojie understood that he lost, but he wasn't in a bad mood at all. He couldn't talk about it with Gu Ning right now, so he decided to have a private conversation later. Kang Xiaojie was just a bit disappointed that Gu Ning had only cut out 2 pieces of jade which were both at the middle level. It made him hesitate to do what he wanted to. Gu Ning's jade was cut out first, so the jewelers hurriedly shouted to bid for it. Because they were too excited, they forgot about what Gu Ning had just said. Therefore, Gu Ning reminded them to be patient again. They could have an auction after the competition was over. Although the result was already out, they still needed to finish the bet. "Miss Gu, you won. If you want to sell the jade, you can do it now," said Kang Xiaojie. Since the result was already out, he thought that it was unnecessary to stop Gu Ning from selling her jade. Sure. Since Kang Xiaojie accepted the result, Gu Ning could do what she wanted to do next. "These 2 pieces of jade are open for bids. The starting price is 10 million yuan. Whoever wants it can bid now. The 2 pieces of jade were both for sale. People who were interested in it got excited at once. Once Gu Ning finished, they rushed to shout out their bids. 11 million yuan. 12 million yuan. 13 million yuan. Zhao Rong couldn't stay calm any longer. After thinking for a while, he decided to take part in it, so he shouted, 18 million yuan. He was afraid that Gu Ning might harbor a grudge against him and refuse to sell it to him, so he peeked at her to see her reaction when he made his bid. However, Gu Ning was tolerant and didn't bother to harbor a grudge against Zhao Rong, even though she disliked him. In addition, it was a business. There was no reason for her to refuse to sell the jade. Zhao Rong wasn't a foreigner after all. If there were foreigners, she wouldn't sell the jade to them. Unfortunately, sometimes she had bad luck. Seconds after Gu Ning had that thought, she heard an unpleasant male voice. 25 million yuan. He sounded like a foreigner from country R. Gu Ning had that thought because foreigners from different countries spoke their native language in different accents. So Gu Ning felt that he should be from country R. Gu Ning was a little upset. She didn't want to sell her jade to foreigners, but a foreigner ended up showing up. For the time being, Gu Ning didn't stop him because the person from country R might not be able to get the jade in the end. If the foreigner was going to get the jade, Gu Ning would stop him then. 34 million yuan. Finally, Gu Ning's 2 pieces of jade were sold at the price of 34 million yuan. It was the highest price the jade could be sold at. If they continued, they couldn't make much money from it, so no one placed another bid. Because the final bidder was a native, Gu Ning said nothing and sold the jade. Mr. Kong, please transfer the money for my bill to my account after deducting the fee for the stone cutting. Gu Ning gave her account number to the buyer and Kong Xiaojie. She won and made dozens of millions of yuan, and the jade raw materials barely cost anything, but it was their bet that the loser should pay the bill for the winner. She wasn't mean but just played the game according to the rules. If she didn't take the money, Kong Xiaojie might lose face. Of course, Kong Xiaojie immediately took Gu Ning's card. He never had the thought to deny their agreement. Not to mention thousands of yuan, even if it was over 100,000 yuan, he would do what he promised. Because they were both VIP customers of the bank, the money was soon transferred to Gu Ning's account. After settling the deal, it was nearly 2 p.m. Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue hadn't eaten yet, so they decided to stop shopping and have a meal first. Mr. Kong, see you again, Gu Ning said to Kong Xiaojie politely. Miss Gu, if you don't mind, can we share a meal? Please don't worry, I have no evil intentions. I just hope that we can be friends after witnessing your amazing skills at stone gambling, said Kong Xiaojie sincerely. It was his real idea. Why not? Gu Ning accepted his invitation. She didn't care whether it was true or not, or whether Kong Xiaojie had another purpose. Gu Ning believed she needed to learn more about the local miners if she wanted to do business in City Rue. The best way to know them better was to spend more time with them. The Kong family was one of the 3 major families in City Rue. However, they didn't really have a reputation. Gu Ning wouldn't judge anyone by the comments on the internet. Whether they were good or not, she had to get to know about them. Moreover, internet users didn't have very good or bad comments about the Kong family, which meant the Kong family wasn't terrible. When she met Kong Xiaojie, she didn't see he was a bad man. Instead, he seemed to be a gentleman. She didn't think he was acting because he seemed well-educated. Kong Xiaojie was worried that Gu Ning might not accept his invitation, so he was very pleased that Gu Ning agreed. He made a hand gesture of invitation. Then they walked out together. Watching Gu Ning walk away with Kong Xiaojie, Zhao Rong was displeased. He originally wanted Kong Xiaojie to compete against Gu Ning, but unexpectedly they became friends. Miss Gu, where are you from? Kong Xiaojie asked. He wasn't deliberately collecting Gu Ning's information, he was just asking casually. The capital, said Gu Ning. She didn't care about that. Miss Gu, did you learn about stone gambling from the senior members of your family? Asked Kong Xiaojie. From my master, said Gu Ning. Oh, then your master must be a stone gambling expert, to have such an excellent student like you, said Kong Xiaojie. Haha, right? Gu Ning answered. Kang Xiaojie stopped asking about that, because it might make Gu Ning feel that he was trying to collect her information. In fact, Gu Ning didn't care much about the questions. She cared more about his attitude. Kang Xiaojie was outgoing and wasn't curious about Gu Ning's personal life. Gu Ning didn't feel any malice from him, so she was very polite to him. "Oh, Miss Gu, what should I call your friend?" asked Kang Xiaojie. He had talked a lot with Gu Ning, and felt he should say something to her friend too. "Her surname is Bailey," said Gu Ning. She didn't tell him Bailey Zongshua's full name. "Nice to meet you, Miss Bailey." Kang Xiaojie greeted Bailey Zongxue. "Nice to meet you too, Mr. Kang," Bailey Zongxue kindly replied. There were many expensive restaurants and hotels outside the jade raw material market. Because people who came to purchase jade raw materials here were normally rich, they preferred to stay in fancy places. In order to treat Gu Ning, Kang Xiaojie invited her to the best restaurant nearby. He was the Kang family's heir in City Rue, while Gu Ning was just a young girl. He barely knew anything about her family background, but he could see that she wasn't born in an ordinary family. He didn't make friends with Gu Ning because she was born in a powerful family, but he was impressed by her skills at stone gambling. "Miss Gu, Miss Bailey, please order whatever you want. No need to save money for me," said Kang Xiaojie. He was very generous and wasn't showing off. "Great," said Gu Ning. Actually, she had no intention of saving money for Kang Xiaojie, because they were also hungry. They ate a lot, but they were just two girls. If Kang Xiaojie cared so much about how much they could eat, he would be too petty. Gu Ning and Bailey Zongxue ordered food that was averagely priced. Gu Ning and Bailey Zongxue ordered 4 dishes in all, namely roasted duck, fried beef, green vegetables, and a soup. Then they gave the menu to Kang Xiaojie. 4 dishes weren't many for Kang Xiaojie. Instead, he felt that it wasn't enough. He didn't feel that they were eating too much. After all, he was the host. Even if they couldn't finish all the food, he couldn't just order a few dishes or he would seem petty. Therefore, Kang Xiaojie ordered 3 other dishes, which were the most famous and expensive dishes at the restaurant. Gu Ning and Bailey Zongxue didn't care what dishes Kang Xiaojie ordered. After the waiter left, Kang Xiaojie said to Gu Ning, "Miss Gu, can I ask you about something? I hope it won't seem offensive. If you're willing to answer my questions, you can tell me what you want to let me know. I won't force you. Either way, I do hope we can be friends. So if you're unhappy, feel free to let me know." Even though Kang Xiaojie's words implied that he invited Gu Ning to share a meal for a reason, Gu Ning could tell that he was left with no choice. She guessed that Kang Xiaojie must have encountered difficulties and needed her help, so she wasn't displeased. Anyway, it might not be a bad thing even though he invited her to share a meal for a purpose. "Mr. Kang, you can ask me whatever you want to know. I'm not mean. If I know, I'll tell you. If I don't want to tell you, I won't say anything even if you try to force me." Hearing Gu Ning's reply, Kang Xiaojie directly asked, "Miss Gu, can you tell me the probability of you cutting out jade? I know it's a little rude. If you're uncomfortable with that, please don't be mad at me. I asked that question for a purpose. I didn't mean to offend you. I just encountered a tricky problem, and I need a stone gambling talent." He couldn't tell her what the tricky problem was right now. From Kang Xiaojie's attitude, Gu Ning was sure of his sincerity and difficulty, so she wasn't mad at all. "Well, I always have good luck. I've played stone gambling with many people before. I've never lost once. To be honest with you, the Wang family's patriarch in Citytung was unseated by me." Gu Ning sounded a little arrogant, but it was the truth. After she heard Kang Xiaojie's words, she understood that he needed a stone gambling talent to do him a favor. If she guessed correctly, it must have something to do with stone gambling. Kang Xiaojie would compete against someone and he needed to win. Hearing Gu Ning's reply, Kang Xiaojie was surprised, especially when he learned that she had unseated the Wang family's patriarch in Citytung. The Wang family used to be the head of the 3 major raw jade material miners in Citytung. It sounded exaggerated, but Gu Ning's serious and confident expression convinced Kang Xiaojie. He had heard of the Wang family and actually knew a lot about them. After all, they were peers, so it was impossible for them to know nothing about each other. In fact, they were quite familiar. However, although they were familiar, it didn't mean they had a good relationship. On the contrary, as peers, they were competitors and never stopped competing against one another. Although they were in two different cities, they were still stealing each other's clients. Normally, they didn't need to look for minor clients, but they still had to strike deals with major clients. He had heard that the Wang family was replaced. He actually heard the news the second day after it happened. After the Wang family was unseated, their raw jade material mine was soon taken. No one had sympathy for what had happened to the Wang family, because they had done too many bad deeds. They deserved the consequences. Kang Xiaojie didn't conduct an investigation about what happened after the Wang family was replaced. He only heard that a man bought the Wang family's property. Because it was Leng Xiaoting who took the right of exploitation from the Wang family, not many people knew that Gu Ning was the real boss. Did you defeat the Wang family's patriarch? Kang Xiaojie didn't think Gu Ning would lie to him, but it was too shocking. He had to make sure of it. Yes. Gu Ning nodded. And I guess you need a stone gambling master right now to help you with something, right? Mr. Kang, if it's true, just tell me what you want to achieve. Even if I can't help you, I won't tell anyone about it. Gu Ning didn't like to beat around the bush. It was too time-consuming. Since Gu Ning said that, Kang Xiaojie stopped testing her attitude. He also believed that Gu Ning already knew what his purpose was, and trusted her. Even if she couldn't help him, he believed that she wouldn't tell anyone about it. This was his first meeting with Gu Ning, but often his feelings told him who was trustworthy. It didn't matter how long they had known each other. And actually, a good and close old friend might not be as helpful as a stranger. Therefore, Kang Xiaojie directly said, "If so, I'll be straightforward. It's actually a family issue. My father is getting sick. My older brother is working in the government, so my family wants me to take over the business, but my uncle is good at stone gambling and wants to seize the right of exploitation. Many directors in the board of directors have already been bribed by my uncle, so they all side with him. My family is unwilling to give in, so my uncle proposed having a competition. Whoever wins will be the new leader. Left with no choice, I have to accept the challenge. The competition will begin the day after tomorrow, so I'm searching for a stone gambling talent these days. I wasn't satisfied until I met you today, Miss Gu, so I wanted to know more about your skills." Saying that, Kang Xiaojie put on a resigned look. "What can I get from it?" Gu Ning asked. It was Kang Xiaojie's family affair, and had nothing to do with her. Gu Ning had her own plan and intention. If she could get what she wanted, she would be willing to play a role in it. Anyway, she had been involved in other people's business many times before, and it wasn't illegal or immoral after all. Gu Ning would do an investigation about the situation to check it out before she chose to help Kang Xiaojie. If it was the truth, then his uncle would indeed be a bad man, and Gu Ning wouldn't feel bad even though she sided with Kang Xiaojie. Hearing Gu Ning's question, Kang Xiaojie wasn't sure whether she was willing to help him and whether she could do him the favor, but he had to be generous. "Well, if you can help me win the game, I can give you a reward of 100 million yuan. I know it's a worldly offer, but we're all ordinary people. I think money can prove my gratitude. If you fail, I'll still pay you for your help, but you can only have a third of the remuneration. The Kang family is wealthy, but I don't own all the properties, so I can't give out too much money. 100 million yuan is a lot, but I don't really want money after I do you the favor, Mr. Kang. I might need you to do me a little favor too," said Gu Ning. "What can I do for you, Miss Gu?" asked Kang Xiaojie. He had to know what favor it was to make sure whether he could help her. "Actually, Mr. Kang, we're peers. I plan to join the market in City Rue. I need someone who has connections in the government to help me acquire mountains and mine raw jade materials since I don't know which mountains aren't private," said Gu Ning. It wasn't a big favor, and whoever had a good relationship with the senior officials in the government could handle it. After all, the buyer needed to pay, so Kang Xiaojie wasn't irreplaceable. But Gu Ning still asked him for that, because she wanted to save some trouble. If there was a person who could help her with that right now, there was no need for her to bother someone else. It was a deal between her and Kang Xiaojie. She didn't know him, so she wasn't worried that he might not do his best. Hearing Gu Ning's words, Kang Xiaojie was surprised. He didn't think it was difficult. Actually, it was quite easy. He wasn't surprised that Gu Ning was his peer. After all, given her skills at stone gambling, Kang Xiaojie already had the idea that they must be involved in the same industry. He was surprised simply because it was really shocking that such a young girl was going to deal with such an important business. It was easy to acquire a mountain, as long as the mountain wasn't private. The government was more than willing to sell it if it wasn't useful, but the raw jade material mining, it was a little tricky. Even for them, major businessmen, it couldn't be easily done and needed a long-term inspection conducted by a professional team. He understood that Gu Ning had her own skills since they were peers, but he felt amazed when it came out of such a young girl's mouth. "Miss Gu, is it for your family?" asked Kang Xiaojie. "No, it's my own business," said Gu Ning. She understood what Kang Xiaojie was thinking. "Mr. Kang, I know I'm too young in your eyes, and I don't seem to be a businesswoman. I'm indeed very young, so it's normal that you have that idea. But I can promise you, I'm running my own business." "What?" Hearing that, Kang Xiaojie was astonished. To his astonishment, Gu Ning was doing her own business. She was a young entrepreneur. "Wow, Miss Gu, you look so young. I didn't expect you to have your own business. You're an impressive young businesswoman," Kang Xiaojie complimented. He didn't know the range of her business, but it couldn't be a small business since she planned to acquire a mountain. After all, a single mountain could cost over 10 million yuan. "Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Kang," said Gu Ning. "Miss Gu, what if you fail?" asked Kang Xiaojie. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence in Gu Ning. He asked that question, not to doubt Gu Ning's abilities, but because he wanted to make it clear beforehand. "If I can't help you with it, I won't ask for anything," said Gu Ning. She said that because she believed that she would win once she decided to help. The most important question was whether Kang Xiaojie trusted her or whether she would agree to help him. She understood that Kang Xiaojie didn't trust her right now, but she would prove her abilities to him if they agreed to the deal. Therefore, the most important question now was whether Gu Ning was willing to make a deal with him. About that, Gu Ning needed to conduct an investigation before making the decision. Accordingly, Gu Ning decided to drop the topic for the time being. "Mr. Kang, why don't we have a meal first? It won't happen until the day after tomorrow. We can make the decision tomorrow, can't we?" Kang Xiaojie also hesitated to strike the deal right now, so he agreed with Gu Ning. "Of course. Let's enjoy the meal now." During this meal, both Gu Ning and Bailey Zongxue ate a lot, but Kang Xiaojie had a poor appetite. However, in order to not upset them, he forced himself to eat some of the food. Before they left, Gu Ning and Kang Xiaojie exchanged phone numbers for future contact. After they separated, Gu Ning and Bailey Zongxue didn't go back to the raw jade material market. Instead, they drove to the hotel. Gu Ning felt that there might be unnecessary trouble after the news that she cut out jade went abroad. She would go there again, but with a different identity. Therefore, after Gu Ning and Bailey Zongxue arrived at the hotel and left the car there, they went to the shopping mall. They bought 2 suits and 2 pairs of high heels, then put on makeup with a hairstyle that made them look mature. Walking out of the shopping mall, Gu Ning and Bailey Zongxue looked totally different. Gu Ning was like a workplace elite, while Bailey Zongxue was like her secretary. Gu Ning didn't order her to dress like a secretary on purpose, but she needed to play that role in the situation. "This is my first time in this look. I have to say it's pretty cool." Staring at herself, Bailey Zongxue was very satisfied. She didn't care that she was dressed like Gu Ning's secretary. "You're indeed very cool," Gu Ning agreed. No wonder why young men today are afraid to date online. Makeup and Photoshop can completely change a girl's appearance. Some young men even ask to see a photo without any makeup on, said Bailey Zongxue. Although she had seen many examples on the internet, she was still amazed when she experienced it herself. "We're different. We don't need to do that because we're still beautiful without any makeup on," said Gu Ning. It sounded a little narcissistic, but it was the truth. They normally didn't wear any makeup, and yet no one dared to say that they were ugly. It was their advantage. As cultivators, they had absorbed a lot of magical power so they could live a long time and keep their skin in a good condition. However, although they normally didn't wear any makeup, some people couldn't believe it and felt that they must have put on foundation at least. They might just not be wearing eye makeup. Their eyebrows were also thick, so it seemed that they had used eyebrow pencil. Right? Bailey Zhongxue agreed happily, not denying that they were beautiful even without any makeup. Oh, I almost forgot this. We need a briefcase and a pair of glasses. When they were about to leave, Gu Ning suddenly realized that they had missed these things, so they went back to shop for them. Bailey Zhongxue carried the briefcase and wore the glasses, so that she looked more like a secretary. They needed a car too, so they went to rent one. This time, they didn't need a truck, just a private car. However, when they went to rent a car, drama happened. Because Gu Ning had put on makeup and looked completely different from her original look. No one believed that she was the same person as shown on her ID card, even though Gu Ning explained that she had put on makeup. In fact, it was not only her appearance, but her age that seemed very different now. The age on her ID card was 19, while she looked about 28 at the moment. That was what Gu Ning wanted, but now it was causing her trouble. Left with no choice, Gu Ning took out her phone and showed her picture to prove that she was the same person. Unfortunately, the car dealership became suspicious of her stealing the phone. Gu Ning even had the impulse to remove her makeup to prove it, but the female manager of this car dealership came at this moment. After observing her for a while, she was allowed to rent a car. Women understood that they could look completely different after wearing makeup, but it was still possible to recognize themselves. After all, Gu Ning's features stayed the same. She only looked more mature after putting on some makeup. Miss Gu, you're quite good at wearing makeup. I think ordinary people wouldn't recognize you. But why do you need to do that? Asked the female manager. She wasn't really curious. She just asked casually. For work. If I look too young, I might be easily ignored, said Gu Ning resigned. You're only 19. And you're already working? The female manager was surprised and had sympathy for Gu Ning. Normally, Gu Ning should be going to university at her age. My family asked me to do that, said Gu Ning. Oh! Hearing that, the female manager nodded and stopped asking. Gu Ning successfully got a car, then they went straight to the raw jade material market. After they arrived, they directly went to the Kong family's store, because they had taken away valuable raw jade materials from the stores at the front earlier in the morning. The Kong family's store was very large, so there were many more raw materials containing jade. There should be above 10,000 of them. Gu Ning found 5 raw jade materials with top-level jade, and 9 with high-level jade. Gu Ning took 8 of the high-level jade, and left 1 in the store. Among the 8 raw jade materials with high-level jade inside, Gu Ning gave 2 to Bailey Zhongxue. Gu Ning took half of the raw jade materials with middle-high-level jade inside. There were about 20 of them. She didn't take any raw jade materials with middle-level jade inside. After that, Gu Ning remembered the numbers of the raw jade materials with top-level and middle-high-level jade that she left in the store, and numbers of a stone with low-level jade and 2 normal stones. Then she sent the numbers to Kong Xiaojie to prove her ability. Gu Ning, Mr. Kong, I know you don't have much confidence in my abilities. I chose several jade raw materials. If you trust me, you can cut them open to see whether I'm qualified to work with you. You can do that either in public or private, but please don't tell other people about that. Gu Ning didn't care whether Kong Xiaojie wanted to cut the raw jade materials open in public or private. After all, if he did it in public, it could bring him more customers. Once Kong Xiaojie received Gu Ning's message, he called the manager of his family store to prevent other people from taking away the jade raw materials. He told the manager to keep them while he would rush back. Half an hour later, Kong Xiaojie came, but Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue were already gone with enough raw jade materials of high quality. This time, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue put the raw jade materials they bought in a small warehouse they just rented. There were small warehouses for rent everywhere in the raw jade material market. After Kong Xiaojie came, he cut those raw jade materials open in public. As a businessman, he undoubtedly wanted to attract more customers to his store. He cut out a piece of low-level jade from the first one. Although the jade was low-level, he could still make money from it, so he was excited. Mr. Kong, it's unbelievable that you got jade from the very first one. Right? Mr. Kong is indeed amazing. Everyone complimented him, although they were actually jealous. Due to his status, nobody dared to show jealousy on their face. Because Gu Ning told him to keep it a secret, he couldn't tell them that it was Gu Ning who helped him choose the jade raw materials. However, he was unwilling to say it was his own effort, so he explained. I didn't pick them out. One of my friends did. She told me to help her cut them open. She's really good then, right? The crowd complimented them again. Someone thought Kong Xiaojia's friend was too generous. How could she let Kong Xiaojia cut the raw jade materials open? Wasn't she afraid that he would keep the jade for himself? They didn't know much about Kong Xiaojia, so it was possible. Anyway, they wouldn't leave their raw jade materials with their friends, no matter how close they were. After the jade was cut out, a jeweler asked Kong Xiaojia whether he wanted to sell it. Because a piece of low-level jade wasn't useful for Kong Xiaojia, he agreed to sell it. It was low-level jade and wasn't large, so it was sold at the price of a couple 100,000 yuan. Some high-end jewelers didn't want low-level jade, but ordinary jewelers needed it. Normal jewelers couldn't afford top-level jade. Afterwards, Kong Xiaojia cut the second one open. There was jade in the second one too, and it was at middle-high level. This time, even Kong Xiaojia was astonished. It seemed that Gu Ning was much better at stone gambling than he thought. All of a sudden, Kong Xiaojia got excited and looked forward to cutting out more jade from the following raw jade materials. Jesus, it's middle-high level. I'm so envious now. Me too. The crowd was shocked once more. Although there was middle-high level jade cut out once in a while at this raw jade material market, it wasn't common. It was actually quite rare, so it was shocking news every time a piece of middle-high level jade was cut out. As happened today, before the jade was even fully cut out, the news had already spread abroad and attracted more people. Before the jade was fully cut out, someone shouted a bid, but Kong Xiaojia was unwilling to sell the middle-high level jade. I'm sorry, my friend doesn't want to sell this jade. Hearing that, the jewelers were very disappointed, but they could do nothing about it. When Kong Xiaojia began to cut the third raw jade material, he was really nervous, especially when the crowd was guessing whether there was jade inside. He was curious too. Even though he was aware that it was impossible to cut out jade from every raw jade material, it aroused his expectation after cutting out 2 pieces in a row. However, the third one was a normal stone. Although Kong Xiaojia was mentally prepared for this result, he was still a little disappointed. Anyway, it was still acceptable. Gu Ning wasn't a god after all. Honestly, even a god might not be able to cut jade from every raw jade material. When the 4th raw jade material was cut open, jade showed once more, and it was another middle-high level jade. Kong Xiaojia was totally amazed, staring at the jade in excitement. At the same time, it caused a sensation among the onlookers in the store. Jesus, there is jade again. And it's also a piece of middle-high level jade. Mr. Kang's friend is really unbelievable. There are only 4 raw jade materials, but 3 of them contain jade, including 2 pieces of middle-high level jade. Right? It's hard not to be jealous. Seeing that Kong Xiaojia cut out another piece of jade, the jewelers wanted to buy it and asked Kong Xiaojia whether he was willing to sell. Unfortunately, Kong Xiaojia refused again, which disappointed them. More and more people came into the Kong family's store, so it quickly became crowded. The 5th raw jade material was a normal stone, but 3 pieces of jade were cut from the 6 raw jade materials chosen by Gu Ning. It was a very impressive result, since 2 among them were at middle-high level. They were worth over 100 million yuan. When they cut the 6th one open, Kong Xiaojia was full of anticipation. Everyone waited to see the result in anticipation. Because 3 pieces of jade were cut out of 5 raw jade materials by now, they had great anticipation for the last one. Wow, Mr. Kong! It's amazing! You cut out so many pieces of jade. At this moment, an acidic male voice sounded from outside as a man in his early 30s walked inside. There was obvious jealousy on his face. Mr. Chun, please don't misunderstand. I didn't choose them, one of my friends did. I just helped her cut them open, said Kong Xiaojia. Mr. Chun was the 3rd son of another major raw jade material miner in City Rue, Chun Yuhong. The Chun family had the worst reputation among the 3 major raw jade material miners. Knowing that it wasn't Kang Xiaojie who chose those raw jade materials, Chun Yuhong felt much better, but the owner was Kang Xiaojie's friend, which still made him feel uncomfortable. "Oh, may I know her name? If she's so good at stone gambling, I would like to see her," said Chun Yuhong. He really wanted to meet this unbelievable person. If he could draw her over to his side, it would be great. "Sorry, she isn't here. I can't introduce her to you," said Kang Xiaojie. It was true that the owner of these raw jade materials wasn't here. He wasn't lying. Moreover, he knew what Chun Yuhong was thinking. It was impossible for him to introduce such an outstanding person to his enemy. Chun Yuhong was aware that it was impossible for Kang Xiaojie to introduce such an outstanding person to him, so he thought that Kang Xiaojie was lying to him. "Well, Mr. Kang, your friend must trust you very much. She's absent, but is willing to leave all the raw jade materials to you," Chun Yuhong joked. Kang Xiaojie had a good reputation, but he refused to believe that Kang Xiaojie could be so upright. So he was mockingly saying that Kang Xiaojie's friend was a little naive. Kang Xiaojie heard the mockery in Chun Yuhong's tone, but he thought Chun Yuhong had that thought because he wasn't trustworthy. "We're close. Why shouldn't she trust me? I won't steal her jade. If I had that intention, I wouldn't have cut the raw jade materials in public." "Mr. Chun, since you are joking about that, does that mean that you're not trustworthy?" "Haha, please don't be mad at me. I'm joking too." He was joking? Absolutely not. Therefore, Chun Yuhong was displeased. "Mr. Kang, it's funny that you said that. I don't really care, but other people might believe it if you often joke about that." "Mr. Chin, you did it first. I just kindly reminded you to be careful. I didn't mean to insult you. I'm sorry." Kang Xiaojie apologized. Hearing that, Chun Yuhong became even angrier, but he couldn't vent his anger on Kang Xiaojie. Right at this moment, the stone cutter shouted that there was jade in the stone. They immediately stopped arguing and turned to look at the raw jade material with one accord. No one was more excited than Kang Xiaojie. Because the outer layer of the raw jade material was covered by dust, they couldn't see the quality of the jade. After the stone cutter cleaned it, they finally saw the jade. As soon as they recognized the type of the jade, the stone cutter exclaimed, "Oh my! This is a piece of old pit glass jade." "What? It's a piece of top-level old pit glass jade." "No way! It's old pit glass." In an instant, the crowd got much more excited than previously. Kang Xiaojie was stunned. When the middle-level jade was cut out, he was already amazed. But unexpectedly, there was a piece of top-level old pit glass jade too. Gu Ning was really unbelievable. Among the 6 raw jade materials, there were 4 pieces of jade, including 3 high-level ones. At this moment, he made up his mind to strike a deal with Gu Ning. If he was alone now, he would call Gu Ning right away. Chun Yuhong was more displeased and grew more jealous of Kang Xiaojie. Who was Kang Xiaojie's friend? How could she choose 6 raw jade materials out of which 4 contained jade? In addition, among the jade, 3 pieces were at high level. If that person could work with the Chun family would be at a great advantage. They wouldn't need to acquire a large number of raw jade materials to get very little jade again. Otherwise, they had to waste a lot of time and energy on cutting out a large number of raw jade materials. Therefore, if a stone gambling talent could help them, they could save a lot of time and effort. Moreover, they could sell those raw jade materials that didn't contain any jade to other people and make a fortune. Given Chun Yuhong's thoughts, it was no wonder why the Chin family had a bad reputation. Actually, the person that Chun Yuhong was shocked by was shopping for raw jade materials in the Chin family store right now. She took away all the high-level and top-level jade, leaving only the jade at low levels in the store. Kang Xiaojie saw the final result and excused himself right after putting away the jade. He went to call Gu Ning, but Gu Ning didn't answer his call. Instead, she directly cut it off. Before long, she sent Kang Xiaojie a message, telling him that she was busy and couldn't take the call. Because of that, Kang Xiaojie stopped calling her. He also sent her a message and told her that he had cut out 4 pieces of jade from the raw jade materials she had left him. There was a piece of low-level jade, 2 pieces of middle-high-level jade, and a piece of top-level jade. He really hoped that they could work together. Gu Ning replied to him that they could talk about that later. Because Gu Ning didn't agree right away, Kang Xiaojie was slightly worried. He was afraid that Gu Ning might turn him down in the end. However, no matter how worried he was, he couldn't question Gu Ning right now. Since Gu Ning said they could talk about it later, he had to be patient. After leaving the Kang family's store, Chun Yuhong was in no mood to visit his family's store. He changed his plan and directly went home. When Chun Yuhong got home, he spoke to his father about Kang Xiaojie. Master Chun was shocked when he heard that someone could cut out 4 pieces of jade from only 6 raw jade materials. Although he was a stone gambling master, he couldn't do that, let alone cut out 3 pieces of jade that were at high levels. In addition, even though Master Chun could cut out several pieces of jade from over a dozen raw jade materials, it only happened a few times throughout his life. And most of the jade was at low levels. Only 1 or 2 pieces were at middle level. He could only cut out jade at high levels when there were a lot of raw jade materials. Therefore, Master Chun got jealous after hearing the shocking news. Do some research and find out who Kang Xiaojie's friend is. If it's possible, draw her over to our side. Give her the most generous offer we can afford, said Master Chun. He had the same idea as Chun Yuhong. He wanted such a strong person to work for the Chun family. No problem, Chun Yuhong answered, then sent out people to conduct the investigation at once. When Kang Xiaojie got home, he also spoke to his father about Gu Ning. Master Kang wasn't in a good condition and had gotten worse because of his younger brother's behavior. Although younger Master Kang was the second major shareholder with 20% shares of the Kang family's business, elder Master Kang, who had 60% shares, was the real chairman. Therefore, it was very reasonable that senior Master Kang wanted Kang Xiaojie to take over the seat. Unfortunately, once more and more directors were against it, it couldn't continue, even though they only had just over 30% of the shares at most. Kang Xiaojie seized 60% of the shares, and he had the power to force other shareholders who were against him to give back the shares, but he hadn't gotten total control of the company yet. He was afraid other directors wouldn't listen to him and would make the company suffer a greater loss, so he had to accept the conditions younger Master Kang laid down. In fact, if he was only competing with younger Master Kang, he wouldn't be afraid, although he didn't have full confidence, but younger Master Kang said that they could get a helper. There was a person who was skilled at stone gambling by younger Master Kang's side, so it put him in a very dangerous situation. Well, if your uncle was an upright person, it wouldn't be a big deal if he's in charge, but he's selfish and self-centered, so you better defeat him. You can't let him control the company, or he'll take the whole company for himself, said elder Master Kang. Dad, I'll do my best to get Miss Gu to help us. I won't allow my uncle to rob us of the company, said Kang Xiaojie. At the same time, younger Master Kang learned that one of Kang Xiaojie's friends cut out 4 pieces of jade from 6 raw jade materials. He was shocked and became anxious because Kang Xiaojie had such a skilled friend. He was worried because the competition would be held the day after tomorrow, and he regretted saying that they could have a helper. In fact, he planned to deny it. Therefore, younger Mr. Kang immediately called Kang Xiaojie and told him that they couldn't have a helper at the competition the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing that, Kang Xiaojie got mad. He guessed that younger Master Kang must have heard about the news that he cut out jade in his family's store. He didn't realize that he made a terrible mistake until now. He originally wanted to attract more customers to his store, so he cut the stone open publicly, but he forgot what would happen if younger Master Kang learned about it. If he had known the result, he wouldn't have cut the stones open publicly. He would have done it in private, but unfortunately it was too late. Uncle, you said that we can have a helper, but now you are denying it. What? Do you think it's fun to fool me? Kang Xiaojie asked coldly. You accepted that condition because you have a stone gambling master by your side, right? Younger Master Kang criticized. It was true that younger Mr. Kang was shameless. He was the one who said that they could have a helper, but now he changed his mind just because he found out that Kang Xiaojie had a stone gambling master by his side. In other words, he did everything to stop Kang Xiaojie from winning. It was understandable because he aimed to steal the seat of chairman, so it was impossible that he would allow Kang Xiaojie to win. If he was willing to give Kang Xiaojie the chance to win, he wouldn't have proposed having a competition. However, it was unethical for younger Master Kong to change his mind so casually. And he was so shameless that he didn't feel guilty at all. "Uncle, can you be more shameless? You're the one who said that we can have a helper, not me. I opposed it, but you insisted. So I had to accept it. Now you know that I have a skilled helper, so you have changed your mind and want to stop me from getting help. Uncle, do you think you're the ruler and you can do whatever you want?" Kong Xiaojie retorted angrily. He wasn't surprised that his uncle was so shameless. He had witnessed it many times before, but he still couldn't stand it when he saw it. Younger Master Kong always picked on him. "How could you talk to me like that? Didn't your father teach you to be polite? You don't have manners at all." Younger Master Kong criticized angrily. He admitted that he was shameless and changed his mind, but he didn't feel guilty. He believed it was necessary to be shameless to get what he wanted. "My father has educated me on manners and standards. He told me not to steal, scheme, and rob other people," said Kong Xiaojie. He was mocking younger Master Kong, who had no standards and principles at all. In order to get what he wanted, he didn't even hesitate to rob his family. Younger Master Kong understood Kong Xiaojie's words. He was mad, but he controlled himself because once he lost his temper, he would have a connection with the description. Even though he was that kind of person, he wouldn't allow the others to describe him like that. "Whatever, you can't just let an outsider participate in this competition." Younger Master Kong was unwilling to waste more time arguing with Kong Xiaojie. He didn't want to hear any negative answers from Kong Xiaojie, so he immediately hung up on him. Filled with fury, Kong Xiaojie almost smashed his phone. He finally found someone who could help him win the game, but now younger Master Kong changed his mind. Although Kong Xiaojie was reluctant to give in, he was afraid that he was left with no choice. It was his fault that he didn't join the company earlier. If he had done that, he would have his own connections in the company. In that case, those directors wouldn't be so easily bribed by younger Master Kong and he wouldn't have so many supporters. If he really couldn't have a helper, he would still do Gu Ning the favor. Anyway, he could make friends with her and return her favor of helping him choose raw jade materials containing jade. However, he couldn't tell Gu Ning right away, because he hadn't made up his mind to give in yet. Therefore, he decided to talk about that when he met Gu Ning. Gu Ning didn't finish shopping until 7 p.m. They weren't slow, but this jade raw material market was very large and had too many shops and stalls. Couldn't be quicker for Gu Ning to pick up raw jade materials with jade inside. She could do that faster than pay the bill. Luckily, they didn't need to wait long when they settled the bill. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to finish shopping even if they spent 2 more hours in the store. Because Gu Ning swiftly finished shopping for raw jade materials, everyone was surprised and disgusted, but no one interfered. After all, it was her own business. Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue had changed their appearances, so they didn't attract much attention when they moved the raw jade materials. It was very normal for businessmen in this industry to move a large number of raw jade materials. Every time those raw jade materials were moved to the warehouse, Gu Ning put them into her telepathic eye space. Although no one would go to steal them, Gu Ning didn't want to leave raw jade materials which contained jade in the warehouse. After the last batch was moved back to the warehouse, Gu Ning put them away in her telepathic eye space again, then went to cancel the lease of the warehouse. Gu Ning moved the raw jade materials in and didn't move them out, but nobody paid special attention to that, so Gu Ning didn't bother to rent a car. After walking out of the warehouse, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue left to return the rented car before going to have a meal. When they finished eating, Gu Ning went to collect information about the Kong family. Because she only needed to know about younger Master Kang's relationship with elder Master Kong and his reputation, it didn't take her much time. There was information about the Kong family's business on the internet, so she easily found out that its chairman was Kong Yuanbo. Kong Yuanbo had 60% shares. The second major shareholder was Kong Yuannan, who had 20% shares, but now Kong Yuannan wanted to steal the power. That being case, it was clearly Kong Yuannan's fault. After that, Gu Ning told Kay to help her find Kong Yuannan's address, then took Bailey Zhongxue to visit him. When they arrived, they heard him talking with his son. They were talking about the competition with Kong Xiaojie, which proved that Kong Xiaojie didn't lie to her. In addition to that, Gu Ning also learned that Kang Xiaojie wasn't allowed to turn to his friend for help after cutting out 4 pieces of jade from 6 raw jade materials in his family's store. Upon hearing that, Gu Ning rolled her eyes. Kang Yuannan was shameless, and Kang Xiaojie wasn't smart. Kang Yuannan was shameless because he didn't keep his promise, while Kang Xiaojie wasn't smart because he didn't even think about the result of him cutting the stones publicly. Gu Ning didn't think about that either back then, so she didn't remind Kang Xiaojie to do it in private. However, it wasn't her business, so she didn't think much about it. If it had something to do with her, she would have thought about the consequences. Anyway, Gu Ning didn't give up her idea of helping Kang Xiaojie. Instead, she was more willing to help him after knowing how shameless Kang Yuannan was. From Gu Ning's perspective, she didn't need to show up with Kang Xiaojie. As long as she went there, she could be helpful. With the help of her jade eyes, she could easily know whether there was jade in the jade raw material. After verifying it, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue left. "He's really shameless," Bailey Zhongxue said in annoyance when they walked away. Kang Yuannan schemed to steal other people's property, but even took it for granted, which was disgusting. "Right, he's indeed extremely shameless," Gu Ning agreed. The next day, Gu Ning called Kang Xiaojie at 10 a.m. She said that they could talk further about their cooperation. Although Kang Yuannan said they couldn't have a helper, Kang Xiaojie didn't give in. Therefore, it was necessary for him to meet Gu Ning again. He had to make it clear to Gu Ning. He sincerely hoped that Gu Ning could help him, so he couldn't keep her in the dark. As a result, Kang Xiaojie and Gu Ning made an appointment to see each other in the hotel that Gu Ning was staying in. When they met, Gu Ning saw that Kang Xiaojie was obviously in a bad mood. She also knew the reason, but she had no intention of asking about it first. If she asked about it, he would know that she had investigated them beforehand. Therefore, Gu Ning had to wait till Kang Xiaojie brought it up. After they met, they went to order. When they had finished ordering, they began to talk about the matter. "Miss Gu, do you agree to work with me?" Kang Xiaojie asked. He wanted to know Gu Ning's answer first. "Yes," Gu Ning replied. "Thank you so much, Miss Gu. But there is one thing I need to tell you. After I cut out the jade yesterday, my uncle learned about it. He changed his mind and now won't allow me to have a helper. I disagreed because he can't just do whatever he wants. Unfortunately, my uncle has deep support in the company. Many shareholders support him, so I'm afraid I can't defeat him," said Kang Xiaojie resignedly. Because Gu Ning was already aware of that, she wasn't surprised. After a pause, Kang Xiaojie continued. "So, if the situation really changes at that time, I'm afraid I'll have wasted your time. But don't worry, even if we can't cooperate this time, I'll still do you the favor. After all, I sincerely hope that we can be friends. And I also need to thank you for helping me cut out the jade yesterday." Hearing that, Gu Ning had a better impression of him, because Kang Xiaojie clearly understood gratitude. "Where will you have the competition?" Gu Ning asked. "Right in the store. There will be a new batch of raw jade materials arriving tomorrow morning," said Kang Xiaojie. "Can people go in and watch?" Gu Ning asked. "It's public in case anyone refuses to accept the result." "People can go in and watch," said Kang Xiaojie. "Well, if so, when you're competing, can you answer a call or read a message?" asked Gu Ning. If it was allowed, there wouldn't be a problem. "I can," said Kang Xiaojie. When he heard that question, he realized that Gu Ning might plan to guide him through the phone, but guests were forbidden to examine the raw jade materials. So Kang Xiaojie didn't think it would work. The guests are forbidden to examine the raw jade materials. It's okay. Just keep your phone on. I'll think of a way then. I only need you to trust me," said Gu Ning. Upon hearing that, Kang Xiaojie cheered up. Although he didn't know what idea Gu Ning had, he trusted her. So he said, "Of course, you have my trust." At the moment, he could only trust Gu Ning. Even though he barely knew Gu Ning, he had a feeling that she was trustworthy. However, there aren't any numbers on the raw jade materials this time, said Kang Xiaojie worriedly. It's not a big problem. I can take a picture of them, then leave some marks before sending it back to you. But you better delete it right after you see it. I don't want anyone else to find out, said Gu Ning. Great, Miss Gu, thank you so much for your help. Kang Xiaojie thanked Gu Ning. At this moment, he was finally relieved. Although he wasn't sure he could win, the situation had become much better. At least, he had a 70% probability to win. The competition hadn't begun and there was no outcome yet, but Kang Xiaojie would do Gu Ning the favor that he had promised, whether she was able to help him or not. Therefore, after having a meal, Kang Xiaojie took Gu Ning to the Bureau of Land and Resources. They needed to see which mountains were still available so that they could go to have a look. Although this city was the place of production of raw jade materials, it wasn't easy to acquire a mountain. In fact, a mountain was very expensive and not many could afford it. Besides, the government asked for a full payment. There were many mountains, but not all of them contained raw jade materials. Only 1% of them had raw jade materials. Therefore, it would be a waste of money if one bought a mountain that didn't contain any raw jade materials. In addition, the mountains here were of no other use. Therefore, developers had to conduct a long-term inspection to make sure that a mountain was a good choice. In the end, most of the time it was a gamble when they bought a mountain because it was hard to know whether there was raw jade materials. If it was easy to know which mountain contained raw jade materials, the government wouldn't rely on selling mountains to make money. Public servants and officials weren't allowed to do business in private, and they couldn't afford it either. Therefore, even if the government found raw jade materials in a mountain, they could only ask for a higher price. Developers weren't allowed to dig a hole to see whether there was raw jade materials in the mountain, but they could make an observation from the surface, which relied on their luck. Moreover, even if there were raw jade materials in a mountain, they couldn't know how much there was. Some mountains only contained a small number of raw jade materials, so it wasn't worth buying. All in all, there were risks to buying a mountain, so not many businessmen could make a good choice. Gu Ning, however, could easily solve the problem with her jade eyes. The deputy director of the Bureau of Land and Resources had a good relationship with Kang Xiaojie, so he treated Gu Ning politely when they met. According to what was said, it wasn't easy to buy a mountain. One had to show his or her bank deposit, transactions, and prove that they had the ability to pay the full amount as well as to see whether the money was from a legal source. It was necessary, because the government couldn't allow criminals to use the mountains for money laundering. Gu Ning was well prepared for that. When the deputy director mentioned the requirements, Gu Ning immediately took out a folder with her credit record inside without any loan history. There were also the business license of Jade Beauty Jewelry, the tax registration certificate of the national tax and local tax, the organization code certificate, the bank account opening certificate, and the transactions of her bank cards, etc. After reading those documents, Kang Xiaojie and the deputy director were both surprised. Unexpectedly, Gu Ning was the legal owner of an enterprise, and her company was the famous Jade Beauty Jewelry. They had heard of Jade Beauty Jewelry because it was unbelievably famous right now. There were branches of Jade Beauty Jewelry in many cities of all tiers. The brand had been established for only 2 years, so it was really amazing that it could become so successful within such a short time. However, they had only heard of Jade Beauty Jewelry, but didn't know who owned it. They didn't bother to collect information about it either. "Oh, Miss Gu, I didn't expect you to be the owner of Jade Beauty Jewelry. I can't believe its boss is a young girl who isn't 20 yet. You're really impressive for making such great achievements at such a young age." Kang Xiaojie was extremely impressed by Gu Ning. "I'm flattered, Mr. Kang," said Gu Ning politely. No, you deserve the compliment. I've never seen anyone else who can make so many great achievements at your age. To be specific, not many can have even half of your achievements at such a young age." Kang Xiaojie understood that Gu Ning was being modest, but he still couldn't help complimenting her, because he was really impressed. "Right? It's also my first time to see such a young achiever," the deputy director agreed. This time, Gu Ning smiled and said nothing. They only knew that Jade Beauty Jewelry belonged to her, and didn't know that she had other companies. If they knew more about her, they would be even more shocked. "Miss Gu, you have all the documents we need. As long as you make a choice, we can talk about the prices and finish the formalities. I'll give you a map with every mountain of City Rue printed on it. Mountains that are already owned are marked, but you can choose among the available ones. After you make your choices, we can finish the formalities," said the deputy director. After knowing Gu Ning's status and abilities, He was even more polite to her, though he also did that for Kang Xiaojie. Power was always more influential than money. If the Bureau of Land and Resources was unwilling to sell mountains to her, Gu Ning could do nothing about it, unless she turned to a more important official for help. If she could make the deal harmoniously, there would be no need to bully other people. "Thank you so much, Deputy Director." Gu Ning thanked him. "My pleasure, Miss Gu. This is our job," said the Deputy Director. If they could sell the mountains, it would be an investment which was to their credit. Therefore, the Deputy Director didn't think he was helping Gu Ning. Instead, it was Gu Ning who helped him. It was a win-win. After that, the Deputy Director gave Gu Ning the map. Then Gu Ning and the others left. If it was time for a meal, the Deputy Director would have invited them to share a meal. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue needed to look for mountains containing raw jade materials, while Kang Xiaojie needed to go deal with his own business. There were tens of thousands of mountains in City Rue. Even though Gu Ning had jade eyes, it wasn't easy to find one with raw jade materials. Compared with other major cities, City Rue was small, but it was quite large for Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue, who needed to climb up and down mountains one after another. It might even take them a few days. On the other hand, if they had good luck, they might not need to spend much time on it. Therefore, it mainly depended on their luck. City Rue was surrounded by mountains, but Gu Ning could only search for what she wanted from one side. After careful thinking, Gu Ning decided to start searching from the side near Burma. "Well, if we go right now, we might not be able to come back at night if we have bad luck. Will you go with me, or will you go back to the hotel?" Gu Ning asked Bailey Zhongxue. Although she knew that Bailey Zhongxue would go with her, she still asked that question, or it might seem that she took it for granted. If Bailey Zhongxue didn't want to go, she wouldn't think it was a big deal. "I will go with you," said Bailey Zhongxue without hesitation. She didn't want to stay at the hotel alone. It was boring. She also wasn't an ordinary girl, so she wasn't scared when she was in the remote mountains. "Great! Then let's go now." Gu Ning said nothing further and set off with Bailey Zhongxue. She didn't drive, because they would directly walk into the mountains after leaving the city center. They wouldn't stay on the road all the time, so a car wasn't convenient. After walking deep into the mountains, they would move using qinggong, so they were very fast. Once Gu Ning was in the mountains, she used her jade eyes to see the inside of those mountains. Unfortunately, she didn't see any raw jade materials. Because of Bailey Zhongshue's presence, Gu Ning still searched for raw jade materials for a while. She checked the soil first, then used her senses to feel what was under the ground. When Gu Ning did that, Bailey Zhongxue followed her, but she felt nothing special under it. "Gu Ning, can you really see whether there is jade raw material underground by feeling the soil?" Bailey Zhongxue asked curiously. If Gu Ning could really do that, it would be amazing. She knew the quality of soil varied, and some was suitable for planting, while some wasn't, but she couldn't tell the difference. "Not really, but it helps," said Gu Ning. In fact, she couldn't make a judgment from doing that, and it was just an act. "How about your magical senses?" Bailey Zhongxue asked. "Not very likely. After all, my magical senses are too weak now, but we can't know the result without trying. If I can sense air from the soil, it means there are many stones. If there are many stones, there could be raw jade materials. If there is no air at all, there should only be soil," said Gu Ning. Actually, she didn't believe a word she just said, but she couldn't tell Bailey Zhongxue that she had a pair of jade eyes. Oh! Bailey Zhongxue barely knew anything about it, so she believed whatever Gu Ning told her. Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue started searching from 3 p.m. After climbing over about 20 mountains in 2 hours, they found no mountains containing raw jade materials. After searching for another hour, they still found nothing. At this time, it was already 6 p.m. Therefore, they stopped for a rest and ate some food before continuing to search for raw jade materials. As soon as they finished eating, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue continued. The sky became dark after they searched for a long time. However, Gu Ning had good luck today. Although they had spent 5 hours walking around, they finally found a mountain with a lot of raw jade materials. Gu Ning could only see jade in several raw jade materials at the layer near the ground. After all, the mountain was large and thick, It was impossible for her to see all the raw jade materials. However, if she could see several raw jade materials containing jade near the ground, it meant there should be more jade deep down. This mountain still belonged to the government and was available. Without hesitation, Gu Ning decided to buy it. "Let's go back now," said Gu Ning. Since she was sure which mountain contained raw jade materials, she planned to go back. "What? Should we stop right now? Did you find any jade?" Bailey Zhongxue was struck dumb for a second. She didn't think Gu Ning would easily give up, so she believed that Gu Ning must have found something. "Yes, I found jade on this mountain, but we still need to gamble on whether there are enough raw jade materials," said Gu Ning. She couldn't tell Bailey Zhongxue that she could see the jade with her eyes. "Great. Then let's go back now." Bailey Zhongxue believed whatever Gu Ning said. Anyway, she barely knew anything about it, so she didn't bother to ask much. After that, they returned in the same way. It was 8:30 p.m. and was completely dark, but they could still see clearly. Therefore, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue went back by using Qinggong again. They were dozens of kilometers away from City Rue and there were mountains along the way. It might take them hours to get back. However, they couldn't use Qinggong all the time because it was energy-consuming. When they were out of strength, they would stop and rest for a while. They would walk a distance, then continue to rush ahead. During their second rest, when they were about halfway back, they heard a gunshot. Without delay, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue stopped. "Why was there a gunshot?" Bailey Zhongxue asked confusedly. She didn't really need Gu Ning's answer. After all, they were together. If she didn't know, Gu Ning couldn't know either. She just subconsciously asked aloud. "This is the border between two countries, so criminals often show up here. It's quite chaotic, so it's not surprising that there are gunshots, but we can only know the details after checking it out," Gu Ning said. She planned to not leave right away. If there were really criminals, she had to do something since she ran into them. Otherwise, the Red Flame would be assigned the task to deal with them. "Sure." Bailey Zhongxue nodded. She wasn't afraid of guns and criminals because she wasn't an ordinary girl. Gu Ning immediately turned to look in the direction of the gunshot. She judged that it was no more than 100 meters away. The next moment, she saw a group of people running in the woods. There were 7 of them and all of them were armed. At a distance of about 20 meters from them, there were 4 people who were chasing the others. Gu Ning couldn't see their faces clearly, but they looked familiar. Since they looked familiar, they must have met before. And since they were chasing criminals in such a situation, they must be Leng Xiaoting's comrades. Leng Xiaoting wasn't there. If Leng Xiaoting was there, Gu Ning would be able to recognize him with a glance at his back. Upon thinking that they might be teammates of the Red Flame, Gu Ning felt that she had to do something. "Follow me," Gu Ning said to Bailey Zhongxue. Bailey Zhongxue didn't know what Gu Ning wanted to do, but she didn't bother to ask. No matter what Gu Ning was going to do, she would follow her. At the beginning, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue moved lightly, because they didn't want to be discovered. Gu Ning wasn't exactly sure that those men were Leng Xiaoting's people. She planned to see them more clearly after she got closer. The people at the front kept on running and turning around to fire at the same time, while the people at the back also didn't stop shooting. It was a pursuit. Because it was night and there was a distance between them, no one was really shot when they were running. Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue came in from the side. Although they moved lightly, they were still faster than those men. As a result, Gu Ning quickly saw the 4 people at the back. There was paint on their faces, but Gu Ning still recognized them. It was Su Jinchen, Chun Meng, Zhao Lang, and Ai Weishan. Since she recognized them, Gu Ning didn't bother to hide any longer. "Look, the 4 men at the back are my friends. We need to stop the people in the front. We don't need to kill them. We just need to injure them. They have guns, so we must be careful," Gu Ning said to Bailey Zhongxue. She chose to stand out because they were in a public fight now. There was no need to ask Su Jinchen about the situation. She just needed to take action right away. Anyway, she wouldn't kill them. She would just catch them and hand them to Su Jinchen. "No problem," Bailey Zhongxue agreed. She had never attacked mortals before, but those men were obviously criminals. Therefore, the cultivation world wouldn't blame her for injuring them. Normally, Bailey Zhongxue didn't have many chances to fight against others, so she was looking forward to having a real fight. After hearing Gu Ning's words, she was full of excitement. After that, they immediately moved. In a blink of the eye, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue reached in front of them. Because they moved too fast, those men were not prepared. They didn't see them until they were right in front of them. Afterwards, they were scared and surprised. They didn't expect to be stopped at this moment. However, when they found out that it was just two girls without weapons, they relaxed. They wouldn't hesitate to remove them from their way. Without delay, a few men pointed their guns at Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue. Unfortunately, the moment they moved, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue attacked them. They didn't know what to do. Although they fired their guns, they failed to hit anyone. The next moment, they knocked against each other and screamed in pain. Su Jinchen and his comrades heard that from the back, and felt it was quite strange. Did they shoot themselves by accident? They didn't know what was happening at the front, but still continued to run ahead. Right when they were only 10 meters away, they heard a familiar female voice. "Be careful. Don't fire." Upon hearing that voice, Su Jinchen and his comrades were surprised. They recognized that voice. It was Gu Ning, but why was Gu Ning here? Most importantly, how did Gu Ning know they were coming? Either way, they were sure that Gu Ning was before them, and she caused those loud screams. No matter how she got to know they were here, she knew. Gu Ning had magical powers, so it wasn't too surprising that she could do that. Therefore, they stopped shooting and immediately went ahead. When Su Jinchen and his comrades were only 3 meters away, they finally saw what was happening over there. Gu Ning was indeed there, along with a strange girl. By that time, they had nearly finished beating those men. Su Jinchen and his comrades felt a little embarrassed. They had chased those criminals for a long time and only killed 3 of them, but Gu Ning knocked down 7 as soon as she showed up. The girl who was with Gu Ning was also very strong. They were aware of Gu Ning's abilities, so they didn't feel self-abased. On the other hand, Gu Ning was their idol. In fact, the criminals were more surprised than them. To their astonishment, 2 girls without any weapons could beat them to the ground so easily. Although they had already been caught by Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue, Su Jinchen and his comrades still went ahead to help them. "What are you doing here?" Su Jinchen asked Gu Ning afterwards. He didn't call her name to make sure that their identities weren't exposed. "I passed by coincidentally and heard the gunshots. I saw you after observing for a while, so I took action," said Gu Ning. Although they didn't know why Gu Ning was there so late at night, they didn't doubt her words. "Will you go back with us?" Shouting went to chase their leader. "I'm sure he must have already caught him," said Su Jinchen. Given Lung Shouting's abilities, he should be able to catch the criminals much quicker than them. Even though the leader was stronger than these hoodlums, he was no match for Lung Shouting. This time, they moved separately because this group of gangsters divided into 2 small groups and tried to escape. They noticed it quickly, so they went to catch them separately as well. Sure, since Lung Shouting was also here, Gu Ning would definitely go to see him. Anyway, there was nothing for her to deal with right now. Bailey Zhongxue followed wherever Gu Ning went. After that, Gu Ning left with them. Because the criminals were there, Su Jinchen and the others didn't talk with Gu Ning. Besides, there wasn't any signal in the remote mountains, so Chun Meng couldn't contact their other comrades until they got to a place with a signal. They chased them on foot for a long time. They were already far away from their base, so they would have to walk for hours to get back. In that case, they had to call their comrades to pick them up. After walking for half an hour, they finally saw a wide road. But the car hadn't arrived yet, so they stayed in the woods for the time being. About 20 minutes later, a car came. It was a big military car which could accommodate a lot of people. There were many of them after all, so they needed a large car. Si Ming was sitting in the driver's seat. When he saw Gu Ning, he was very surprised, but he didn't ask. Su Jinchen let Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue sit in the front passenger seat. They were 2 young girls, so they couldn't stay in the back along with a group of men. Besides, if Lung Shouting found out, he would surely be mad at them. Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue were happy to sit separately from the men. After the car started moving, Si Ming asked Gu Ning quietly, "What are you doing here?" I came to buy a mountain to mine raw jade materials, but I heard gunshots on my way back. After observing for a while, I saw them and decided to help, said Guning. Hearing that, Ming nodded, not doubting her words. Oh, does Shouting know that you met them? He just caught their leader when I came to pick you up, said Ming. Not yet, I'll surprise him. Guning smiled, looking forward to seeing Leng Shouting's reaction when he saw her. He'll be astonished and excited. After all, you haven't seen each other for more than half a month, said Ming. There was no need to guess, because the answer couldn't be more obvious. Actually, it wasn't that long. Ming had been separated from Chiu Yusin for even longer. Thinking of that, Ming missed his girlfriend. Along the way, they said nothing further. After driving for about 50 minutes, they arrived at an abandoned house in a suburb of City Rue. There weren't many residents, so the houses were gradually abandoned. In the house were Leng Shouting, Zhao Weixian, and the head of the illegal gang. When the car moved closer, Leng Shouting sensed a cultivator and frowned slightly. Without hesitation, he walked out. After walking out, Leng Shouting felt that the cultivator was in their car. Was there a cultivator in the illegal gang? The cultivator wasn't at a high level, but he or she shouldn't have been caught by Su Jinchen. Leng Shouting was a little confused, staring at the car. When Leng Shouting walked out, Guning also saw him and couldn't wait to give him a hug. The moment the car drove in front of Leng Shouting, Guning met his eyes. It was dark, but Leng Shouting had a very good sight and immediately recognized Guning. Guning beamed, while Leng Shouting was startled. Afterwards, he was astonished and showed great excitement. Ningning? What was she doing here? Leng Shouting didn't think that Guning came to City Rue for him, so he felt it must be a coincidence. Why did Guning come to City Rue? Leng Shouting quickly figured it out, because Guning had told him that she wanted to mine raw jade materials in City Rue. If he guessed correctly, she came here for jade. Once the car stopped, Leng Shouting walked over to open the car door for Guning. Guning sat by the window, so Leng Shouting held her hand as soon as she got out of the car. What are you doing here? He questioned her with concern. I came to buy a raw jade material mountain in City Rue. I found one after searching for a long time today, when I heard gunshots on my way back. After observing for a while, I saw Jinchen and your other comrades, so I joined them and helped them catch those criminals. I heard that you were also here, so I came along with them, said Guning with a smile. All right, are you tired? Have you eaten? Leng Shouting asked with concern. Guning had searched for jade for so long, so he was afraid that she might be hungry and tired. I'm not, and I've eaten, Guning replied. Although they had been boyfriend and girlfriend for a long time, it was still sweet that they cared about each other. Well, at this time, Ming coughed lightly and interrupted them. If you want to talk so sweetly, why don't you do it in private? Please don't do it in front of us. It hurts. Ming hoped that the loving couple could think about his feelings. Leng Shouting rolled his eyes at him. Although he wanted to have a private conversation with Guning as well, it wasn't the right time for it. There was an important issue waiting for him to deal with, and Guning's friend was there too. He couldn't just leave a young girl with a large group of men. Even though the girl would be safe, it was rude. Wait for me for a while. I need to deal with this issue first. Then we can go to the city center together, said Leng Shouting. Now that they had already caught the criminals, Su Jinchen and the others needed to bring them back to their base. It wasn't Leng Shouting's duty to punish those criminals. Each member of the Red Flame had the power and abilities to handle it. Sure. Guning nodded. Then Leng Shouting went into the house. Bailey Zhongxue was blocked at the door by Guning and Leng Shouting, so she didn't get out of the car until they had walked away. After Bailey Zhongxue got out of the car, she said to Guning, Guning, I'll go back to the hotel when we arrive at the city center later. I think I should leave you to have some time with your fiancé. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be fine alone. You don't need to come back tonight. You can just call me to go to the raw jade material market tomorrow. Bailey Zhongxue understood that Guning and Leng Shouting needed some private time, so she said that she wanted to be alone. Of course, Guning replied. She was indeed a little embarrassed to mention that, so she accepted Bailey Zongshue's kindness since Bailey Zongshue said it before her. 5 minutes later, Leng Xiaoting walked out. When he was out again, he had already cleaned the print on his face and put on a casual suit. Although Bailey Zongshue had seen Leng Xiaoting's photos before, this was the first time that she had ever seen him in real life. To be honest, she was already amazed by Leng Xiaoting when she saw his photos, but now she found out that he was even more attractive than in his photos. Gu Ning's fiancé was extraordinarily handsome, but Gu Ning was stunning too, so they were a perfect couple. Even though Bailey Zongshue was amazed, she didn't lose her manners or show much excitement. She was very honest because it was Gu Ning's fiancé. If it was just a stranger, she might think further after being amazed. However, Leng Xiaoting was too powerful, making Bailey Zongshue feel slightly stressed when she saw him, so she didn't dare to look at him for long. "Hi, Miss Bailey." Leng Xiaoting greeted Bailey Zongshue. Although he always kept a distance from other people, it didn't mean that he forgot his manners. "Hi, Mr. Leng." Bailey Zongshue immediately replied. Can you leave with us now?" Gu Ning understood Leng Xiaoting would make the arrangements, but she was still worried. She didn't want to cause any trouble for him. "Sure, we already caught the criminals. They can deal with them," said Leng Xiaoting. He knew his duty very well. "Great!" Gu Ning was relieved. After that, they left together. Because there were no extra cars, they could only use Qinggong to go to a place in a suburb to catch a taxi. Using Qinggong, they quickly reached a suburb of City Rue. Then they walked to the road and stopped a taxi after about 5 minutes. Without delay, they went straight to the hotel where Gu Ning and Bailey Zongshue stayed. It was nearly 10 p.m. now, but it wasn't too late, so Bailey Zongshue went into the hotel first when they arrived. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting booked a room first, then went out to have a walk. When they walked along the street hand in hand, passers-by gave them a glance once in a while, because they were too beautiful to ignore. "Is it done? When will you leave?" Leng Xiaoting asked Gu Ning. "Not yet. I met someone who knew me when I went to buy raw jade materials the other day. Out of jealousy, he told other people that I've cut out 3 pieces of jade from only 5 raw jade materials in Cityting. He wanted to see me chased away, but the owner of that store, the heir of the Kong family, which is one of the 3 major jade business families in City Rue, heard us. He proposed to have a competition with me. After I defeated him, he invited me to share a meal. He wanted to make friends with me, and because I had the idea to do business here, I agreed. Then he asked me for help. He told me that his father is lying in bed sick. His uncle wants to steal his family's business through a stone gambling competition. He was afraid that he would lose. After knowing that I can cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials, he had a competition with me to confirm that I'm better than him. He said that if I can help him win the competition against his uncle, he'll give me 100 million yuan. But I don't want money. I want something else, so I told him to help me acquire a mountain and the right of exploitation using his connections in the government. In order to prove my abilities, I left 6 raw jade materials to him and told him to cut them open. There were 4 pieces of jade inside. 1 is at low level, 2 at middle-high level, and 1 at top level. He didn't think much then, so he cut them open publicly. Unfortunately, his uncle learned about it and forbade him to have a helper. However, visitors can watch the game tomorrow, so I'll use my jade eyes to see which raw jade materials contain jade, and I'll tell him in messages. It isn't done yet, but I think he's a good man. He directly took me to see the deputy director of the Bureau of Land and Resources today. I got the permission, so I took Bailey Zongshue to see the mountains. After searching for hours, I finally found a mountain containing raw jade materials. Then I coincidentally met Jinshin and the others on our way back, said Gu Ning. I'll go to help Mr. Kong with the competition tomorrow morning and finish the formalities in the afternoon. I'll leave the day after tomorrow. How about you? Is your job done here? Asked Gu Ning. Yeah, I'll leave them to Su Jinshin and my other comrades. I can stay with you these few days, said Leng Xiaoting. Great! Hearing that, Gu Ning was very happy. They hadn't met for a long time, so she wanted to spend more private time with Leng Xiaoting. Oh, did your mother tell you that Master and I went to the Cultivation world a few days before I came to City Rue? The Jing family forbade Uncle Jing from leaving the cultivation world when they learned that your mother isn't dead, said Guning. The Jing family know? They also forbid my uncle to leave. Leng Xiaoting got mad at once. He didn't know because he hadn't gone back to the capital these days. Although he had a call with Jing Yunyao the day before yesterday, his mother didn't share the news with him. He thought that his mother simply didn't want to worry him. Given Leng Xiaoting's reaction, Guning realized that he didn't know yet, so she continued. We all agreed to go to the cultivation world when you come home next time. It's better to pay the Jing family back sooner than later. Otherwise Uncle Jing might be in danger. Although Tiandazong will surely punish Jing Yaorong if he dares to hurt Uncle Jing. Who knows what he'll do if he loses his mind? One could never be too careful. If any accidents really happened, there was nothing they could do to save the situation. Right, we should pay the Jing family back as soon as possible. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting became serious at once. It was time for them to deal with the Jing family. After a short while, Leng Xiaoting went back to normal. He didn't want to worry Guning and was unwilling to affect her mood. As they walked around, they passed by the food street. Leng Xiaoting suddenly remembered that Guning had a meal outside in the wilderness today. So he asked her, Are you hungry? Why don't we go have some food? Why not? Guning agreed. Although she wasn't very hungry, she was worried that Leng Xiaoting might not be able to really fill his stomach when he carried out a task. After that, they went to have night snacks in a restaurant. However, enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Right after Guning and Leng Xiaoting left the restaurant after they finished eating, they ran into Chen Weiming. Chen Weiming was with the same friends he went out with last time. Chen Weiming was injured by Guning a few days ago. After recovering at home, he was feeling much better. He couldn't stand being alone for too long, so he asked his friends to go have fun together. They had just walked out of a bar before they came to have night snacks at that restaurant. When Chen Weiming and his friends saw Guning, they were surprised and mad. But he didn't dare to do anything, because Guning was much stronger than him. Do you know them? Leng Xiaoting asked Guning. Although he asked that question, he already knew the answer. Besides, they couldn't have a good relationship. We had conflict and a fight a few days ago, said Guning, looking at Chen Weiming with a vague smile. Did your hand hurt? Leng Xiaoting asked with concern. Not at all, Guning said. Chen Weiming and his friends were annoyed once they heard Leng Xiaoting's words. He was too protective. The girl injured them, but he only cared about whether the girl got hurt. It seemed that he didn't care whether the girl had messed with someone she shouldn't annoy. What do you mean? Chen Weiming angrily questioned. I mean what I said, said Leng Xiaoting coldly. At the same time, he gave them a cold glare, scaring all of them. Jesus, his glance was scary. Chen Weiming originally wanted to find Guning and get revenge. However, now that he met her, he didn't dare to do anything. None of them could defeat Guning. Therefore, none of them did anything. Since they did nothing, Guning wouldn't do anything either. She dragged Leng Xiaoting away, leaving them behind. You? Chen Weiming was reluctant to see her leave. But when he tried to stop her, Leng Xiaoting gave him a glare. Chen Weiming was scared once again. He didn't dare to say anything until Leng Xiaoting and Guning were far away. Let's go and see. I'll surely pay you back. He chose to be wise after the fact, while the others said nothing. After leaving the food street, it was nearly 12 a.m., so Guning and Leng Xiaoting directly went back to the hotel. As soon as they were back in the hotel, Leng Xiaoting pressed Guning against the wall of the entryway. Did you miss me? He stared straight at her. Of course. Guning directly hugged Leng Xiaoting's waist and beamed at him. Leng Xiaoting could never say no to Guning, so he got aroused from Guning's seduction. However, he had been busy carrying out a task these days, so he hadn't had a shower in a few days. He was a little dirty and smelly, so he did nothing to Guning. Let's go to have a shower. He held Guning's hand, walking to the washroom. Why did you pull me over? Although they had taken a shower together before, it didn't happen often, so Guning felt slightly uneasy. Let's shower together, said Leng Xiaoting. He didn't feel uneasy at all. Although Guning felt embarrassed, she didn't refuse. After they walked into the washroom, they undressed first. Shortly after there was the sound of water flowing along with their moans of pleasure. They stayed in the washroom for a whole hour. When they walked out, Leng Xiaoting carried Gu Ning in his arms, both of them completely naked. As soon as they were out, they went to have sex again. They didn't sleep until they were both exhausted. The next morning, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning didn't go out for breakfast. They called for morning service. After having breakfast, Gu Ning told Leng Xiaoting to stay in the room, while she went to see Bailey Zhongxue. They disguised themselves as the same boss and secretary this time. Because Gu Ning had cut out jade at the jade raw material market with her own look last time, many people could recognize her. If Kang Xiaojie's uncle heard about it, she would be targeted. By then, it would be impossible for her to help Kang Xiaojie. After Gu Ning put on a mature look, Leng Xiaoting was impressed. In fact, she was even more attractive to him now. Being stared at by Leng Xiaoting like that, Gu Ning immediately understood what he was thinking. She gave him a loving glare, but only ended up appearing more seductive to Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting swallowed and said in a hoarse voice, "Are you trying to seduce me?" "I'm not." Gu Ning glared at him again, then ignored him and directly walked out. Leng Xiaoting put on a resigned smile. Gu Ning wasn't deliberately seducing him, but he still got aroused every time he saw her. Gu Ning went to Bailey Zhongxue's room. After helping Bailey Zhongxue with the disguise, she walked out and called Leng Xiaoting. Then Leng Xiaoting came out too. After that, they rented a car from the hotel and set out together. When they arrived at the raw jade material market, it was 9:30 a.m., and it only took 20 minutes to get to the Kang family store. Although Kang Xiaojie and Kang Yuannan didn't advertise their competition, many people still heard about it. And once a few people knew about it, it soon spread abroad. In addition, even if they didn't know it, now that Kang Xiaojie, Kang Yuannan, and the other shareholders of the Kang family's business were all present, they should realize there was going to be a drama. As a result, the Kang family store was full of people. Kang Xiaojie and Kang Yuannan had arrived 10 minutes earlier. Kang Xiaojie disagreed about not having a helper, but Kang Yuannan was the rule maker. Moreover, it was a competition between the two of them, so there was no reason for outsiders to interfere. Therefore, Kang Xiaojie might not get support. It was Kang Yuannan who said that they could have a helper, but now he regretted it. It was his fault that he had no principles, but Kang Yuannan didn't care at all. During these few days, Kang Yuannan was collecting information about Kang Xiaojie's friend who were skilled at stone gambling. Although he hadn't come to a conclusion yet, he found Gu Ning. He learned that Gu Ning cut out 2 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials and defeated Kang Xiaojie in a match. Although Kang Xiaojie's friend had cut out 4 pieces of jade from 6 raw jade materials and there was a big difference, they might be the same person. Perhaps Gu Ning didn't want to show her real abilities in public, so she hid and secretly chose many raw jade materials for Kang Xiaojie. However, that was just Kang Yuannan's guess and analysis. Whether they were the same person or not, Gu Ning was impressive. If it was possible, Kang Yuannan hoped that she could work for him. It would be better if they were really the same person, and it would be the best if he could draw the person to his side. However, if she chose to side with Kang Xiaojie, he would destroy her. Although Gu Ning had no grudges against him, he couldn't stand it if she helped Kang Xiaojie. Kang Yuannan was a ruthless man who would do everything to achieve his goals. After that, Kang Yuannan's people found out where Gu Ning was staying, but weren't able to meet her. Gu Ning wasn't in the hotel yesterday, and it was very late when she was back. The man couldn't watch her all day long, because he needed to sleep as well. That morning, although Kang Yuannan's man was still waiting in the hall, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue had already disguised themselves as other people, so the man failed to recognize them. In addition to Kang Yuannan, the Chen family was also collecting information about Kang Xiaojie's friend who was so good at stone gambling. The Chen family had the same guess as Kang Yuannan and believed it could be Gu Ning, so they sent people to stay outside the hotel too, but didn't see her. As a result, Gu Ning didn't know that she was being targeted. After Kang Xiaojie met Kang Yuannan, both of them looked very hostile. They came with the shareholders who supported them, so there were no strangers. Kang Xiaojie's older brother was a senior official in City Rue, but it wasn't appropriate for his older brother to appear, so he didn't come. At the beginning, Kang Xiaojia's older brother was worried about him, but Kang Xiaojia said that someone would help him secretly, so he felt more relieved. Sometimes it was hard to judge who was right and who was wrong in a family. Although Kang Yuannan didn't keep his word, it was difficult to manage a large company, and Kang Xiaojia's older brother didn't know what to do. After all, even if Kang Yuannan controlled the Kang family's business, Kang Xiaojia still had 60% shares, so they had to be careful. If the Kang family's business was ruined, they would lose everything. After Kang Yuannan came, he didn't see any people he was suspicious of, so he knew that Kang Xiaojia had given in. Nephew Xiaojia, didn't you say you wouldn't yield? You still gave in. I told you that you're no match for me. If you're not dumb, admit your failure right now. Don't humiliate yourself. Kang Yuannan's voice wasn't loud, so only Kang Xiaojia and the people who were near them could hear him. The competition hasn't begun yet. Why do you think I'll lose? You stole my business. How could you be so shameless? Kang Xiaojia mocked. He did his best to control his emotions, but he was still angered by Kang Yuannan's shamelessness. How could you say that? How did I steal your business? We're both members of the Kang family, and I did it for the future of the Kang family's business. I've stayed in the company for 20 years, while you've only worked for several years. Do you really think that you can compete with me? Said Kang Yuannan in a flat voice. Hearing that, Kang Xiaojia became even angrier. I know you're better than me in terms of experience and abilities, but I have 60% shares, so I should be in charge of the Kang family's business, said Kang Xiaojia in annoyance. He admitted that he was worse than Kang Yuannan in experience and abilities. After all, Kang Yuannan joined the industry 20 years earlier than him, but he was still the largest shareholder of the Kang family's business, so he should be in charge. The problem is how many people support you? Even though you have 60% shares, I can still compete against you for the seat of the chairman as long as over half of the shareholders side with me, said Kang Yuannan mockingly. If he didn't have much support, he wouldn't dare to compete with Kang Xiaojia. You? His words were the truth, so Kang Xiaojia instantly became furious, but he didn't know what to say. Well, let's see how long you can be proud of yourself. If you lose today, you must accept the result. We've signed an agreement. The shareholders' signatures are on it as well. Kang Xiaojia was unwilling to waste time arguing with Kang Yuannan. After the result of their competition was out today, he wouldn't be so arrogant any longer. Kang Xiaojia understood that Kang Yuannan might refuse to do what he had promised if he lost. But Kang Xiaojia wouldn't allow it to happen. If it really happened, he would ask the shareholders to return the shares to him. Although it was difficult, he wouldn't let them continue to act against him. Stop bragging. Say that to me after you win, said Kang Yuannan. He didn't think Kang Xiaojia could defeat him. Actually, Kang Yuannan was worried because the probability of him winning the game wasn't 100%, but it should be at least 60%. Kang Yuannan believed that it wouldn't be hard for him to defeat Kang Xiaojia, because he joined the industry much earlier than Kang Xiaojia. He had also cut out 2 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials before. Sometimes he could even cut out 3 pieces of jade. Although the jade usually weren't at high levels, Kang Xiaojia didn't have that record. Therefore, Kang Yuannan was very confident. Kang Xiaojia warned him not to deny their agreement after he lost. But Kang Yuannan didn't think he would lose. He didn't bother to think of the consequences if he lost. Even if he really lost the game, he could give in for the time being and let Kang Xiaojia take over the position, because it wouldn't damage his reputation. However, whether he could sit on the seat steadily depended on Kang Xiaojia's abilities. Kang Yuannan definitely wouldn't allow him to seize control easily. Even if he yielded, it wouldn't last. If both of them couldn't cut out jade, the competition wouldn't end until there was jade cut out, so it wouldn't be a draw. Kang Xiaojia stopped arguing with Kang Yuannan, in case he lost control of his emotions. After all, the Chun family and the Meng family were both here. He couldn't make himself a joke in front of them. Honestly, it was already a joke that he had a competition against Kang Yuannan, but he couldn't make himself a joke. The Meng family was also one of the 3 major jade developers. They owned Yutian Jade Mining Company, which had cooperation with Jing Jining. The representative of the Chun family was Master Chen's eldest son, while the representative from the Meng family was Master Meng's third son. Both Master Chun and Master Meng were still very healthy, so they were still the patriarchs of their families. Master Chen's eldest son and Master Meng's third son were the heirs of their families. For now, both of them were general managers in their families' companies. They just received the news from the Kong family, so they rushed over in a hurry. By the time they arrived, it was nearly 10 a.m. Although they were the Kong family's competitors, the Meng family had never bothered to attack them maliciously or scheme against them. As for what was happening in the Kong family, the Meng family agreed that it was Kong Yuannan's fault, but it wasn't their business. They just needed to watch the drama. On the other hand, the members of the Chun family were self-centered. Therefore, none of them thought that Kong Yuannan's behavior was wrong. After all, legitimacy belonged to the victor. However, if they were Kong Xiaojie, they wouldn't allow Kong Yuannan to do it. It was a double standard. The game was about to begin, but Gu Ning was still absent. Kong Xiaojie glanced outside once in a while to see whether she would come. Actually, Gu Ning was already in the hall at this moment, but she disguised herself as another person, so Kong Xiaojie failed to recognize her. Once Gu Ning came, she saw a large pile of raw jade materials in the hall without any marks. There should be over 100 of them, and they were going to cut those raw jade materials open today. Therefore, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to look into them. Among the pile of raw jade materials, there was a piece of top-level jade, 2 middle-high level, 2 middle-level, and 3 or 4 low-level jade. Gu Ning took out her phone at once and secretly took a few photos. She edited the photos and marked a red spot on 5 raw jade materials. Among the 5 raw jade materials, there were 3 pieces of jade, including 1 top-level and 2 middle-high level jades. Gu Ning only told Kong Xiaojie where the 3 pieces of jade were. If she gave him all the raw jade materials containing jade, it would be too strange. After Kong Xiaojie got the 3 pieces of jade, it was impossible for Kong Yuannan to win even if he could find the other 5 pieces of jade. They competed over the value instead of the number of jade. Even with only 1 piece of top-level jade and a piece of middle-high level jade, Kong Xiaojie would surely win. When Kong Xiaojie felt his phone vibrate, he took it out and had a look. He was surprised once he saw Gu Ning's message attached with a photo. Without delay, he opened it. After seeing the photo with the marked raw jade materials in it, Kong Xiaojie was relieved. He did his best and remembered the shapes and positions of those raw jade materials. Kong Xiaojie had a good memory. Although he didn't have a photographic memory, he could remember those marked raw jade materials after paying close attention to them for a while. Gu Ning took a very clear photo. Although he couldn't see the patterns on those raw jade materials, he could see their shapes. In addition, there were all kinds of sizes and shapes of raw jade materials, so it wasn't difficult to tell the difference. Kong Xiaojie remembered the positions, sizes, and shapes of those 5 raw jade materials, then replied to Gu Ning and thanked her before deleting her message. Because the game hadn't begun yet, it was normal for Kong Xiaojie to check his phone. Therefore, when Kong Yuannan saw Kong Xiaojie looking at his phone, he didn't think it was a big deal. Anyway, no one he knew went to observe the pile of raw jade materials, so he didn't think that Kong Xiaojie would be cheating. Although Kong Xiaojie didn't know whether Gu Ning was present and how she chose the 5 raw jade materials without touching and observing the pile of raw jade materials, he could only trust her. It was only 5 minutes away from 10 a.m., so Kong Yuannan stood up. Facing the other people, he said, "Everyone, the chairman of the Kong family's business isn't in a good condition, so he can't continue to manage the company. However, such a large business group can't work well without a leader. After the board of directors had a meeting, we agreed to hold a competition between me and my nephew, Kong Xiaojie. Whoever wins can take over the position and become the new chairman. Today, all of you will witness it. Perhaps some of you think that I shouldn't compete against my nephew. After all, my nephew holds 60% of the shares. He undoubtedly ought to be the leader, but please don't misunderstand it. I'm not deliberately competing against my nephew to become the new chairman. It's a decision made by the board of directors. After all, a large business group needs a capable leader to lead it to a better future. I've worked in the Kong family's business for 20 years. My nephew just joined us a few years ago. I don't think he's able to do the job. If he's the new chairman, I'm afraid our company will lose its advantage over time. Therefore, the board of directors decided to hold a competition between me and Xiaojie. Whoever wins will be the new leader of the Kong family's business. If I lose, I'll still assist Xiaojie with the management of the company. After all, we're a family, said Kong Yuanan. He seemed to be very fair, as if he wanted to do everything for the sake of the company. Kong Yuanan kept a good image when he was outside. At least, he knew how to protect his face, so not many people knew what kind of person he really was. Only people who were familiar with him knew his true color. Therefore, they felt it was ridiculous, but it wouldn't change anything. Nobody didn't disguise themselves nowadays, so nobody bothered to deny Kong Yuannan's words. Only Kong Xiaojie felt it was extremely funny. However, Kong Xiaojie couldn't argue with Kong Yuannan right now, because it would embarrass Kong Yuannan and the Kong family. For the sake of the Kong family, he had to tolerate it. My uncle is right. Although I lack experience, as the heir of the Kong family's business, I'll do my best to lead the company to a better future. I don't want to disappoint any of you and my father as well. So I accept the challenge this time, said Kong Xiaojie. Hearing that, Kong Yuannan gave Kong Xiaojie a glance, then continued. Great, Xiaojie. I'm looking forward to seeing your performance. Staring at Kong Yuannan, Kong Xiaojie put on a vague smile. Uncle, just do whatever you can. I'll do my best too. It depends on our own abilities to win. It's almost time. Let's begin now. Great. Each of us can choose 5 raw jade materials within an hour. Kong Yuannan answered. Afterwards, they walked to the pile of raw jade materials and began to choose. Comparatively, an hour was a very short time to choose 5 raw jade materials, and many people could only choose 1 or 2 within the same time. In order to make the competition difficult and to not keep other people waiting, they only had an hour. After Kong Xiaojie and Kong Yuannan went to choose raw jade materials, the crowd started to talk about it. Which one of them will win? I think Kong Yuannan will win. After all, he has dozens of years of experience. I agree, but I hope Kong Xiaojie will win. He's the Kong family's heir. If he can take over the position, it will seem more natural and reasonable. And I have a feeling that Kong Yuannan isn't a good man. Right? Kong Xiaojie has 60% shares, so this competition isn't necessary at all. Obviously, Kong Yuannan wants to steal the position. The situation in a super-rich family is much more complicated than we think. Yeah, I have sympathy for Kong Xiaojie. It's his position, but now his uncle wants to steal it from him. No one would accept that. Although Kong Yuannan made a speech of justice, no one was dumb. If he was really a good man, he wouldn't ask for a competition to decide which one of them would be the new leader. If they really had a good relationship, Kong Yuannan should assist Kong Xiaojie even though Kong Xiaojie lacked experience. Therefore, most people shared the understanding that Kong Yuannan was very ambitious. Upon hearing their discussion, Kong Yuannan was angry, but he had to curb his anger because he needed to keep his positive image. Besides, they were in a competition now. He didn't want to cause trouble. As a result, he had to tolerate it. However, how could they judge him like that? Kong Yuannan didn't think it was wrong that he wanted to compete against Kong Xiaojie for the position of chairman of the Kong family's business. He wanted it and he would get it by hook or crook. Although Kong Xiaojie remembered the marked raw jade materials Gu Ning chose for him, he couldn't pick them up right away, or it would arouse suspicion. Accordingly, he made his choices slowly, but he was afraid that Kong Yuannan would accidentally pick up the raw jade materials Gu Ning chose for him. So he glanced at Kong Yuannan once in a while. After 7 minutes, Kong Yuannan chose a raw jade material, and Kong Xiaojie made his first choice too. It was the raw jade material containing the top-level jade. In fact, Gu Ning was also nervous, watching from the side. She didn't want Kong Yuannan to pick up the raw jade materials which she chose for Kong Xiaojie either. When Kong Xiaojie successfully picked up the raw jade material containing the top-level jade inside, she felt greatly relieved. Half an hour later, both Kong Xiaojie and Kong Yuannan had 3 raw jade materials. Among Kong Xiaojie's 3 raw jade materials, 2 contained jade, and 1 was a normal stone. Kong Yuannan only had a raw jade material with low-level jade, while the other 2 were normal stones. Kong Yuannan was skilled at stone gambling, but it really relied on one's luck to cut out jade. It was hard to tell whether there was jade from the outer layer of a raw jade material. When they went to choose the fourth raw jade material, Kang Yuannan accidentally picked up one marked by Guning. Seeing that, Kang Xiaojie became nervous. Although he didn't know whether there was jade in it, he believed it was highly likely because it was Guning's choice. Kang Xiaojie didn't know, but Guning was aware that there was no jade in the raw jade material picked by Kang Yuannan. Kang Xiaojie was upset, but didn't think he would lose just because of that. So he continued to choose raw jade materials. In case Kang Yuannan took the last marked raw jade material, Kang Xiaojie swiftly went to get it. As for the last one, Kang Xiaojie made the choice by himself. With good luck, he chose a raw jade material containing low-level jade inside. In the end, among the 5 raw jade materials Kang Xiaojie chose, there were 4 pieces of jade. Kang Yuannan's last raw jade material also contained middle-level jade. Therefore, Guning already saw the result of the game, but the rest of the people had no idea yet. Although Kang Xiaojie trusted Guning, he was afraid that Kang Yuannan might have better luck than him today. As a result, he was anxious before the result came out. Kang Yuannan was also nervous. He didn't want Kang Xiaojie to be luckier than him either. Alright, there are only 5 minutes left now. I've made my choices. How about you, my nephew? If you're done, let's go cut these stones. If not, you can continue. Kang Yuannan asked that question when Kang Xiaojie picked up his 5th raw jade material. He simply wanted to show that he was quicker than Kang Xiaojie. Sure, we can cut the stones now, said Kang Xiaojie. After that, they went to 2 stone cutters and took out the first raw jade material. There was low-level jade in Kang Xiaojie's first one, while middle-level jade was in Kang Yuannan's raw jade material. The stone cutting immediately began and the machine worked loudly. Before long, the outer layer of their raw jade materials was removed, but there was no jade shown. Without delay, the stone cutters cut open the second layer. When the second layer was removed, jade showed from Kang Yuannan's raw jade material, and it was at middle level. Everyone was surprised at once. There was jade in his very first raw jade material, and it was at middle level, which was cheerful news. Kang Xiaojie's raw jade material still showed nothing. At this moment, Kang Yuannan smiled with satisfaction. Ha ha, I can't believe I have such good luck today. There is jade in my first raw jade material and it's even at middle level. Although there was jade in Kang Yuannan's first raw jade material, it didn't mean he could make a fortune from it. Even though this piece of jade was valuable, it didn't mean he could cut out jade from the other raw jade materials as well. However, he was at an advantage over Kang Xiaojie right now. Kang Xiaojie had the same idea, so he was a little unhappy. He chose this raw jade material by himself, so he didn't have much hope, but he had great anticipation for the ones chosen by Guning. Therefore, even though Kang Yuannan cut out jade before him, he wasn't totally disappointed. Perhaps he couldn't cut out more jade. It wasn't Kang Xiaojie's fault that he had such a malicious thought, because Kang Yuannan was very unkind to him. As a result, Kang Xiaojie naturally cursed Kang Yuannan and hoped that he couldn't cut out more jade. At the same time, Kang Xiaojie hoped that he could cut out jade. He didn't want much jade, but it should be enough to defeat Kang Yuannan. Even if he cut out jade, it wasn't his own efforts, it was Guning's, but Kang Xiaojie didn't care about the method he used. He only wanted to win. Don't be upset, my nephew. Perhaps there will be jade shown after the next cut. Kang Yuannan comforted Kang Xiaojie, but he was just showing off. He definitely didn't want or believe that there was jade in Kang Xiaojie's raw jade material. Unfortunately, just as Kang Yuannan finished speaking, the stonecutter who was cutting Kang Xiaojie's stone shouted, "There is jade!" Hearing that, Kang Xiaojie was cheered up and immediately went forward to see whether it was true and what type the jade was. Kang Yuannan, however, was disappointed. What? There was jade in Kang Xiaojie's raw jade material? Without hesitation, Kang Yuannan walked over to see its type. The onlookers were shocked and full of anticipation too. After the stonecutter cleaned the dirt on the surface, they saw the quality of the jade. Knowing that it was just low-level jade, Kang Yuannan was relieved, but he still felt uncomfortable, because he had hoped that Kang Xiaojie couldn't cut out any jade. Kang Xiaojie was slightly disappointed at first, But this raw jade material was chosen by himself. He didn't expect to cut out jade from it, so it was a surprise. Therefore, Kang Xiaojie was a little disappointed, but wasn't too affected. Well, you have good luck. There is also jade in your first raw jade material, although it's of worse quality, said Kang Yuannan. He was laughing at Kang Xiaojie after he cut out a piece of middle-level jade. It's just the beginning. Perhaps there is better jade in my other raw jade materials, said Kang Xiaojie. Really? Kang Yuannan sneered, saying nothing further. Even though he didn't believe it, he was still slightly worried. Both Kang Yuannan and Kang Xiaojie's first jade was very large, so it took a long while to fully cut them out. When they took out the second raw jade material, Kang Xiaojie took one with middle-high level jade, while Kang Yuannan picked the normal stone which had been marked by Guning. After the first cut, jade showed from Kang Xiaojie's raw jade material. Kang Xiaojie's face was lit up at once, but Kang Yuannan was displeased. How could Kang Xiaojie cut out jade again? Everyone was surprised by his unbelievably good luck. Kang Xiaojie and Kang Yuannan walked closer, and so did the onlookers. They wanted to see the quality and type of the jade. As soon as Kang Xiaojie saw that it was a piece of middle-high level jade, he was excited, but Kang Yuannan was shocked and couldn't accept it. No, it was impossible. How could Kang Xiaojie cut out middle-high level jade? Jesus, it's middle-high level jade. Right, Kang Xiaojie really has good luck today. I do hope he can win, so I'm happy for him. Me too. Many people supported Kang Xiaojie, because he had a better reputation than Kang Yuannan. Hearing their discussion, Kang Yuannan almost lost his temper, but his reason stopped him. At this moment, Kang Yuannan's second raw jade material was also cut open, but there was no jade inside. Kang Yuannan understood that his second raw jade material was a complete stone, so he focused on Kang Xiaojie's raw jade material which already showed jade. He hoped that it was just a thin layer. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. The jade in Kang Xiaojie's second raw jade material was very valuable, while his was a waste. After that, Kang Xiaojie cut out his second jade slowly, while Kang Yuannan turned to his third raw jade material. There was jade in his third one, but it was at a low level which was hard for him to accept. A while later, Kang Xiaojie's second jade was fully cut out. When Kang Yuannan began to cut his fourth raw jade material, Kang Xiaojie started to cut his third one. This time, both of their raw jade materials were complete stones. Kang Yuannan was even angrier, but Kang Xiaojie felt relieved, because he was surely going to win even if the rest of their raw jade materials was wasted. The other people had the same opinion, so they began to talk about it. I think Kang Xiaojie is going to win this time. Although he's at an advantage, the game isn't over yet. Kang Yuannan might change the situation. I don't think it's possible. Shut up. Kang Yuannan couldn't stand it and directly snapped at them. How could they say that he was going to lose? Didn't he still have his last raw jade material? If he cut out a piece of jade which was more valuable than Kang Xiaojie's and Kang Xiaojie failed to cut out another piece of jade, he would win. After Kang Yuannan snapped at them, he realized that he just lost his manners, but he didn't bother to apologize. He simply said nothing further, because he was furious now. After being snapped at by Kang Yuannan, the other people stopped discussing them. After all, they were ordinary people and didn't dare to go against Kang Yuannan. Kang Xiaojie said nothing either, but he gloated over Kang Yuannan's bad luck. The ruder Kang Yuannan was, the more people would know his true color. Afterwards, Kang Yuannan began to cut his fifth raw jade material, while Kang Xiaojie cut his fourth one. The two raw jade materials were cut almost at the same time. Kang Yuannan's raw jade material was still a stone, while jade was shown in Kang Xiaojie's. Hearing that, the crowd was surprised once more, because this was the third raw jade material that contained jade. Kang Xiaojie was undoubtedly excited. He wasn't disappointed and Gu Ning was really good at stone gambling. There were 2 pieces of jade among 3 raw jade materials. Kang Yuannan, however, became even angrier. He even stiffened and trembled a little. It was hard for him to accept this result. When did Kang Xiaojie become so good at stone gambling? He cut out 3 pieces of jade from 4 raw jade materials. Although the jade wasn't fully cut out yet, and could just be a thin layer, it was highly likely for there to be jade inside. On the other hand, his own raw jade material was still a stone. Whether Kang Xiaojie could cut out another piece of jade or not, as long as there was no jade in his raw jade material, Kang Xiaojie was going to win. No, it couldn't happen, no. It seems Kang Xiaojie is going to win, right? The crowd began to talk about it again. Kang Yuannan wanted to snap at them, but his reason stopped him. He couldn't lose his manners, since it would only damage his reputation. As for their family's opponents, Mr. Meng and Mr. Chun, Mr. Meng was only surprised, while Mr. Chun was jealous of Kang Xiaojie. How could Kang Xiaojie be so lucky? He cut out 3 pieces of high-quality jade from only 5 raw jade materials. All of a sudden, Mr. Chun doubted whether Kang Xiaojie's friend who chose 6 raw jade materials with 4 pieces of jade inside was actually him. It was not only Mr. Chun, since Mr. Meng, Kang Yuannan and some shareholders had the same idea. After the second cut, Kang Xiaojie's jade showed good quality, while Kang Yuannan's raw jade material was still a stone. At this moment, Kang Yuannan was in despair. No way, it's impossible, impossible. Kang Yuannan mumbled. Although his voice wasn't loud, several people near him still heard it, including Kang Xiaojie and a few shareholders who supported him. How is it impossible? We all witnessed it, said a shareholder mockingly. He always wanted to argue with Kang Yuannan, but had to behave himself. Right, Chairman Tang, do you plan to deny the outcome? Said another shareholder, showing obvious mockery. It can't be clearer, and we're all watching it. It's useless even if you try to deny it. While most of the shareholders sided with Kang Yuannan, they still chose to support Kang Xiaojie. They were loyal to Kang Yuanbua, so they naturally decided to support Kang Xiaojie when Kang Yuanbua wanted him to take over the Kang family's business. No matter what, Kang Xiaojie was the heir of the Kang family's business. Even if Kang Yuannan stole the control of the Kang family's business, he would only be the president. The chairman was still Kang Xiaojie, though he would have no power. Kang Xiaojie was a capable leader, so he would grab the control back sooner or later even if Kang Yuannan stole it away now. You all shut up. Kang Yuannan felt that they were making fun of him, so he angrily shouted at them. Uncle, don't be so mad. I don't want them to think that you can't accept failure, said Kang Xiaojie. He didn't seem to be gloating over his uncle's bad luck on the surface, but he was in his heart. At the same time, he felt lucky that he met Gu Ning, or he might be the loser today. Hearing that, Kang Yuannan turned to stare at Kang Xiaojie. He said with his teeth clenched, Are you very satisfied and proud now? If I win today, I'll surely be very happy, but I won't be proud of it, because it's not a big deal. After all, the Kang family's business has been given to me by my father. I have 60% of the shares, so I ought to be in charge of it. The shareholders have doubts about my abilities. They're worried that I can't lead the company to a better future. I completely understand their worries, so I agreed to have the competition today. If I lost, I would disappoint my father, and I honestly couldn't face him again, said Kang Xiaojie. Although he and Kang Yuannan had already become enemies in private, Kang Xiaojie still had to be polite to Kang Yuannan in public. However, he wouldn't grin and bear it. Although he was unwilling to embarrass the Kang family by letting outsiders know about their family's inner conflicts, sometimes outsiders could still know without him saying it aloud. Therefore, he had to be smart and learn how to defend himself like what he just did. The crowd immediately understood his meaning and had a bad impression of Kang Yuannan. One without a good reputation couldn't lead a company well, because he would lose partners. Therefore, the Chun family's business wasn't as successful as the Meng family and the Kang family's business. If they didn't have connections in the government, they would have already been replaced. Even though the Meng family, the Kang family, and the Chun family were the 3 major raw jade material developers in City Rue, there were many other smaller raw jade material developers in this city. Some raw jade material developers had better sales than the Chun family, but lacked influence, so they couldn't replace the Chun family. At the beginning, many people thought it was an unfair game, and were suspicious that Kang Yuannan might want to steal the Kang family's business. Now, after hearing Kang Xiaojie's explanation, they were sure of it and turned to give Kang Yuannan an accusatory look. What do you mean? Are you implying that I want to steal the power? Although you have the most shares in the Kong family's business, I only have slightly fewer shares than you. The Kong family's business matters to me as well. Is it wrong that I care about its future? Don't make it seem as if I'm scheming against the Kong family's business. I won't take the blame, said Kong Yuannan angrily. He wouldn't bother to hide his ambition in front of Kong Xiaojie. But he must be careful in public. I didn't say that. Uncle, please don't think too much, said Kong Xiaojie, even though he implied that he wouldn't admit it. All right, we haven't finished yet. Let's continue to cut the raw jade materials. While they were arguing, Kong Yuannan's raw jade materials were all cut open, and it was discovered that his last one was a normal stone. Because Kong Xiaojie cut out another piece of jade, the game was finally over. The result couldn't be clearer, so Kong Yuannan felt that Kong Xiaojie was making fun of him. He didn't think too much about that. It was Kong Xiaojie who implied that he was trying to steal the Kong family's business. Anyway, Kong Yuannan didn't argue again, or other people would believe that he was really guilty. Therefore, Kong Yuannan only gave Kong Xiaojie a glare. It seemed as if he couldn't wait to tear Kong Xiaojie to pieces. Although he had thought about the result and he would accept the result for the time being if he lost, it was hard for him to face the failure right now. Xiaojie, you're really lucky today. I heard one of your friends has also chosen 6 raw jade materials in your store the day before yesterday, and there were 4 pieces of jade among them. After watching the game, I bet the friend is you, right? At this moment, Mr. Chun said seriously and joked about it. However, he believed that the person who cut out the 4 pieces of jade from 6 raw jade materials had to be Kong Xiaojie. Some people didn't realize that, but they soon understood what Mr. Chun was talking about. In that case, Kong Xiaojie was much better at stone gambling than they thought. Kong Xiaojie was a little panicked, because it was actually Gu Ning's effort, but he couldn't show it on his face at this moment. Are you the one who cut out the 4 pieces of jade from 6 raw jade materials that day? Asked Kong Yuannan. If it was really Kong Xiaojie had to be very skilled at hiding himself. Kong Yuannan always believed that Kong Xiaojie was no match for him. However, it turned out that Kong Xiaojie could cut out so many pieces of high-quality jade. No wonder Kong Xiaojie disagreed to having a helper at the very beginning, and gave in when Kong Yuannan said that neither of them could have a helper. Kong Xiaojie could cut out jade by himself. Kong Yuannan had that idea because he was blaming Kong Xiaojie. Though that was unreasonable since Kong Xiaojie did nothing wrong. He was completely innocent. I didn't cut out the jade that day, and my friend helped me with my choices today, said Kong Xiaojie. He couldn't directly tell them that it was another person who chose the raw jade materials today, but he had to make it clear to feel better. Hearing that, the crowd believed that his friend must have taught him some knowledge about stone gambling, not that they picked the raw jade materials for him. Everyone watched Kong Xiaojie pick the raw jade materials. No one touched him, and he didn't have any abnormal behavior. Therefore, even though he said that he learned some skills from his friend, people only believed that he was being modest. He still needed to rely on himself to make the choices. Kong Yuannan focused on Kong Xiaojie's face, trying to see whether he was lying. However, when Kong Xiaojie gave that explanation, he seemed very honest. Kong Yuannan couldn't tell whether he was lying. Either way, Kong Yuannan still refused to believe it. He was convinced that Kong Xiaojie didn't cheat today, but he didn't believe the so-called friend wasn't him. Nevertheless, it was meaningless. It wouldn't do him any good even if he conducted an investigation about it. It was not only Kong Yuannan. Some onlookers also didn't believe it. After Kong Xiaojie's jade was cut out, he had to cut his last raw jade material. Although the result was already out and it didn't matter whether there was more jade in his last raw jade material, it was necessary to finish the game. After the very first cut, jade showed again, amazing the crowd. After the second cut, it showed that it was jade of good quality. All in all, Kong Xiaojie cut out 4 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials. That had never happened before. Therefore, everyone began to admire Kong Xiaojie. But only Kong Xiaojie knew how panicked he was right now. Fine! Kong Yuannan was furious. He couldn't stay there any longer, so he snorted and walked away. Those directors who supported Kong Yuannan were ready to leave with him. Because the result was already out, there was no need for them to stay here any longer. After all, they couldn't deny the result. Two directors hesitated to stay or leave. In fact, the directors who supported Kang Yuannan were very satisfied with his performance, but they wouldn't give up and turn to side with Kang Xiaojie right away. The other two directors, however, had the thought of changing sides. Anyway, they were forced to side with Kang Yuannan through coercion and bribery before the game. Anyway, they couldn't do that right now because Kang Xiaojie might not need them. What was worse? Kang Xiaojie might harbor grudges against them since they supported Kang Yuannan against him. Therefore, they decided to have a private talk with Kang Xiaojie afterwards to see his attitude. When Kang Yuannan was walking out, Kang Xiaojie immediately shouted, "Wait a moment, Uncle Yuannan." There were many people watching them, so Kang Yuannan couldn't embarrass Kang Xiaojie. He stopped and replied in a displeased tone. "What? Since I won, the bet was that you and the other directors should admit that I'm the new chairman of the Kang family's business, right?" asked Kang Xiaojie. Hearing that question, Kang Yuannan felt humiliated, because Kang Xiaojie didn't trust him. Although he indeed had the intention of denying the result, he still felt embarrassed that Kang Xiaojie spoke about that in public. Of course, no matter how reluctant Kang Yuannan was, he had to admit it right now, or it might cause himself trouble. However, he wouldn't accept the failure. "Great, we'll have a meeting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I hope you all will be present," said Kang Xiaojie, putting pressure on them. He had to be strong enough to stop them from bullying him. Kang Xiaojie wasn't weak, so Kang Yuannan and the other shareholders understood that he wasn't easy to bully. However, Kang Yuannan still didn't think he was important enough. "We will," said Kang Yuannan. Other shareholders immediately chimed in. It was a public place, so they had to appear respectful. "Chairman Tang, is there anything else we need to know? If not, I think we need to leave first," said Kang Yuannan on purpose. "Nothing else," said Kang Xiaojie. Then he watched them leave. Kang Xiaojie won, so his supporters were extremely happy. It was hard for them not to show their excitement. It was just the beginning after he won, and his future would only be harder, because all of them knew that Kang Yuannan wouldn't stop making things difficult for him. Gu Ning understood that just winning the game today couldn't completely solve the problem for Kang Xiaojie. She had to help him solve the underlying problem as well. She had to first help Kang Yuanbo recover, so that he could continue to manage the company till Kang Xiaojie had the ability to be in charge of it. They couldn't give Kang Yuannan another chance to steal the business. Gu Ning decided to help Kang Yuanbo recover, but not for free. After Kang Yuannan left, Mr. Chun and Mr. Meng also walked away. The crowd dispersed too. Without delay, Kang Xiaojie ran to the backyard to call Gu Ning. Once her phone rang, Gu Ning picked it up. "Hi, Miss Gu, where are you now?" asked Kang Xiaojie. "I'm right here," said Gu Ning. "What?" Hearing that, Kang Xiaojie was startled. He guessed that Gu Ning might be present. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to take a photo of the pile of raw jade materials. But he didn't see her. "Why can't I see you?" he asked. "I put on makeup and look different now, so you failed to recognize me," said Gu Ning. Upon hearing that, Kang Xiaojie figured out why Gu Ning changed her appearance. Why didn't he think of that before? When Gu Ning had the competition with him the day before yesterday and cut out 2 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials, she should have been targeted. Although it wasn't the most surprising result, it was still quite rare. If it only happened once, it might just be luck. But Gu Ning had also cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials in City Tung last time. And that was only what he knew about. There should be more he didn't know about her. After all, Gu Ning started up her business by stone gambling. Kang Xiaojie didn't collect much information about Gu Ning, because he didn't know many of her achievements. "Miss Gu, since you're here, I bet you haven't eaten yet, right? I can leave now. Why don't we go have a meal together?" said Kang Xiaojie. Gu Ning had done him a big favor, and he didn't think what he had done for her was enough to return her kindness. However, he didn't know how to do that, so he could only buy her a meal to show his gratitude. "Great, there are 3 of us now, 2 girls and a man. We are all in black suits," said Gu Ning. 2 girls and a man in black suits? Hearing that, Kang Xiaojie immediately remembered them. He just saw them but didn't recognize Gu Ning. Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue looked completely different after disguising themselves. "Great, see you then," said Kang Xiaojie. He hung up and walked out of the backyard. Back in the hall, he glanced around and saw Gu Ning at once. The next moment, he walked towards her. Even though he walked closer, Kang Xiaojie still thought that this girl before him was different from Gu Ning. After observing the girl for a while longer, he slightly believed that she was Gu Ning. Actually, he was unfamiliar with Gu Ning. If they were more familiar, it would be much easier for him to recognize her. "Miss Gu, you look completely different now. I just saw you, but I didn't recognize you. If you didn't tell me, I would hardly notice you," Kang Xiaojie joked. At the same time, he was amazed by the effect of makeup. "That's exactly what I want. If you could easily recognize me, it would be troublesome," said Gu Ning with a smile. Then she introduced Kang Xiaojie to Leng Shouting. "Oh, this is my fiancé. His surname is Leng." Kang Xiaojie greeted Leng Shouting right away. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Leng." He was stunned by the outstanding appearance of Gu Ning's fiancé. Her fiancé had to be born in a powerful family given his natural air of nobility. "Nice to meet you too, Mr. Kang," Leng Shouting replied. Although Leng Shouting looked cold, Mr. Kang didn't think he was disdainful because he could see that Leng Shouting was used to keeping his distance from other people. After that, they walked out, leaving the jade to the manager of the store. The manager was Kang Yuanbu's henchman, so he was trustworthy. Shortly after they left the store, Gu Ning felt that someone was following them. To be specific, she felt that Kang Xiaojie was the target. It was true that the person came to follow Kang Xiaojie, and the person was sent by Kang Yuannan. Gu Ning didn't bother to tell Kang Xiaojie yet. It wasn't a big deal that the person followed them. Anyway, he couldn't hear them. It was nearly 2 p.m., so they didn't walk far. Instead, they went to a restaurant out of the raw jade material market. It was the best restaurant nearby, and they ordered a private room. The person followed them to the restaurant. After they walked into the private room, he couldn't see or hear them, so he went back to the hall downstairs. If he wandered outside their private room, he would get in trouble if he was exposed. He decided to continue to follow them after they left. In the private room, they finished giving their order. After the waiter left, Kang Xiaojie thanked Gu Ning. "Miss Gu, thank you so much for your help today. If it hadn't been for you, it would have been impossible for me to win. If I lost, it would be serious trouble." "No need to thank me, Mr. Kang. It was a deal. I'm not just helping you," said Gu Ning. Although it was a small favor that Kang Xiaojie did for her by helping her deal with the Bureau of Land and Resources, it was Gu Ning's idea, so she thought it was fair. "Miss Gu, I'll never forget what you've done for me. Whatever you need in the future, feel free to let me know," said Kang Xiaojie. After that, he stopped thanking her, otherwise it would be uncomfortable. Sure. Gu Ning didn't bother to talk about it further. She was going to start a business in City Rue after all, so she would need the Kang family one day. However, at the moment the Kang family was in a dangerous situation. Although you won today, I don't think your uncle will give up. You must be careful." Hearing that, Kang Xiaojie was a little embarrassed. It was true that Kang Yuannan wouldn't stop making things difficult for him even though he won today. Even after he became the new chairman, his uncle would continue to cause him trouble. "So I think the best solution is to solve the underlying problem," said Gu Ning. "Solve the underlying problem? How?" asked Kang Xiaojie. He didn't fully understand Gu Ning's meaning. "They don't listen to you, but they'll obey your father. So I think you should bring your father back to the company," said Gu Ning. Kang Xiaojie frowned. "My father is in a bad condition now. He can barely take care of himself, let alone work. If his father weren't seriously sick, Kang Yuannan wouldn't have dared to steal his seat." "Would you please tell me what your father's illness is?" asked Gu Ning. No matter what the illness was, she could treat it, but she still needed to ask about it first. Speaking of Kang Yuanbu's illness, Kang Xiaojie gave a heavy sign and looked upset at once. "My father is suffering from coronary heart disease, which is quite serious. Although he's been receiving treatment, he isn't getting better. That's why my second uncle wants to steal power. Would you believe me if I tell you I can heal him?" said Gu Ning seriously. "What?" Hearing that, Kang Xiaojie was shocked. He could barely believe it. Gu Ning could heal his father? Really? It was not Kang Xiaojie's fault that he didn't believe it. After all, the disease couldn't really be cured and his father didn't get better even after being treated for so long. That's why he had lost hope. Gu Ning didn't rush to explain it and waited for Kang Xiaojie's reply. Miss Gu, do you mean that you can heal my father? Really? Asked Kang Xiaojie. He was full of excitement and anticipation, so his voice trembled a little. Yeah, why would I lie to you? Said Gu Ning. Well, if it's possible, please treat my father. No matter how much it costs, I can pay you. Kang Xiaojie couldn't believe it, but he thought that his family could only give it a try. My medicine is indeed a little expensive, but you can totally afford it. It's far less than 100 million yuan, but I'll still ask you for the medical fee, said Gu Ning. Then she took out a porcelain bottle with 3 power crystals inside. There are 3 pills. Each costs 1,000,000 yuan. Take a pill every 3 days. After taking all 3 pills, your father should be mostly recovered. With careful care for a few days, I think he will be much better. I can't promise that he'll make a full recovery, but I'm sure he won't be as sick again. He will be able to live a normal life in the future. Hearing Gu Ning's words, Kang Xiaojie was stunned. He wasn't amazed by the price of the pill, he was just shocked by its effect. It was unbelievable that the pill could heal his father's coronary heart disease. No matter what, he still wanted to give it a try. Even if it was useless, he believed that Gu Ning wouldn't harm his father. Miss Gu, to be honest, it's very unbelievable for me. I can't accept or believe it yet, but I want to give it a try, said Kang Xiaojie. He didn't hide his worries. I know it's too amazing, making it hard to believe, but if you have courage, you can try it right now. However, you will also need to pay for an extra pill, said Gu Ning. Try it now? How? I'm not sick, said Kang Xiaojie. Are there any scars on your body? Asked Gu Ning. I do have a scar. I went to a raw jade material mountain a few years ago, and I fell down it in an accident. There was a long cut on my shoulder. Now it's an obvious scar, said Kang Xiaojie. You can directly take this pill or apply it to your scar. It's very effective in both ways, said Gu Ning. Then she took out another porcelain bottle. There was only 1 power crystal in it. There is a pill inside. Add some water and you can apply it to your scar. If you're willing to give it a try, you can try it now. No problem. I'll try it now. Kang Xiaojie didn't hesitate to have a try. If he directly gave the medicine to his father, he might be worried, but he wouldn't hesitate to personally try it now. When Kang Xiaojie agreed, Gu Ning poured some water into the bottle before handing it to him. Try it. Apply the medicine to your scar. Thanks, said Kang Xiaojie and took the bottle Gu Ning handed to him. Then he walked to the washroom. Although the scar was only on his shoulder, Kang Xiaojie still avoided them. It showed his respect for them. In the washroom, Kang Xiaojie took off his coat and pulled off the clothing on his right shoulder. There was a finger-long, wide scar, which he immediately applied some medicine liquid to. Once the medicine touched his skin, he felt a sudden coldness which went straight into his body. Kang Xiaojie didn't pay much attention to it. He thought that it wouldn't come into effect so quickly, so he walked out right after he finished. Afterwards, the dishes were placed on the table and they began to enjoy the meal. While they were having a meal, Mr. Meng and Mr. Chun went back to their own homes and spoke to their fathers about what happened today. Normally, kids inherited character from their parents. Although not every child would be as good as their parents, the members of the Meng family had a good reputation. Just like the Tang family, the members of the Tang family were kind and easygoing. They could be very nice, but they could also be aggressive when necessary. The Meng family were surprised by the news that Kang Xiaojie cut out 4 pieces of jade from only 5 raw jade materials. But they didn't think too much about that. They wouldn't get jealous just because Kang Xiaojie was better than them. They had their own ambition, but they wouldn't compete unfairly. They would rely on themselves to fight for a bright future. The Chen family, on the other hand, had a bad reputation. After Master Chun learned that Kang Xiaojie cut out 4 pieces of jade from only 5 raw jade materials, he was surprised, jealous, and even angry, as if it was Kang Xiaojie's fault. I didn't expect him to be so good. He easily cut out 4 pieces of jade from just 5 raw jade materials. I'm afraid the so-called friend who cut out 4 pieces of jade from 6 raw jade materials at his store the other day is him. That was the first idea that appeared in Master Chen's mind. I asked him about it, but he didn't admit it, replied Master Chen's eldest son. He obviously wouldn't admit it. If he did, it would mean that he lied to everyone, said Master Chen. Anyway, it was just their guess. They would never know the truth. After having the meal, Gu Ning told Kang Xiaojie to check his scar to see whether there was any change. Although Kang Xiaojie didn't think it would be that effective, he listened to Gu Ning and went to the washroom to check on his scar. However, after a glance, he was amazed, because the scar had obviously faded. Only slightly more than half an hour had passed. This medicine was unbelievably effective. Miss Gu, it's unbelievable. Only half an hour has passed, but the scar has obviously faded, said Kang Xiaojie in surprise. At this moment, Kang Xiaojie was more convinced about the effect of this medicine. Even though he still had some worries, he wouldn't hesitate to accept Gu Ning's advice. Now he only needed to persuade his father to take this medicine. Continue to apply the medicine to your scar once a day till it's finished. How fast you can recover depends on the severity of the scar. If it's not serious, it should be gone in a few days. If it's serious, there might be a faint scar left, but no one will be able to see it unless they pay special attention to it, said Gu Ning. Miss Gu, is this medicine on the market yet? Asked Kang Xiaojie. Given its unbelievable effect, it would cause a sensation around the country as soon as it was for sale. Not yet, said Gu Ning. Hearing that, Kang Xiaojie felt it was a shame. It has an unbelievable effect. If it's put up for sale, you can undoubtedly make a fortune. I know, but precisely because of that, I can't put it up for sale and let more people know about it. Once it's for sale, there might be too many people who want to own it. I might be targeted. I can make a lot of money, but I don't think money is that important now, said Gu Ning. Kang Xiaojie didn't realize that until now. He just thought about making money earlier and completely ignored the threats. I'm sorry, it's my fault that I didn't think about it carefully. I just thought about how much money this medicine can bring to you. I didn't think of the harm it might cause, said Kang Xiaojie with slight embarrassment. It's fine. When you have enough experience in business, you'll think of the harm and good together, said Gu Ning to comfort him. Hearing that, Kang Xiaojie felt embarrassed again. He was almost 35 years old, but he somehow lacked experience compared to a 19-year-old girl. It was his issue, but it sounded a little strange when a 19-year-old girl said that to him. Anyway, he wasn't annoyed at Gu Ning because of that. This medicine has great effects and can cure nearly all kinds of diseases, so it's very expensive. I need 100 million yuan for each pill. Only rich people can afford it, and the amount of the medicine is limited. I might not have enough to satisfy everyone's needs. Therefore, even if there was no harm, I still can't sell a lot of it. I'll just help people I'm willing to help and trust. I don't want too many people to know about the existence of this medicine, said Gu Ning. Kang Xiaojie felt touched. He knew that he didn't deserve Gu Ning's trust, because they had only met each other several days ago. In other words, he believed that Gu Ning just wanted to help him. Miss Gu, thank you so much. Kang Xiaojie thanked her again. Although it cost a lot of money, he couldn't get it if Gu Ning was unwilling to sell it to him. Gu Ning smiled and said nothing. Oh, medicines produced by my pharmaceutical company also contain this ingredient. They're also very effective for minor illnesses like colds. Normally, people need to take medicines for a few days to get better, but with the medicine produced by my company, you can make a full recovery the next day, said Gu Ning. Really? Miss Gu, you also have a pharmaceutical company? What's its name? Kang Xiaojie asked at once. Although he was surprised that Gu Ning owned a pharmaceutical company too, he didn't think it was strange since she had such unbelievably effective medicine. Cultivation. It doesn't have a direct sales store in City Rue yet, but I think Cultivation medicines are in other pharmacies, said Gu Ning. Although she didn't join the expansion, she read reports about it, so she knew it. Cultivation? Kang Xiaojie was astonished, because he had heard about Cultivation before. I know about it. There isn't a direct sale store for Collane in City Roué yet, but Collane is on the shelves of all the other major pharmacies. I've never used Collane before, but many people in my circle have. It has a great reputation. I didn't know it was owned by you. Miss Gu, you're really impressive. While Gu Ning was talking with Kang Xiaojie, Leng Xiaoting and Bailey Zhongxue quietly sat there and watched them. They couldn't and wouldn't interrupt their conversation. After all, they were talking about business, not just chatting casually. Oh, I've already chosen a mountain. We can finish the formalities right away, said Gu Ning. What? You're so fast. Kang Xiaojie was shocked. How could it be so quick? Yeah, I relied on my senses to make the choice. Anyway, we can't dig a hole and check the inside beforehand, right? Said Gu Ning. I know, but you're too fast. I don't think you are taking it seriously enough. Are you sure you're done? Kang Xiaojie asked with doubts. He hoped that Gu Ning could be more serious, because a single mountain cost dozens of millions of yuan. I'm sure, said Gu Ning with certainty. Great, if so, let's go right now. Since Gu Ning was sure of it, there was nothing else he could say. Although he couldn't accept it, it was Gu Ning's business. He couldn't interfere. What if there were really raw jade materials in the mountain? Afterwards, they left the restaurant and went to the parking lot, then drove to the Bureau of Land and Resources. When Gu Ning and the others left, the person who followed them was still there. So when they left in a car, he drove after them. Gu Ning felt that it was better to remind Kang Xiaojie about it. But Kang Xiaojie drove his own car while Gu Ning and the others sat in the car they rented from the hotel. As a result, she could only talk to Kang Xiaojie about it after they arrived. Once they reached the Bureau of Land and Resources and got out of their cars, Gu Ning said to Kang Xiaojie, Mr. Kang, I'm afraid you must be careful these days, because someone's been following you the entire time. Hearing that, Kang Xiaojie was scared. Someone was following him? The next moment, he calmed down and guessed that the person who followed him must have something to do with Kang Yuannan. After all, Kang Yuannan lost and felt uncomfortable. It was understandable that he was suspicious of Kang Xiaojie. So he sent a man to follow Kang Xiaojie. I will. Thank you so much, Miss Gu. Kang Xiaojie thanked Gu Ning at once. He felt even more grateful to her, because Gu Ning had helped him a lot. He was very lucky to have met Gu Ning. After that, they went to the Bureau of Land and Resources and met the deputy director. The deputy director was also very surprised that Gu Ning had already chosen a mountain. He also felt she didn't take it seriously enough. However, since Gu Ning wanted to buy that mountain, he wouldn't stop her. What if there were raw jade materials inside? He would ruin her business if he stopped her from buying it. Therefore, the deputy director immediately helped Gu Ning complete the formalities. With the help of the deputy director, within an hour, Gu Ning finished all the formalities and the mountain she chose belonged to her. However, the mountain was far from the main road, so they needed to build a road before they started digging out the raw jade materials. Nevertheless, Gu Ning didn't need to deal with that by herself, because Zhang Peng would handle it. After leaving the Bureau of Land and Resources, Kang Xiaojie said goodbye to Gu Ning and the others. He couldn't wait to let his father take the medicine. Gu Ning called Zhang Peng right away and told him that she was in City Roué. If he had time, he should come here as soon as possible. Zhang Peng was busy with something right now, but it wasn't important compared to what Gu Ning wanted him to do, so he brought his people over without delay. The distance between City Tang and City Roué was about 200 kilometers, so it took a bit more than 2 hours to arrive, which wasn't too long. Zhang Peng wasn't sure whether there were raw jade materials in the mountain Gu Ning just acquired, but he had great hopes, because it was Gu Ning's choice. All in all, he trusted Gu Ning. Kang Xiaojie shared the good news with his father after he defeated Kang Yuannan. So his family was aware of the result of their competition. Although it was just the beginning of their game, at least he won in the first step, so his family felt happy for him. Madame Kang and Kang Xiaojie's wife didn't know that he had Gu Ning's help, so they asked him for details once he got home. However, Kang Xiaojie didn't have time to tell them the whole story, because he wanted to see his father first. As soon as Kang Xiaojie saw his father, he said, Dad, I got a special medicine from Gu Ning. She said it can cure nearly all kinds of diseases, including your illness. Even though you can't necessarily make a full recovery, you can get much better. You'll be able to live a normal life. I was surprised when she told me that, and couldn't believe it. So I tried it, and it's indeed effective. As he said that, he showed the scar on his shoulder. See? I just applied some of the medicine to this scar. After 2 hours, it has faded a lot. It's enough to prove the unbelievable effect of this medicine. However, I still have some doubts, so I wanted to ask you whether you're willing to have a try. What? There is such an unbelievable medicine. Master Kong was amazed and couldn't believe it either. However, the scar on his son's shoulder had indeed faded a lot, which was enough to prove the effect of this medicine. What medicine could cure nearly all kinds of diseases? He would be lying if he said that he wasn't doubtful, but he still wanted to give it a try, because he was reluctant to lay sick in bed all day long. If he tried it, perhaps he could get better. Is the girl called Gu Ning trustworthy? Asked Master Kong. He had never met Gu Ning before, so he didn't know what kind of person she was. Well, we can't fully trust her because I've just met her, but she helped me defeat Uncle Yuannan. And among the 4 raw jade materials containing jade, 3 were chosen by her. She isn't only the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, she is also the owner of Cultivation. Cultivation is so famous that everyone has heard of it. The medicines produced by Cultivation have great effects, so I think, Father, you can give it a try since I also tried it, said Kong Xiaojie. She's also the owner of Cultivation? Master Kong was shocked. Cultivation was famous for its effective medicines, and he had heard of it too. Are you sure? Asked Master Kong again. She told me that, said Kong Xiaojie. At the beginning, he believed it, but now he doubted it after his father asked him that question. Check it out on the internet, said Master Kong. He wanted to make sure of Gu Ning's identity so that he could be more relieved. If Gu Ning was really the owner of Cultivation, her words would be convincing. Even if this medicine couldn't cure his illness, it wouldn't be harmful. Whether it could cure his disease or not, as long as it wasn't harmful, he would give it a try. Sure. Kong Xiaojie nodded, then took out his phone to search for the official website of Cultivation. There was basic information about the owner and senior management of the company on its official website. Kong Xiaojie read the page of senior management and saw Gu Ning's name along with other information about her on it. When he read the information about Gu Ning, he was stunned and didn't know what to say all of a sudden. What's wrong? Seeing that, Master Kong asked anxiously. At the same time, he wondered whether Gu Ning wasn't the owner of Cultivation after all. Master Kong wasn't doubting Gu Ning. After all, she just helped Kong Xiaojie defeat Kong Yuannan, so she shouldn't be hostile to the Kong family. But if Gu Ning was really the owner of Cultivation, Kong Xiaojie shouldn't be stunned. Gu Ning just told him she was the owner of Cultivation, right? Hearing Master Kang's words, Kong Xiaojie came back to his senses, but he still looked shocked. Gu Ning is the owner of Cultivation, but she's also the chairman of the Shengning organization. What? Master Kong was amazed too. He didn't expect Gu Ning to be the chairman of the Shengning organization as well. Although they didn't know much about the Shengning organization, they had heard of it. Within slightly more than a year, the Shengning organization had become a major business group in many industries. It was a miracle. However, because it was an enterprise in the capital and they were far away, they didn't know much about it. They had no idea who founded the Shengning organization. To their surprise, the builder of the Shengning organization was a girl who was only about 19 years old. In other words, Gu Ning started it up when she was only 18. Did you read it correctly? Master Kang's voice was trembling in shock. He asked not because he thought Kong Xiaojie was lying to him, but because it was too shocking. Yes, I did. Her name is on the website. There is also her photo. It can't be wrong. Kong Xiaojie couldn't digest the news right now, but he wouldn't doubt it because he had met Gu Ning. Get more information about her on the internet, said Master Kong. Of course, said Kong Xiaojie. Then he searched for more information about Gu Ning. Gu Ning, as it was shown on the website, was the founder of the Shengning organization and its subsidiaries. Below were her other achievements. After reading the list of her achievements, Kong Xiaojie took a deep breath in shock. Gu Ning was much more outstanding than he thought. Given her background, it was impossible for her to want to harm his family. What does it say? Master Kong asked in a hurry. Kong Xiaojie opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, so he directly gave his phone to Master Kong. There are too many of her achievements. I can't explain all of them to you. Read it by yourself. Master Kong then read it for himself, and was astonished after reading Gu Ning's achievements. After a long while, Master Kong finally digested the information about Gu Ning. Wow! She's such a talent. I've never seen someone like this before. Right? Kong Xiaojie agreed. Maintain your relationship with Gu Ning. It'll only do us good, said Master Kong. He didn't intend to get anything from Gu Ning, but as a businessman it was necessary for him to build his connections. I know, said Kong Xiaojie. Even if Gu Ning wasn't the founder of the Shengning organization, he had already decided to keep their friendship after Gu Ning helped him. Yes, he saw Gu Ning as his friend, not just for benefits. Give me the medicine right now. After reading the information about her, I'm convinced, said Master Kong. Although he didn't fully believe that this medicine could cure his illness, he believed it wouldn't be harmful. Hearing that, Kong Xiaojie immediately took out the medicine and helped Master Kong take a pill. After that, he put the 2 other pills into the drawer of the bedside table. He reminded Master Kong to take a pill every 3 days. Because Kong Xiaojie was going to be busy these next few days, he might not have time to watch Master Kong take the medicine, so he could only remind his father beforehand. The moment Master Kong took a power crystal, he felt the change of his body. Although it wasn't immediate, Master Kong still felt the change. It's indeed amazing. I just took it and yet I can already feel that my body is changing. I think I'm feeling more energetic again, said Master Kong in amazement. Even though Kong Xiaojie already told him how effective this medicine was, he could only feel it after experiencing it himself. Kong Xiaojie was happy for his father. That's wonderful. Let's see its effect after a few days. If it's so effective, can you buy more from Gu Ning? Your mother hasn't been feeling well these days either, said Master Kong. I'll need to ask, but this medicine is very rare, so I might not be able to get many, said Kong Xiaojie. I understand. Buy as many as you can. Don't make things difficult for her, said Master Kong. Actually, given Gu Ning's background, he didn't dare to cause her trouble. However, everyone wanted to be healthy, so they would buy the medicine as long as Gu Ning was willing to sell it to them. Of course, said Kong Xiaojie. He knew what he should do. After that, Kong Xiaojie left his father and went back to his study. Sitting in front of the desk, he was still digesting what he learned about Gu Ning today. He now admired Gu Ning more than ever. However, although he learned about her background, he didn't contact her right away. As for the medicine, he could only give Gu Ning a call later to invite her out for a meal. He would ask to buy the medicine during the meal. 2.5 hours after Gu Ning called Zhang Peng, along with a team of 7 people, arrived at the appointed hotel to meet Gu Ning. It was time for dinner, so Gu Ning finished ordering before Zhang Peng and the others arrived. It was late, so they could immediately eat once they arrived. After they walked in, Gu Ning also gave them the menu and told them to order whatever they liked. None of them ordered more dishes, because Gu Ning had ordered enough food. If they ordered more, it would be a waste if they couldn't finish the dishes. In addition, what Gu Ning had ordered was also their favorite. They were aware that Gu Ning just acquired a mountain here and needed to mine raw jade materials. But they didn't know that it had been done within a few hours, so they weren't too surprised. They were looking forward to seeing whether there was really raw jade materials. Anyway, they weren't in a rush to dig out the raw jade materials right away, because the raw jade material mountains in City Tung were enough for them to mine for over 2 years. However, they wouldn't wait till those raw jade material mountains in City Tung were completely mined. Instead, they would mine them at the same time. After all, there were more potential customers in City Rue than in City Tung. Gu Ning would establish a branch in City Rue. The team left in City Rue would manage the exploitation and sales, so it wouldn't affect those in City Tung. The general manager would still be Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng needed to manage the 2 companies in 2 cities at the same time. Luckily, City Tung wasn't too far from City Rue, so it was convenient for him to travel back and forth. Gu Ning planned to finish building a branch in City Rue during the first half year. It was currently at the end of February, so for the first half of the year, there were only 3 months left. 3 months weren't short, but Zheng Peng couldn't wait to start mining the mountain, because he wanted to know whether there were raw jade materials. They first needed to mine the mountain to make sure that there were raw jade materials before building a branch office. It would be meaningless if there was no raw jade materials after they built the branch. Gu Ning was sure that there were raw jade materials, but she couldn't tell them since it might arouse their suspicions. Therefore, they had to do it step by step. They needed to do a lot to build a branch. For example, they had to buy a piece of land to build a warehouse or rent one for the time being. They also lacked an office building and a store to sell the raw jade materials. If they could buy everything mentioned, Gu Ning didn't want to rent, since it could save a lot of trouble if they owned the buildings. Therefore, Zheng Peng decided to finish the preparations within a week, then start mining. After the raw jade materials were mined out, they would build a road for transportation. Gu Ning understood Zheng Peng's abilities very well, so there was nothing for her to be worried about. However, no matter how capable Zheng Peng was, he was just an ordinary man and they were new to City Rue. After they mined the raw jade materials, some people might get jealous and want to scheme against them. Therefore, Gu Ning planned to send over several excellent security guards to protect them in case they were attacked. Gu Ning honestly spoke to Zheng Peng about these issues and Zheng Peng agreed. "Oh, I have a good relationship with the heir of the Kong family. I'll introduce you to him. You can try to maintain a good relationship with him. If you need any help, you can try to get things done through his connections in the government. And if he needs help, you can try to help him if you are able to. If you can't, just let me know," said Gu Ning. "Sure," said Zheng Peng. He wasn't surprised that Gu Ning had a relationship with the Kong family, because there were many important figures in her social circles. The Kong family weren't even the most influential. Anyway, the Kong family had a high status in the jade industry. After all, it was a major jade mining company in City Rue. Zheng Peng had heard of the Kong family before. Actually, he was familiar with all the famous raw jade material businessmen. He was involved in this industry, so he naturally had to know a lot about it. Kong Xiaojia's name wasn't strange to Zheng Peng, but they hadn't met before because Kong Xiaojia was only learning to take over his family's business these past few years. Zheng Peng had met Master Kong before, but due to the huge gap between their social status, they had never spoken. After the meal, Gu Ning and the others went to have a rest in their own rooms. Zheng Peng and his team stayed in the hotel temporarily, but after the preparations were done, they would build a house at the foot of the mountain that they were going to mine. Gu Ning would take them to see the mountain the next morning before meeting Kong Xiaojia in the afternoon. She planned to see him the next afternoon, but Kong Xiaojia called her at 8 p.m. that night. He asked her whether she was free tomorrow since he wanted to see her. In that case, Gu Ning directly told him that she had actually planned to invite him for a meal tomorrow morning. She wanted to introduce the manager of this project to him. If the manager needed any help, the manager would turn to him for it. Hearing that, Kong Xiaojia agreed at once. He felt honored that he could be helpful. He wasn't trying to ride on Gu Ning's coattails. He just wanted to return her kindness. Although the Kong family's business wasn't as successful as the Shengning organization and Kong Xiaojia admired Gu Ning very much, there was no need for him to fawn on her. Gu Ning had helped him, so he was willing to help her too. Because the colorful raw jade material mining company wasn't controlled by the Shengning organization yet and Gu Ning didn't mention names of the company and Zheng Peng, Kong Xiaojia was unaware that she owned them as well. As long as Gu Ning was alone with Leng Xiaoting, they would kiss and hug each other the entire time. This led to them getting aroused and have passionate sex till they were exhausted. "Will it delay your work if you spend so much time with me?" Gu Ning asked in case she delayed Leng Xiaoting's work. "Not at all. If there is anything important, I'll go deal with it. However, I can't go to the cultivation world right after I finish my work this time. I need to return to the base first before we go to the cultivation world together," said Leng Xiaoting. "Sure, although we need to deal with the Jing family as soon as possible, we must get everything done here first. I don't want any accidents to happen," said Gu Ning. It was important to take revenge, but their work was more important. After all, they could finish taking revenge right away, but they needed to do their jobs for a longer time. Jing Jining was still being kept in the cultivation world at the moment. Jing Yaorong didn't bother him, so he lived a relaxing life. He enjoyed himself all day long in addition to cultivation. What irritated Jing Yaorong was that he couldn't find Jing Yunyao or Leng Xiaoting. Jing Yaorong understood that Jing Yunyao would come back to the cultivation world sooner or later, and he had to face it. He was anxious mostly because Jing Yunyao had Shangguan Yang's support. He believed that Shangguan Yang would help if Jing Yunyao wanted to get revenge. Although he thought that Jing Yunyao shouldn't do that, he knew that she was determined. "Father, why don't we just threaten them with her son? If Jing Yunyao dares to harm the Jing family, we'll hurt her son. Given the current situation, I don't think there is anything for us to care about," said Jing Yunyan when they were having dinner. "I agree," said Jing Yunfei. Jing Yaorong had that idea as well. After all, Leng Xiaoting was just a mortal. Couldn't be easier for them to injure him. However, they couldn't find Jing Yunyao or Leng Xiaoting. So how should they make the threat? "We'll see what we can do after we find Jing Yunyao," said Jing Yaorong. However, the man who was sent by Jing Yaorong failed to find Jing Yunyao, but he coincidentally met Miao Jingjing that afternoon. Because he was familiar with Miao Jingjing, he quickly recognized her. Since he recognized Miao Jingjing, he was surprised that she seemed to be a new cultivator now. After all, she was in the heartbeat stage 10 years ago. Even if she didn't make any progress during the past 10 years, she shouldn't have regressed either. Therefore, the man wondered whether she was really Miao Jingjing. She might just look like Miao Jingjing. Anyway, he hadn't seen her for 10 years, so he didn't remember her face clearly. Even though it had nothing to do with him, he was curious about it. If she was really Miao Jingjing, what had Miao Jingjing been through? Therefore, the man started to follow Miao Jingjing. After all, he couldn't find Jing Yunyao or Leng Xiaoting. Miao Jingjing was a new cultivator, so she didn't know that someone was following her. Senior Mrs. Su and Junior Mrs. Su asked Jing Yunyao to go shopping with them today, so Jing Yunyao invited Miao Jingjing to join them. Jing Yunyao didn't come with Miao Jingjing. She came directly from the Sihiyuan, while Miao Jingjing came from the flower market. About 10 minutes ago, Jing Yunyao and Senior Mrs. Su arrived. Miao Jingjing was farther away, so she didn't show up until 10 minutes later. Once she showed up, she was targeted. At this moment, Jing Yunyao and the others were shopping on the second floor. As soon as Miao Jingjing walked into the first floor, Jing Yunyao sensed her, but after a short while, she sensed another cultivator. The other cultivator wasn't weak at all and should be in the golden core stage, but the other cultivator obviously didn't come with Miao Jingjing, so it couldn't be Zhang Lilua or Xijin. Moreover, both Zhang Lilua and Xijin were at work. It was impossible to be either of them. So who could it be? Suddenly, Jing Yunyao realized that it could be someone sent by the Jing family. After finding out that she was still alive, Jing Yaorong would undoubtedly send people to find her. Anyway, it was just Jing Yunyao's guess since it could just be another cultivator. However, why did the cultivator follow Miao Jingjing? Did the cultivator have a grudge against her, or was there another reason? Either way, the cultivator was a stranger, and Jing Yunyao was unwilling to see him or her. Without delay, she called Miao Jingjing. Once Miao Jingjing answered the call, Jing Yunyao asked, "Did you come alone?" "Yeah." Miao Jingjing was confused. "Someone is following you. I think he or she should be in the golden core stage. He or she might have been sent by the Jing family. I'm not sure yet, but I don't want to see the person. Go have coffee somewhere. Let me see how to get the person to leave," said Jing Yunyao. "Sure," said Miao Jingjing. She said nothing further, in case the person who followed her behind heard their conversation. After answering Jing Yunyao's call, she also guessed that the person might have been sent over by the Jing family. Because she didn't notice it and almost let the person find Jing Yunyao, she felt a little guilty. However, she was at a low level, so there was nothing she could have done about it. Afterwards, Miao Jingjing listened to Jing Yunyao. She went to a cafe and ordered a cup of coffee. The man who followed Miao Jingjing didn't go to the cafe, but stood outside and watched her from the dark. Senior Mrs. Su and Junior Mrs. Su asked Jing Yunyao when Miao Jingjing was still absent, "Why is Jingjing so late? She should have arrived earlier. Is there a traffic jam?" Senior Mrs. Su and Junior Mrs. Su didn't hear Jing Yunyao's conversation with Miao Jingjing on the phone. After all, they talked about the cultivator, so Jing Yuniao had to avoid them. I suppose. It's fine. Let's go shopping first, said Jing Yuniao. Miao Jingjing waited for half an hour till Jing Yuniao couldn't feel the cultivator anymore. Then Jing Yuniao gave her a call again and told her to come over. At this moment, the man who followed Miao Jingjing had walked away, because he suddenly realized that it was meaningless. Miao Jingjing was just sitting in the cafe and drinking coffee alone. She did nothing. In case Jing Yaorong learned about his meaningless behavior, he left. Actually, he had been very close to Jing Yuniao, but Jing Yuniao found him before he noticed her. In fact, Jing Yaorong had thought about that before because Jing Yuniao was at a higher level than the man, but he still sent the man. This time, the man's main target was Leng Xiaoting. During these days, he basically waited and stayed outside the Leng family's house and Leng Xiaoting's base all day long. After he came back from Leng Xiaoting's base, he saw Miao Jingjing. Because Leng Xiaoting wasn't in the base or the Leng family's house, the man failed to see him. In fact, even if Leng Xiaoting was there, he still wouldn't be able to meet him. Given Leng Xiaoting's abilities, he would discover him long before he noticed Leng Xiaoting. In the morning, Gu Ning and the others had breakfast before going to the raw jade material mountain with a rented car from the hotel. Because the raw jade material mountain was 3 kilometers away from the main road, they could only stop the car by the roadside and walk over. 3 kilometers wasn't a long distance, so they soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. This mountain was very large. If there were a lot of raw jade materials, it might take them 5 years to get those raw jade materials out. However, Gu Ning only saw a shallow layer and didn't know what was deeper inside. Before they dug out raw jade materials, this mountain was no different from other mountains in the eyes of Zheng Peng and the others. However, this mountain was Gu Ning's choice, so they had great expectations. Boss, I think we can start mining after we're prepared, Zheng Peng said to Gu Ning. Although he was in charge of this project, he felt it was necessary to let Gu Ning know his plan, since he was very respectful of her. Sure, you can make the decisions about this, said Gu Ning. The colorful raw jade material mining company was a large company, so they didn't lack staff. Within a few days, they could be prepared and start mining. They didn't do it today, because they needed to choose a good date and hold worship before digging into the mountain. They were going to worship the god of mountains, showing their respect to the god. The god of mountains decided people's life and death. If he was pleased, he could ensure a bumper harvest and the prosperity of a family. Therefore, if they planned to dig around, they had to worship the god of mountains first. Therefore, they couldn't start mining right away, though it wasn't actually difficult to choose a good date. Because they came over this time just to become familiar with the roads and mountains, they left after seeing it. At that moment, a shareholders' meeting was going on in the Kang family's business. Without surprise, Kang Yuannan refused to give up. He just agreed to accept the fact that Kang Xiaojie would be the new chairman yesterday. But today he began to make things difficult for Kang Xiaojie. Although he seemed to be educating Kang Xiaojie in the tone of a senior, everyone knew that he was deliberately causing Kang Xiaojie trouble. Kang Xiaojie had worked in the company and learned from his father for years, but he normally dealt with minor issues. He had never managed important things, so he lacked experience. Facing the trouble caused by Kang Yuannan, he was a little cornered. Luckily, the directors who supported him were helpful. Director Tang, Chairman Tang, just took the seat. Why did you bombard him with a lot of difficult hypothetical questions? It's not happening yet. There is no need to solve the problem, said Director A, supporting Kang Xiaojie. Why did you say that? Although it's hypothetical, it might happen in the future and we must be prepared for it. No one knows what will happen in the future. As the chairman, he must be well prepared. Even though it's not happening yet, we must think of strategies to deal with any problems that might lie ahead of us. Kang Yuannan argued. The man he sent to follow Kang Xiaojie came back and reported the situation to him yesterday. But there was nothing abnormal. However, Kang Yuannan still told him to keep following and spying on Kang Xiaojie. Director Tang, I understand that you're reluctant to accept your failure, but don't you think you're being shameless when you won't stop causing unnecessary trouble? Your words make sense, but Chairman Tang just took over the position. You're forcing someone who doesn't drive to drive a car. Do you think it's possible? Doesn't he need time to learn? Can you fly a plane? Do you dare to do that? Director B retorted. You? After being criticized by Director B, who also supported Kang Xiaojie, Kang Yuannan got mad. Director Tang, can you solve the hypothetical problem you just brought up? Said Kang Xiaojie in a flat voice, looking at Kang Yuannan. He was also angered by Kang Yuannan, but he soon calmed down because he had to control his emotions. Otherwise, Kang Yuannan and the other directors might laugh at him. Of course, said Kang Yuannan. He felt proud of himself and believed that Kang Xiaojie was no match for him. Director Tang, since you can solve the hypothetical problem, you should know that you're also a member of our company. It's also your responsibility to lead the company to a better future. Whenever there is a problem, we should solve it together. If you leave everything to the chairman, why do I need you all in this room? Do you think you can get paid without doing anything? Said Kang Xiaojie, becoming serious. Kang Yuannan was struck dumb and didn't know what to say. Instantly, he got even angrier at Kang Xiaojie for embarrassing him publicly. Honestly, it was him who embarrassed Kang Xiaojie first. He was making things difficult for Kang Xiaojie. So why should Kang Xiaojie care about his feelings? Just because he was selfish and self-centered? It was impossible. Right, even if there is really a problem, we should solve it together. We can't leave it to the chairman. Director Tang, are you trying to get paid without doing anything? Director A immediately chimed in. When he heard Kang Xiaojie's argument, he was very pleased. Nonsense. Did I say I'll get paid without doing anything? Didn't I work at all? Kang Yuannan angrily argued. You didn't say that, but you made us feel like that, said Director C, who also supported Kang Xiaojie. In fact, the directors who supported Kang Yuannan also helped him find fault with Kang Xiaojie at the beginning, but they gradually became quiet because they didn't know what they could say now. They were Kang Yuannan's supporters, but they weren't that shameless. You? Kang Yuannan was furious. All right, just as Director Wu said, a person who hasn't learned how to drive can't drive a car steadily. He needed to learn the skills, and I had the same experience when I just became a director. I needed to learn how to manage. You have to give me a chance and time. If any of you dislike me, you can give back your shares. I'm totally fine with that, said Kang Xiaojie. Those shareholders had been through a lot with the Kang family's business, so it seemed as if he wanted to kick them to the curb when they had outlived their usefulness. However, they had benefited a lot from the development of the Kang family's business. In addition, they had many connections, and the Kang family's business relied on them to strike deals. Therefore, when they supported Kang Yuannan against him, he didn't directly ask them to leave the company. After all, if they left, the Kang family's business would suffer a loss. The Kang family had never treated them unfairly, but they grew ambitious and even had the idea of stealing the power. Although the company had no power to force shareholders to return their shares, if they didn't want to stay, they could leave. In other words, if they chose to stay, they had to work for the benefits of the company. However, if they dared to do anything to harm the company, they would be put in jail. Once Kang Xiaojie said that aloud, the several directors who supported Kang Yuannan didn't dare to say another word. The company had no power to force them to return their shares, but they had to know where to stop after Kang Xiaojie made it clear. It was impossible for them to return the shares, because the Kang family's business was developing very well and was extremely profitable. They were offered a generous dividend. They weren't dumb, so they wouldn't be willing to give back their shares. Kang Yuannan, however, was angered by Kang Xiaojie's words. He abruptly stood up from the chair and glared at Kang Xiaojie. Kang Xiaojie, what did you say? All of us have worked for the Kang family's business for over a dozen years. We've done a lot for it. How could you tell us to return our shares? Do you want to kick us out after making full use of us? I don't think you have the power to do that, Kang Yuannan angrily criticized. Upon hearing that, the shareholders who supported him and stayed quiet for a while now joined the argument again. Right, we've worked for the Kang family's business for over a dozen years. We've done a lot and sacrificed for it. We've done nothing wrong. How could you ask us to give back our shares? Right, you simply want to kick us out. Enough! Kang Xiaojie snapped at them and looked extremely mad. Did I force you to return your shares? I just said if you don't want to stay here, you can leave. Don't misunderstand me. I have no power to force you to give back your shares. But if you dare to harm the company, I'm afraid you need to do more than just return your shares. Don't argue with me over this. We all know some unpleasant things have happened, and it might happen in private. If I have to investigate it, it might cause great damage. The unpleasant things weren't harmful to the Kong family's business, but it was to colleagues. To be frank, they schemed against each other for credit. Because it didn't cause a great loss, nobody was blamed for it. Besides, some of them even asked for reimbursement when they actually traveled with their families. It wasn't really unacceptable, so the company didn't bother to blame them. The company simply stopped them from doing it again. However, although it wasn't completely unacceptable, it wasn't right. And the amount of the public money they had been reimbursed was large enough to be sued for. Hearing that, two shareholders among Kong Yuannan's supporters panicked a little. They didn't dare to meet Kong Xiaojia's eyes at this moment. Both of them had done the previously mentioned unpleasant things. Kong Yuannan had done the same things, so he didn't know what to do when Kong Xiaojia brought it up. All in all, after the first round, Kong Xiaojia was at an advantage. Back in his office after the meeting was over, Kong Yuannan smashed a cup which was on the table to the ground. But there was a thick carpet, so it didn't make a loud sound. If other people heard it, he might become a joke. Precisely because of that, Kong Yuannan only dared to smash a cup to vent his anger. It seems that I took Kong Xiaojia too lightly. He surprisingly won this time, said Kong Yuannan through his teeth. He still didn't think that Kong Xiaojia was a strong competitor, but he subconsciously stayed on the alert for him. Once the news that Kong Xiaojia cut out 4 pieces of jade from 6 raw jade materials went abroad, the Kong family's business attracted more clients. It was also a threat to Kong Yuannan, but he was too arrogant to admit it. However, only Kong Yuanbua and Kong Xiaojia's older brother were aware that it was actually Ning who helped Kong Xiaojia win the competition. After the result of the game came out, Kong Xiaojia quickly gained a lot of fame in the industry. However, most of the people believed that he just had good luck, so it wouldn't arouse suspicion even if he couldn't make that achievement again. After all, no one could have good luck every time. Even famous stone gambling experts couldn't cut out jade every time. They became famous only because they had made records of cutting out many pieces of jade once or twice before. It was hard for them to cut out jade again in the future. Back in the city center, it was time for lunch, so Gu Ning and the others went to have a meal. Because they were going to have a meal with Kong Xiaojia that evening, they went to have a rest after lunch. Zhang Peng and the others gathered in a room to talk about the mining this time. Back in the room, Gu Ning said to Leng Xiaoting, "Let's book plane tickets now. We should leave tomorrow after introducing Uncle Zhang to Kong Xiaojia." "Great, in the morning or afternoon?" asked Leng Xiaoting. "In the morning. The flight will last for hours," said Gu Ning. "No problem," said Leng Xiaoting. Then he took out his phone and got ready to book the plane tickets. Suddenly, Gu Ning said, "Why don't you use my phone? Zongshua's information is on my phone, so you don't need to input it." Saying that, Gu Ning handed her phone to Leng Xiaoting. Although Gu Ning could do it on her own, she didn't want to move at all right now and wanted to rely on Leng Xiaoting for a while. Therefore, after giving her phone to Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning sank onto the sofa seemingly exhausted. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting asked with concern, "Are you really tired?" "Not really, I'm just full. I don't want to move," said Gu Ning. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was relieved. Then he began to book the plane tickets. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning had a nap for about an hour. They did nothing else. After they woke up, Gu Ning told Leng Xiaoting to stay by himself for a while she went to see Bailey Zongxue. She couldn't leave Bailey Zongxue alone the entire time. At this time, Bailey Zongxue had just woken up from her nap as well. Actually, even if Gu Ning didn't come to see her, she wouldn't be bored being alone.